All right, and we are live. What's up, guys? Welcome to the stream, man. It is July 10th, 2025. How are y'all doing, man? Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. All right, let's see here. We are live on all the platforms, guys. YouTube, Kick, Rumble, all the different platforms. OSS, we are here. Sorry for the delay. You guys should be hearing the mic nice, loud, and crispy. I'm actually monitoring the OBS levels here. It's pretty loud, so we shouldn't be hearing any complaints about audio anymore. Mics are fixed. Shout out to TPC Films, guys. As you guys can see, he helped me out with some of these camera angles. The angle should be even crispier now. He was here yesterday helping out with the 10 verse 1 or the debate yesterday. And, we obviously made some, facelifts to the quad of the cameras and everything else like that. So, hey, man, things are getting better and better, okay? Whenever you get new equipment, guys, that's kind of the thing that sucks. It takes like 2 or 3 days to get everything kind of ready and good and everything else like that. As you guys know, I got like a very complex setup, how you guys can see it from behind me over here, with all the monitors I got and everything. I'm running OBS, Rumble Studio, Kick on one side, and then that doesn't even include all the other monitors I have on this side. So, I do this obviously to make sure that the show is at a super high level, super good, because it's not just entertaining, but it's also informative and super high quality. So that is that's always the goal. So anyway, let's just get right into it, guys. So we got a lot of stuff to cover today. The first thing we're going to cover was, I tweeted this yesterday. I forgot to cover this yesterday. But basically, I told you guys for years, all right, so Andrew has some bombshell information. I think he made a video on this yesterday, which we'll cover as well. But let's go ahead and see what he has. He dropped this video yesterday first.
The girl who initially accused my brother and I of human trafficking 3.5 years ago has just admitted to DCAW that she was paid in advance before she made the police report, $100,000 to make the report, and the money came from a USAID-funded NGO designed to combat human trafficking. Why would you pay somebody before they make a police report $100,000 to combat human trafficking unless you were actually trying to set us up? She then admits that after she took the money, she flew here, made the police report, and after only 3 days in Romania, she was flown to the south of France. The flights, hotels, and budget for her stay there was all paid for by the same NGO. And we have the fucking paperwork.
So let's go to his page. I know he made a longer video covering this shit. Fucking nuts, dude. Absolutely nuts. If you guys don't follow Andrew on Twitter, he posts pretty often, as you guys can see. Twitter and Rumble are his main platforms. All right, here's the main one. There we go. Okay, deep state set up. Victims were paid.
This to trial. There's no evidence of crime. Case dismissed. Even better than a not guilty verdict, a judge has decided there's not enough evidence to even send this to trial. There's no evidence of crimes. None of this makes sense. They print an indictment with thousands of pieces of paper, which doesn't mean anything. It doesn't add up to a crime. They falsified evidence. The whole thing is garbage. The case is now officially dismissed. But if there's no evidence to take me to trial, this begs a very pertinent question. There was never any evidence to put me in jail. There was never any evidence to raid my house 5 times. There was never any evidence to keep me travel banned for 3 years. There was never any evidence to stop me seeing my children. There was never any evidence to stop me seeing my mother when she had a heart attack. There was never any evidence to steal all of my cars and all of my money and all of my wealth. There was never any evidence for the media, which were very complicit, to try their very best to slander me, to bother my mother after she had an operation, trying to make her cry, to make my children sad, to make the women around me sad. This is not just about my brother and I. We're tough guys. Every single person who loves us has suffered, and there's never been any evidence in the first place, like we've been telling you for 3 solid years. We've been telling you this for 3 solid years. This is a bittersweet day. I'm happy because finally an honest judge did the right thing and threw this case out. I am happy because I got to enjoy this perilous path with the person I love the most on the planet, which is my brother Tristan Tate. He is the best brother on the planet. And when we shook hands, irregardless of the circumstance, even when we were sitting in a jail cell together, we only laughed and smiled. We are ready to die together. We have been since the moment we were born, and there's no better.
Now, I think he put this statement out before, Maybe I'm crazy, chat. I think the first time when they were saying that there was insufficient evidence for the second case, I think he put this video out. I don't think this is from yesterday. Unless I'm wrong, chat. Because as you guys know, I kind of keep up with what's going on. I think he put this out the first time. But I think the big thing you guys need to understand is that it's absolutely nuts that a girl was paid $100,000 to basically, you know, go to DICOT, which DICOT is like their equivalent of FBI chat in Romania. DICOT is their functional equivalent. But to go to DICOT and make a complaint, that's absolutely nuts, man. Absolutely nuts. So yeah, so this is the latest one. So yeah, he has that pin as it was a setup. Has BTC just hit 113K? Wow. Okay, let's go. Crypto, baby. See, as you guys know, I don't like check my crypto wallet. Like I just like, you know, yeah, it's at 115 right now. Holy shit. Hey, if you niggas got in that crypto course, you'd be up right now. Okay, you would be up right now. Yeah, right now, Bitcoin is sitting at $115,000. Ethereum is sitting at $2,900. All right. Hey, man, that's good news for me, too. You know me, I got into the Bitcoin game a little early. You guys know I like cryptocurrency. I'm a real estate guy, but I still like cryptocurrency. I think cryptocurrency is one of the best ways to get anything going. But no, man, I'm happy for Andrew, as you guys know. We've been by Andrew's side from the beginning of this shit. You know, I knew from the beginning it was bullshit. I knew it was a lie. For those of you that don't know, because I know a lot of you guys are new viewers here, we've known Andrew for a very long time, man. Him and Tristan, we've known them since before their meteoric rise in 2022. You know, we spent a significant amount of time in Romania with them. They let us stay at their house. We were there for like a month. And when people sit there and say, oh yeah, these guys are human traffickers, like it couldn't be further from the truth. It's like comical when people tell me that shit. Because I'm just like, okay, dude, I was there and I watched like women like not want to leave the house. Like they would say, hey, you got to go, and they wouldn't want to leave. So when people say that bullshit, I'm just like, bro, this is fucking ridiculous. But, you know, it is what it is. So I'm happy. Well, obviously what they went through was horrible, but I'm happy that, like, you know, some information is starting to finally come out to show that this was all a bunch of bullshit. The thing that sucks, though, is that, like, this is what, years down the road. The damage is done, right? Like, these guys have unfortunately had their reputations ruined by fucking lies. Which, speaking of Me Too, we're going to talk about some Me Too a little bit later as well with an NBA player that went through some bullshit as well. Let me read some of these chats, though. As you guys know, if you guys are watching on YouTube or X or one of these other platforms, MyronGainesX.com, $5, send it in the chat, read your chat on air. Or, better yet, if you're an OSS member, all you got to do is just send in OSS chat and it'll get read. And just so you guys know, I'm starting a new thing where, well, not new, but I told you guys this for a while. If you're watching the show on the OSS, what happens is when you're on locals, after 30 minutes, it becomes active supporters only. So the first 30 minutes, anybody can join the OSS chat, but after that, it becomes supporters only. Okay? So that's what I'm going to start doing, where the chat automatically locks after 30 minutes. But let's go ahead and read some of these chats. And I'm going to have something special for you guys tonight. Sam Grass, subscribe for the year at $110. Thank you so much, bro. Welcome. Welcome, my friend. I'm happy to have you. Drewski says, new distributor got my sweater today. Okay, awesome. Love it. Ardia, I've been watching you since Trey left. They say you cannot teach an old dog new tricks. You have taught this old dog how to read women. Good. I'm glad, bro. Ardila. Thank you for being with us for so long. Boogeyman says, hey, Myron, just got my OSS merch. Nike Dry Fit was the right move. Are you going to redo the FNF merch store? I could use new Unplugged Fit Punisher shirt, FNF hoodie. Making that Nike would be a great too. Yeah, maybe we will. Right now, as of right now, it's just OSS. But we will do a merch relaunch for Fresh and Fit as well. I know Fresh is more focused on other things right now. He said the merch is gonna take away from that. So we will though. You're late. There's still some ninja in you. Well, cry harder. Update: a couple of members away from total 1,100 in new OSS Telegram in 1 week. A couple members got away from 1,000 in Discord. Join people. You're missing out on a lot of valuable sauce. Nothing can stop us. We're all the way up. Okay, awesome. And just so you guys know, also when it comes to the Discord, in the Telegram. I'm going to start streaming on Telegram as well. Me and Brett were talking about it last night. I just got to find out how to do it, but I'm going to also start streaming on Telegram, and I'm going to put like a Discord doc. As you guys can see, I show you guys all the time. I'll be like a little transparent here. Look, this is what my screen looks like on OBS, right? You guys can see all the different chats and everything else like that. It's like a fucking command center. I'm going to make one for Telegram. And I'll make a doc for Telegram and for Discord so that when you guys are in there, I can see what you guys are saying in there as well. So that's coming soon. So yeah, shout out to you, One Chest. Thank you. Radek says, hey, YouTube brokey, smash the like button. All right, cool. Richie says, what's up, OS? My wife's put on a bit of weight. How would you go about bringing it up, or what actions would you take? What about if Fed reacts on Churchill or MLK? I did a deep dive on MLK with Sam Parker on a Twitter space one time. That should be somewhere on my channel. I forget where it is. But as far as your wife, bro, you just got to tell her, hey, you got to go to the gym. Just be straight up, bro. If your wife is getting fat, like, you just got to tell her. The thing is that with women, bro, like, they get sunshines blown up their ass so much, man. Sometimes they need a reality check. What else here? Give me one second, guys. I don't know what's going on with Kick, the view counter. Give me 1 second, chat. All right. What else? J Groove. Hey, Martin, did you ever put the files on slides and slides from the Cookie Monster show on the Telegram? I want to look at them in depth. Oh shit, yeah, I gotta hit up Corey to get those. PA says, Martin, check this out if you have not seen it yet. What is that YouTube video, bro? Don't just send me a YouTube video link without telling me what it is. I'm not gonna open it. OSS member here. Mike is on point. Nobody better bitch about the audio like the fucking shit show, and join the squad, motherfuckers. Merch on the way. Thank you again for everything you do, my guy. Keep up the great work. I appreciate it, bro. And yeah, shout out to Bills. Thank you so much, Bills, for helping me with the audio, man. But yeah, like, the audio should be crispy now, nice and loud. I got it to a point now where you guys should be able to hear me, just to give you guys a little test. Let me show y'all something.
Breaking overnight, Russia launches a large-scale aerial assault on Ukraine's capital.
Oh, shit. Okay. I just clicked something randomly, and this happened 4 hours ago. So, okay, we'll watch this. But you guys should be able to hear me over.
Hundreds of drones.
You guys should be able to hear me over this right now.
Kyiv. You see in the video.
Give me O/slashes in the chat. Guys, give me O/slashes in the chat if you can hear me over the CNN news, which you guys should be able to. So I'm going to keep yapping a little bit to give you guys this test. Give me this O/.
Ukraine's president said more than 400 drones.
You guys should be able to hear me over the CNN, no problem.
At least 2 people were killed in
That's
these strikes.
SS123. You guys should be able to hear me really good. So yeah.
Russia launched hundreds more. The largest
buddy.
attack
We're cooking
since
now,
Russia
baby.
Started.
All right, perfect. All right, we're good. Okay, let's keep going with the chats. We'll actually watch this. All jokes aside, we're actually going to watch this because you guys know I like to keep up with what's going on with conflicts. Okay. OSS member here. Mike is on point. Okay, cool. Thank you so much, Burrow. Curtis Leon. First told Myron that he'd have to fill out a job application for his own podcast. Myron said, no, thanks. I'm confused. Bitch look like Dank, the fat ass. Yeah, bro. Yeah, she's huge. Are you doing Nick and Candace interview today? It doesn't come out today. It comes out tomorrow. And I'll probably have to do that next week, chat, because I think I'm going to go to Tampa this weekend. There's a Turning Point event. I think I'm going to go with Sean Kelly. For those of you that don't know who Sean Kelly is the host of the Digital Social Hour podcast. I'm going to go there with him. I'm debating if I'm going to go tomorrow, chat, or Saturday. That's what I'm figuring out. So we'll see. But I will do it next week, and it's probably going to be OSS only because it's a paywall interview, Candace's paywall interview, so I don't want to put it up on a main thing that's fucked up for her. Here from Axios and Kulinski that isn't real, is planning another attack on Iran. You think this will be a sequel to what just happened? Absolutely. I mean, here, let's put that up in the queue. Israel got hit yesterday, chat, by the way, just so you guys know. Israel did get hit yesterday by, I think the Houthis sent some missiles over. So, yep, here we go. Bombshell. Israel planning to bomb Iran again. All right, we'll get this.
All right, y'all.
All right, we'll have that in the queue as well. Got a lot of stuff to cover, man. We got a great show planned for you guys today. Okay, men must be overt communicators. Just tell your wife what it is and see if she respects you enough to get to work fixing it. Yep, Padawan, or no, that's Padawan Slayer. Okay, Santos66 says, you gave me an excellent care. Did you see this footage of a female police officer from the UK having a meltdown due to being punched in the face? No, I did not see that. Santos, join OSS, bro. It's a video of a female MMA fighter getting put on child support. Okay. Joe DeBango says, ex-crack Amico. Another bass banger like Boom and Boom HH. Judicial says you killed a Nigerian bro, but where the fuck is your glasses, nigga? I don't have them. Why do you care about my glasses? It's a little strange to ask for. Okay. So let's go ahead and go in with what's going on with Ukraine. Looks like there was another strike.
Breaking overnight, Russia launches a large-scale aerial assault on Ukraine's capital. Hundreds of drones from all directions attacking Kyiv. You see in the video just some of those explosions. Ukraine's president said more than 400 drones and at least 18 missiles struck. At least 2 people were killed in these strikes. And this is just the day before, Russia launched hundreds more, the largest drone attack since Russia started that war. This comes as President Trump is suggesting now that he has reached his limit with Russian President Putin.
We get a lot of bull thrown at us by Putin, for you want to know the truth. He's very nice all the time, but it turns out to be meaningless.
And joining us right now is the former Vice President of the United States, Mike Pence. Thank you for being here.
Mike Pence, bruh. This nigga, the biggest betrayer ever, a.k.a. the Captain Rhino himself. Rhino, a.k.a. stands for Republican in name only. Mike Pence, holy. This nigga, bro. This guy's a definition of a traitor. For those of you that don't know, this guy was a critical element to the stolen, you're damn right, I'm going to call it stolen, election of 2020, man.
Thanks for having me on, Kate.
I really appreciate it.
Can I also say, I just am grateful for CNN's consistent coverage of the tragedy in
This was Trump's vice president on his first term.
Texas. Our hearts and our prayers have been with all of our countrymen there, and appreciate the yeoman works you all have done to tell that story.
Thank you. It's a very tough job that we have our team down there to do, and an important one, and I appreciate that.
Yeah.
On Ukraine, I know this is something that you have cared so deeply about. Mm-hmm. At one point, President Trump...
Oh, yeah, I forgot to mention this. Mike Pence, huge supporter of giving Ukraine weapons and money and support. Huge supporter. I wonder why.
Accused Ukraine of starting the war. We don't even need to quote the Time magazine article again. And now he's calling...
Well, here's the thing. If you want to go ahead and call Ukraine what it really is, which is a NATO proxy, then yes, they did start the war. And we know that because they kept trying to join NATO, and that was one of Putin's big red lines. So, yeah, dude, like, they kind of did start the war by doing that. Hey, shout out to Brett. Brett's in the chat, by the way. Guys, if you guys, merch store, merch is up, guys. Merch is live. MGX, it's MarinGainsX.store is the website. Pinned in it's in the description below as well.
Putin BS.
Yo, Brett, do you have a, are you a mod? Brett, let me know if you're a mod. You should be a mod on Rumble. I think you are.
You have seen up close President Trump's sympathies towards Putin over the years. Do you believe that he has fundamentally shifted his view on the Russian president, or could Trump be one happy phone call away from blaming Zelensky again?
Well, my hope is that the president's starting to recognize that Vladimir Putin doesn't want peace. Vladimir Putin wants Ukraine. And again and again, President Zelensky, who I came to know during my time as vice president, has made it clear he's prepared for a ceasefire. He's prepared to negotiate a lasting peace in the region. While we saw again just last night, a barrage of merciless attacks on civilian populations, and I welcome the president's decision to reverse a decision somewhere out of the Pentagon that suspended aid to Ukraine. You look back at our administration, Kate, and we were the first administration to provide lethal aid to Ukraine. Remember, Barack Obama only provided military meals and blankets. We came in and gave them the kind of Stinger missiles and resources that I think prevented Vladimir Putin from invading Ukraine during our 4 years in office. And then it literally in the aftermath of the Biden administration's disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, I think Putin was emboldened. He rolled across the border. He's made no secret of his ambitions. And while I had concerns and expressed them in those first times.
Well, I find it interesting how he's not telling you guys the full story. The reality is, man, is that we have been, this war didn't start in 2022. This war started back in 2014, where we were involved in a coup, aka a color revolution, overthrowing their government and basically installing the Zelensky regime. And the reason for that is because Zelensky is far more pro-West, right? And it's all about spheres of influence. And as you guys know, if you look at Ukraine on a map, I know we don't cover Ukraine as much, but I do kind of want to start to cover Ukraine more, chat. The conflict in Ukraine. If you look at Ukraine on a map, right, here's excuse me. Here's Europe, right? Obviously the Middle East, etc. Ukraine is right here. It's all this fucking Russian thing. Can we get it in English? God damn it. Okay, give me 1 second and just. Well, either way, it's basically right there on Russia's border, right? It's right there on Russia's border. And the problem is that as NATO's expanded, right, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, whatever the fuck, basically all these first world countries working together, as NATO's expanded, right, getting closer and closer to Moscow, that's created a problem for Russia's national security. And we've been doing this for 20 to 30 years. There's a really good book on this. It's called Provoked by Scott Horton, right? Right here. How Washington started the new Cold War. The new Cold War with Russia and the catastrophe in Ukraine. This book came out like literally last year. And he goes over all the detail as to how we basically provoked what the fuck is going on right now. And on top of that, let's be honest, we're able to test out our weapons. We're able to test out our capabilities by using Ukrainian soldiers almost as like useful idiots and pawns in our greater scheme to see how strong Russia really is. So, yes, we are supporting them and giving them a lot of weapons, but we are also collecting an enormous amount of intel from a military perspective. And this book talks about how we've been getting closer and closer to Moscow and how that's created problems, right? And to give you guys kind of a functional equivalence, you guys understand where I'm coming from here. If China decided to enter Mexico, right, and set up a military base there or a military presence there, we would go in there immediately and get China the fuck up out of there, right? We would invade Mexico and get them out of here. That's essentially what happened with Russia-Ukraine. Same exact thing almost, to give you guys a functional equivalent.
100 days about the president's kind of ongoing hope and desire for a negotiated settlement. I welcome his decisions this week and his rhetoric. And I think what may have changed is that some of the isolationist voices in and around this administration that recently condemned the president's correct and courageous decision to launch a military assault against Iran. I think they may have lost some of their footing with the president. I mean, by leveling criticism in our effort to ensure that Iran could never obtain a usable nuclear weapon, I think some of those isolationist voices may have literally lost some credibility with the president. But whatever the cause, I welcome it, because I do believe the time has come for us to renew our military support for Ukraine, make it clear that we're going to
renew our support,
continue to provide that support along with our European allies until a just and lasting peace is achieved. I also am hopeful that Senator Thune will bring the new Russia sanction bill to the floor of the Senate next week.
There are issues with two of those things, but with both of those things, there are issues right now. And I saw you almost shake your head in disbelief at what the reporting has been, which is today we learned that U.S. weapons shipments are starting back up to Ukraine.
Right.
But this comes after the reporting is that the Pentagon paused shipments on some weapons, signed off on by the Secretary of Defense.
And this was yesterday. We were talking about this with Pete Hegseth. There was a disconnect between these weapons getting over there because apparently, I guess Trump wanted them to go there, but Hegseth did not get the memo or didn't send them over.
Without the knowledge, without informing the President of the United States. The idea that a decision that big was made without getting the approval of or even informing the President of the United States, does that make any sense to you?
Well, look, when you've served at the level I've served at, it's a big government, and a lot of people in your agencies and in departments are making decisions all the time, but that one was troubling to me, and my bet is it's very troubling to the president. My expectation is that he'll get to the bottom of it. He will find out who initiated that decision, but the most important thing is that he reversed it, and made it clear in a phone call with President Zelensky last Friday that the support's going to continue to come. Now, I will say, and I say respectfully to the president, if he's looking on, this isn't just about defensive weapons.
Right.
We've got to continue to provide President Zelensky and the Ukrainian military with the offensive capability as well as the kind of support against aerial assaults that'll allow them to achieve a real peace.
Sorry, Mr. President. This isn't the first problem at the Pentagon that has come out under the leadership of Pete Hegseth. Tom Tillis is suggesting
CNN hates Pete Hegseth because he says that women shouldn't be in the military. Obviously, he's had his troubles with womanizing. He's had his troubles with alcohol. He used to be a contributor over at Fox. So, Pete Hegseth is another big op for CNN.
he's questioning
Bro, I'm telling you, bro, it's like news wars with these channels.
His support for his confirmation. Do you think Pete Hegseth is up for this job?
Yeah, I saw Senator Tillis's criticism, and I don't think it's fair. Okay. Look, I've known Pete Hegseth a long time. He's someone who's worn the uniform. As you know, I've got a couple in our immediate family that are currently serving in the armed forces of this country. And I got to tell you, I'm very encouraged overall with the president's leadership and his team at the Pentagon. I think General Kane had demonstrated his extraordinary capabilities with the success of that mission over Iran. Our airmen did an incredible job after the president made that courageous decision to launch U.S. forces. I think the launching efforts earlier this year that caused the Houthis to stand down on what had been years of attacks against U.S. military vessels in the region. And probably the most hopeful thing, I would say, and I credit first the president, but also the Secretary of Defense and his entire team, is recruitment is up. I mean, we had fallen behind in every branch in the service in meeting recruitment goals at the end of the Biden administration. And now this is the first time that they've had record high people enlisting in. So they have revitalized some level of patriotism. So that does deserve, some acknowledgement for sure. I'm told that we're exceeding goals in every branch of our armed forces. And so all of that is welcome news, positive.
You also mentioned sanctions. Thune's talking about bringing it forward, but has said he's not going to bring forward this big sanctions bill pushed by Graham and Blumenthal, and has 80 co-sponsors. I mean, nothing has 80 co-sponsors in this kind of bipartisanship anymore in Washington. But he won't do it unless Trump signs off. And Trump is not a yes yet. Is there any good reason in your mind to not be moving forward with this sanctions bill right away?
Well, my hope is the president make it clear.
Well, they're trying to use it as a negotiation tool, you know? And also, let's be honest, man, sanctions are not as effective as they used to be, especially with Russia. Russia's basically insulated itself and put itself in a position where sanctions are not going to create that much pain. They learned their lesson back in 2014 when Obama sanctioned them with the whole conflict in Crimea, etc. So they learned their lesson. They bought gold. They, turned up their ability to create natural resources. They kind of insulated their economy to not depend so much on partners and trading. So they knew this shit was coming, bro. So sanctions do not hurt them as much. I think it was last year or the year before, Russia ended up getting like the 5th strongest economy in the world, despite sanctions.
That he wants that bill on his desk.
He keeps saying, yes, maybe, no, I don't need it yet. He suggested to advisors he thinks it won't deter.
Yeah, but,
yes,
I spoke.
It won't. That's why. Exactly.
Holcomb punch!
Yes, it will not deter him. That is the whole point. Russia has made themselves fucking sanction-proof because they've been planning to attack Ukraine for a while.
Trump fluently for 4 years.
So decipher, please.
So when I saw him
because if he sanctions them, all it's going to do is it's going to piss Russia off and make them less amenable to come to the table and negotiate. Oh, you're going to sanction us? Fuck you. And it doesn't even do the desired effect. Yeah, it'll hurt them a little bit, but it's not going to affect them that much.
the other day say that he's strongly looking at it. I know what that means. And I saw Senator Graham actually put out on social media that he talked to the president, and the president wanted them to move the bill.
So you think it means?
Well, my hope is that the president will understand the value of the Senate acting, and they can put that on his desk, and it has broad waiver authority in it. But I literally think that the very presence of those new sanctions, especially the secondary sanctions that are included, that are essentially going to go against countries that are subsidizing that war effort.
Why pump the brakes?
Well, I think and hope the president will see the value of Vladimir Putin seeing those sanctions on his desk, available for a signature. But the most important thing is that we continue to make it very clear that we're not going to tolerate Vladimir Putin redrawing international lines by force. He didn't do it in our 4 years. He had done it. It's important to remember Russian forces had crossed a border in Europe broadly under the Bush administration, under the Obama administration in Crimea, and of course under the Biden administration. But under our administration, we built up our military. We unleashed our armed forces to take down the ISIS caliphate. We even took down the leader of the Iran Revolutionary Guard, Qasem Soleimani. We sent cruise missiles into Syria not once but twice. I think Vladimir Putin saw us supporting Ukraine with lethal aid. I think he saw us willing to use force to defend our interests and our allies, and he stood down. And the pathway today to peace in the region, in Eastern Europe, in the Middle East, in the Asia Pacific, is American strength.
Yeah, more neocons to crap. Okay, so Rubio, let's see what he's got. Okay, so we just met with the foreign minister. Let's see. Let's see what Rubio's got to say, actually.
Mr. Secretary.
As you guys know, he's a Secretary of State, deals with foreign relations. This came out 8 hours ago. He met with the Russian foreign minister.
Russia has launched its most massive attacks in the last 3 days, and you of course saw your counterpart today. Are you willing now to put stronger sanctions on Russia?
Well, let me read some of these chats real quick. Mike Pence is a maggot traitor. Okay, Shiznit. Nob says, where can I stream the Someone Else Will song? Oh, I don't know where it is, but I know it's on my Twitter page and Lucas Gage. It's probably on Lucas Gage's website. Had to buy a hoodie top streamer. Appreciate that, Black Epstein. Fitness says, Do you think Trump and everyone else, everyone's response to the press about Epstein files is because they don't want the Dems to use it against them for not revealing the files before the midterms, Myron? I don't think so, bro. I just think that they bit off more than they could chew and they look stupid now. Have you seen in Telegram Ukrainians sending coordinates to the of the tick for Russians to hit? No, I didn't see that. I can't pull out, Myron. The first 200 members that join OSS are supposed to get something dog tags as an exclusive. That's something you're still doing. Viva la Mexico. I don't know if it's going to be dog tags, but y'all will get something. Me and Brett are going to figure it out. The first 200 members will get you guys something. And I do have a bunch of dog tags here. But yeah, I'll get the first 200 guys something. Maybe a special discount or something like that for you guys especially. You know what? Yeah, I'll probably give you guys a really good merch discount. Higher than usual. I think that's fair. Ben Slem says, my friend went to the military not too long ago. He came back and was telling me about a new weapon they're testing. He described it as big as a truck filled with explosive drones. When deployed, the bomb opens midair, releasing all the drones. These drones would fly towards the trend and blow everything inside there. Don't know how true it is, but instead listening something like that is possible. Yeah, we've seen something like that go down with the Mossad and with Ukraine, actually. So I wouldn't be surprised. Open-minded Ascari says, so far I'm doing good on my finances, but my question is, how do I get experienced women along the way as 18-year-old virgin? Just talk to them, bro. But just understand that it's not important. They're at the bottom of the totem pole, right? And you're an 18-year-old guy. You're literally, you have no value to give yet. So build yourself up. Top D11 says, ordered the debrief shirt on launch, ordered the general hoodie and the OSS Patriot. Thanks for the Truth, Myron and nigga. Support our top M. I appreciate that. Top 11. Yeah, guys, the best way to support is by joining the OSS, man. It's only $10 a month. I might have something special for you guys later on. And what I might do is I might give it to you guys only on stream, not give it to anybody else, and I'll open it up for like a certain amount of time for you guys. I got something here that I'm thinking about giving you guys as far as OSS membership, rewarding the people that watch the live streams. Lucky03 says, yo, Myron, instead of the one conservative verse 20 304s, can we get one Patriot verse 20 Zionists? We can. Steelwall, Myron, if arming your enemy to fight you and also calling you on the phone personally to see how you are doing, how would you view this? If I'm arming your enemy to fight you and also, I'm confused by your question, Steelwall. How about OSS patch coming soon? Ant says, Cash Patel dating Mossad agent? Yeah, I heard about this girl. Yep. She used to work for a chick that used to work for the Unit 8200, I know. Mr. B, 3-year summary of applying FNF knowledge, crypto average return went from negative 20 to plus 18%. Good stuff. Income 13 higher, went from 17K to 230K. Good stuff. So you were basically a brokey before. Properties, 1, weight from 312 pounds to 231. Congratulations. Crypto balance, 71% Ethereum to 29% DGen. Moral of the story, apply the damn knowledge, monkeys. WFNF got my merch today, WFSS. I appreciate that, Mr. B893. Glad that you went from being a fat ass to less of a fat ass. Keep losing that weight, bro, and keep getting that money, baby. It's good to see. I love that you guys share these W's.
The president has said that that's an option that's available to him, both under existing authorities, but primarily if the Senate and the House can pass legislation that gives him the opportunity.
I see that you guys are talking about Jubilee. I don't know, bro. Jubilee has not invited me back. So, it is what it is. I mean, they gave me an email to fill out to be like one of the people that's like sitting outside the circle, but that's retarded. So.
Opportunity to do that. So we've been engaging with Congress on what that bill would look like. Obviously, the president needs flexibility on how those sanctions would be applied and when, because it gives them, maximum leverage in any conversation and negotiation. So he has talked about that as being a real option. And now, obviously, we've been engaging with the Senate in particular over the last week on what that bill will look like. And the leaders of both chambers have said that they're prepared to begin to move forward on that. We've expressed this to the Russians weeks ago. We told them that the moment would come where something like this could happen, and we'll continue to express it because that's the reality.
But has the moment come? or not yet?
Well, I mean, again, that's the president's decision to make. We're obviously, he's frustrated by the fact that more progress has not been made.
Mr. Secretary, there were reports earlier this week that you and the president were unaware that the Pentagon had made a decision to at least temporarily halt the arms shipments to Ukraine. Were you, what's your take on that decision by the Pentagon, and what is your general take?
Well, I think that decision's been, that decision unfortunately was mischaracterized. It was a pause pending review on a handful of specific type munitions. That, frankly, is something that is logical that you would do, especially after an extended engagement that we saw both in defense of Israel and in defense of our own bases. And so it was a very limited review of certain types of munitions to ensure that we had sufficient stockpiles. And it's typical when you do these reviews that there's a short-term pause, because if, in fact, the review comes back that you have a shortage, you can't pull it back once it's been sent. But generally speaking, aid to Ukraine continues along the schedule that Congress appropriated.
Which types were paused? Which types of weapons were paused?
Largely defensive in nature. Some were offensive. But again, the ones that were expended in recent conflicts in the Middle East, and again, not because there is a shortage, but because it's prudent to look at it and say, okay, do we have enough of these in our stockpiles for all of our obligations around the world, both in defense of our bases in the Middle East, but also our obligations to our Indo-Pacific partners and any other contingencies that might arise. But in the end, I would say that the overwhelming majority of of military aid that the United States provides Ukraine has never been paused and continues along the same schedules that it's been. I think there's a broader issue unrelated to the pause, and that involves the defense productive capabilities of the West, not just us, but of Europe. As an example, one of the things that the Ukrainians need is more Patriot batteries. There are Patriot batteries available in multiple countries in Europe, yet no one wants to part with them. So I hope that'll change. If in fact that Ukraine is the priority that so many countries in Europe say it is, they should be willing to share batteries that right now they don't have a need to use. So hopefully we'll be able to convince some of our NATO partners to provide those Patriot batteries to Ukraine, because there are a number of countries that have them, but no one wants to part with what they have. So perhaps that'll change. That's important.
Mr. Secretary.
And that shit is expensive, guys. Extremely expensive.
You mentioned wanting to see a roadmap for how this conflict can conclude. What concrete ideas have you presented, and how did Russia respond in this meeting?
Well, again, these things are best negotiated. I don't want to in private, and that's how these things generally work. There were some ideas exchanged today, some viewpoints that they expressed to us that I'll take back to the president for his consideration, and hopefully it will lead to something. I don't want to overpromise. I mean, again, as I said, this is a conflict that's been going on now for over 3 years, and as has already been pointed out by one of the questions here, we've seen an acceleration of attacks. I think it's probably the largest drone attack in a city close to the Polish border, actually, so it's a pretty deep strike. And again, I mean, every time you see this in the headlines and people die, it reminds you of why the president wants this war to end. As he has said from the beginning, his #1 interest here is to stop people from dying and the destruction that's ongoing every single day. They're going to be having a conference, maybe it starts today if I'm not mistaken, about reconstruction and the rebuilding of Ukraine. Every time one of these strikes is launched, the price of reconstruction.
And I'm almost certain it's BlackRock that is going to be behind the reconstruction.
Destruction goes up, right? There's also the destruction of the country's capabilities, the country's economic capabilities that has to be added to this. But obviously the loss of life is something of great interest to the president. It's important to note that since January of this year, as an example, just to give you on the Russian side, they've lost 100,000 soldiers, dead. Not injured, I'm talking about dead.
Okay, so, and here's the thing when it comes to war, they don't like to disclose how many people they've lost. So this is like the first time in a while that I've seen like an actual official give a concrete number.
Just to give you on the Russian side, they've lost 100,000 soldiers, dead.
Now, I think on the Ukrainian side, they've lost like 1 million. Somewhere between 500,000 to 1 million on the Ukraine side.
Not injured, I'm talking about dead. And on the Ukrainian side, the numbers are less, but still very significant.
That's not true. Come on, dude. Come on, Marco Rubio. Come on, bro. Don't be like the fucking Biden administration lying about the fucking casualties on the Ukraine side so that we can go ahead and continue justifying this war, bro. Come on, man. Way more than 100,000 have died on the Ukrainian side, bro. Come on, man. Marco Rubio, Jew, and the rest of us, huh? God damn.
Significant.
This nigga cap.
And so that's, the president doesn't like wars. He thinks wars are a waste of money and a waste of lives, and he wants them to end. And he's going to do everything he can within his power to end.
Come on, bro. Bro said less than that. Come on, man. I can't believe he actually said that shit on television.
Significant. Not injured, I'm talking about dead. Just give you on the. It's important to note that since January of this year, as an example, just give you on the Russian side.
Okay, since January of this side. January of this year. Okay. January of this year is what he's saying. So now we got a little bit of context.
They've lost 100,000 soldiers, dead. Not injured, I'm talking about dead. And on
so they've lost 100,000 in 6 months, roughly.
the Ukrainian side, the numbers are less, but still.
I don't buy that. I don't buy that. Less Ukrainians have died in the past 6 months.
Very significant. And so that's, the president doesn't like wars. He thinks wars are a waste of money and a waste of lives, and he wants them to end. And he's going to do everything he can within his power to end this war and any other war he has a chance to end, as you've seen in the past. And so we're going to continue to work at it. We understand that these things take time and patience, but obviously we're also frustrated that more progress has not been made. And hopefully based on today.
All right, I'd say in total, 3 million Ukrainians and 500,000 soldiers since it began. 3 million is high. 3 million Ukrainian soldiers dead is high. When I've talked with Scott Ritter, he's estimated somewhere between 500 to 1 million Ukrainians dead.
Today and in the days to come, we'll have more clarity about what exactly the Russian position and priorities are in this regard, and can begin to make some progress. But it's, it's been difficult, as you've seen.
I was going to ask you on supporting Russia. Will you meet with your Chinese counterpart here this week to speak to him about that?
I think we're working on that. Maybe we'll meet, and obviously we'll talk about it. I think the Chinese clearly have been supportive of the Russian effort, and I think that generally they've been willing to help them as much as they can without getting caught. But people in Europe and other parts of the world have noticed. But in the end, this peace, if it's possible and doable, will happen between Ukraine and Russia, and we're willing to do whatever we can to help bring it to an end.
Can I ask an ASEAN question?
A what?
An ASEAN question.
Yeah, of course. That's why we're here, right?
Can I ask you one more quick question on Russia? Just these ideas that were put on the table today, would you characterize them as new ideas from the Russian side that the Trump administration had not heard before?
Yes. Well, I think maybe, yes. I think it's a new and a different approach. Again, I wouldn't characterize it as something that guarantees a peace, but it's a concept that, we'll take back to the president today and here as soon as I finish with you.
I just wanted to know, what was your sense today after your meeting, the PMC meeting with the ASEAN foreign ministers, about how big an irritant the tariffs are to U.S. relations, both with ASEAN as a bloc, but individual countries?
Well, I think, look, two things to understand. Number one is these letters that are going out and these trade changes are happening with every country in the world. I mean, it's basically every country in the world. The president's been very clear, and he has been, frankly, if you go back to videos of him speaking in the 80s about his feeling that the state of global trade is unfair to the United States, that for far too long we allowed these imbalances to develop. We are the world's largest consumer. We're a huge market where people export things to us. And with these huge...
And since we're the largest consumer, damn near impossible to also manufacture. Can't have both, unfortunately.
And unsustainable imbalances have developed with countries all over the world. And so this is a globalized effort to reset U.S. trade in a way that's beneficial to the United States, and not just in dollars and cents, but also in our own domestic industrial capacity. So this has been made clear to countries around the world. We were coming up upon upon the middle of this month, and the markets demand certainty, and so these letters set a baseline. Now, obviously, that does not foreclose the opportunity for individual countries to enter into negotiations that perhaps can adjust those numbers. But in the end, the president still remains very committed to a rebalancing of trade that's fair to America, and also at the same time protects our own industrial capabilities.
Right, but you're here today meeting with ASEAN countries, and those countries, almost all of them, got letters this week. And so
but anywhere in the world, well, I guess my point to you is anywhere in the world I would have traveled this week, they got a letter. So Everybody got a letter. And in some cases, some of these countries got a letter where their tariff rate is lower than some of their neighbors or maybe a country somewhere else in the world. So it might even serve as an advantage. But of course it's raised, it's an issue. But I wouldn't say it solely defines our relationship with many of these countries. There are a lot of other issues that we work together on. And I think there was great enthusiasm that we were here and that we're a part of this. A reminder that next week we'll have another high-ranking delegation, including Secretary Lutnick, Deputy Landau from the Department of State, will be traveling to Japan for the World Expo there, and will be involved in talks there as well. You know, my very first meeting, I don't know if you know this, but when I was sworn in, I went to the State Department, I gave a speech on these steps, and then my first meeting right out of the box was with Japan, South Korea, and India. And we've repeated that meeting numerous times since then with that group and attention to others. We have a running internal joke with my counterpart from Japan. I have literally now seen him about 8 to 12 times. And our joke is that we see each other more than we see our own families. And so you know, these engagements are very important to us, and we're going to continue to stay very committed because this, as I said to all of our partners, that this notion or idea that the United States would ever be distracted by the Indo-Pacific or even Southeast Asia is impossible. You can't be, maybe it doesn't always, wars get more attention, but it's impossible to not be focused. This is where much of the story of the 21st century is going to be written. This is where 2/3 of economic growth is going to happen over the next 25 or 30 years. And many of the countries in South.
And this is why we got to get the fuck out the Middle East. But this is why they're actually trying to prop Israel up to become the hegemony in the Middle East so that they can go ahead and focus on the Indo-Pacific, like he's discussing, aka namely China.
Southeast Asia, not only are they some of the youngest countries in the world, but they're about to see an enormous expansion of their labor markets, their labor pool, number of workers. This is a historic, once-in-a-generation opportunity, not just for these countries to revolutionize themselves from an economic standpoint, but further strengthen our relationship. We have over 6,000 American companies that have invested heavily in these economies over the last 20 or 30 years. We're not abandoning those relationships. On the contrary, we want to strengthen and build upon them. And there are a bunch of other issues, and certainly trade is part of it. But there are a lot of other issues that we work together on, and we continue to highly prioritize that. The story of the 21st century will be written in the Indo-Pacific. And the countries represented here today, along with others that have joined to be a part of this, represent some of not just important markets, some of the most important partners we have in the world.
Last question. This is obviously a very quick trip. Do you intend to come back to Asia or the Southeast Asian area on a longer trip sometime in the future, near future?
Sure, absolutely. This was a great trip because we got to see, 12, 13, 14, 15 countries that are all here. So these forums, there'll be a leaders forum here in October, which we look forward to being a part of it. We've also engaged with many of our colleagues here at different forums. Many of them, for example, not just at the G7 foreign ministers, they also attended on the sidelines of NATO at the foreign minister level and also at the leaders level. So we'll continue to engage with the region, both in Washington and other places around the world and in our return travel here. So we'll be back in addition, and it's not just me. The Secretary of Defense has been out here. The Deputy Secretary of State will be here next week. So we'll look for other opportunities. Obviously, the Leaders Forum will be here in October as well. So we'll be here, we'll be engaged as we do every single day.
Secretary, there's a review right now by the administration of the AUKUS deal that the last administration forged, and I think that raises some questions among Asia-Pacific allies and partners about the U.S. defense commitment here in Asia. What do you say to people who...
Look, anytime a new administration takes over, there's a review of all policies. I mean, policies are a review doesn't necessarily mean you're against it. We did a review at the State Department of our diplomatic presence around the world because I wanted to know which consulates and embassies could be adjusted both in their size and in their presence, could we consolidate a presence. We did a review. We haven't closed any embassies, but we did a review. So just because you're reviewing something doesn't mean you're going to necessarily act on it. It means you're a new administration and you want to take an audit and an account about all the policies that you've inherited and policies, how they've changed since the last time you were in office when it comes to the Trump administration. So, but our policies on...
As you guys can see, Marco Rubio is obviously a very seasoned politician. He's been doing this for a very long time, has answers for everything, is able to articulate his points, doesn't miss a fucking beat. This is a refined politician, my friends. Very refined politician. He's been doing this for a very long time.
AUKUS have not changed.
Thank
What
you.
else? That's it.
Are you hopeful on a Gaza ceasefire in the next few days?
Well, we're hopeful. I mean, in the end,
we all know what the hell's going to happen there.
and we're hoping they'll move to proximity talks. It appears that generally the terms have been agreed to, but obviously now you need to have talks about how you implement those terms. And I spoke to Steve Woodcock last night, and he's optimistic that proximity talks will begin fairly soon.
And as you guys know, Steve Woodcock is basically one of the chief negotiators, which is interesting because he's involved not just in the Middle East discussions, but he's also involved in these European discussions as well. He's like the special envoy negotiator at the Trump administration, and he's been overseeing especially the Iran / a lot of the Middle Eastern deals. Steve Woodcock is a real estate investor, and if you guys are wondering, yes, okay. Friend of Trump, golfing buddy. He was there when Trump almost got attacked last September, if you guys remember, when he was when they were down in Florida by that guy Ryan Routh or whatever. So close friend of the president, helps with the negotiation stuff.
Soon.
Think of him as like a undeclared. He's like another almost. Because obviously the Secretary of State, right? That's kind of their position as well, being a foreign, dealing a lot with foreign counterparts. But Witkoff does it as well, but unofficially.
Expedited and facilitated by the Qataris and the Egyptians. And so, but we've seen talks fall apart in the past at that stage of proximity talks. So I think we're closer, and I think perhaps, we're closer than we've been in quite a while.
Someone said Ukraine should join NATO. It's the only deterrent to Russia. Bro, you're retarded. That's why they attacked in the first place. What the fuck, dude? Stupid. Bro, that's literally why they attacked in the first place, retard.
And we're hopeful, but we also recognize there's...
Bro's name is Alan Goldberg. It should be Alan Retard Berg.
Still some challenges in the way, and one of the fundamental challenges is Hamas's unwillingness to disarm, which would end this conflict immediately. If they just release the hostages, there shouldn't be a single hostage. There shouldn't...
Yeah, they say that, but the reality is that Israel is gonna continue to bomb Gaza.
Be a single hostage body still left. If they release that and disarm, this would end. But that said, the Israelis...
Yeah, it would end by them getting fucking killed.
Has shown some flexibility here, and so I think we've seen progress made. So we're hopeful, but we also understand that these things have been difficult for a reason. But we're hopeful that they can move to proximity talks pretty quickly and go from there and have a ceasefire in place in the near future.
Are there any sticking points from the Israeli side, such as on aid or the withdrawal of Israeli troops? Where does that stand?
Well, the sticking point would be on the Hamas side. I mean, Hamas basically wants Israel to withdraw completely and allow them to go back to being Hamas. Obviously, the Israelis aren't going to agree to that. I think the easiest way to end this, that's not what the agreement is, but the easiest way to end this is for all the hostages to be released and for Hamas to disarm. Absent that, the Israelis and Hamas, through the through the mediation of Qatar and Egypt, have reached an understanding on a 60-day ceasefire and some elements of that with regards to humanitarian aid through international agencies resuming and so forth. But now you've got to have talks about how do you implement that, and that's where this has fallen apart in the past. We're hopeful that'll work out. We're doing everything we can. We'd like to see a ceasefire. The president's been clear he wants to see a ceasefire. And we've invested a lot of time and energy. I know Steve Woodcock works every single day on this topic alone. So we've invested a lot of time into that. We'd like to see it happen. Okay? All right.
AI impersonator of you? Anything you can say about who was behind that?
No, I mean, anybody. It could happen to anybody. I mean, everybody, especially if you're a public figure, they just got to get enough. Like, they could take the interview out of here today and change it around. So, but, as soon as I found out about it last week, I referred it to the FBI, diplomatic security, and others. It won't be the last time you see me or others, for that matter. Maybe some of you will be impersonated. But it's just a reality of this AI technology that's going on, and it's a real threat.
How did you find out?
Oh, somebody called me. It was a senator that called me and said, "Hey, did you just try to reach me?" And actually sent me a voice recording. It doesn't really sound like me. Maybe you fell for that call, but maybe there was a better one that I didn't see,
That's some crazy shit going on. Okay, so we covered Andrew Tate. We covered what's going on foreign. So here, check this out. We got here, Sam Harris sums up Tucker Carlson and Joe Rogan in one brutally honest clip, only on Jordan Peterson podcast. So here's Jordan Peterson alongside Sam Harris, which, if you're wondering, Here he is. Early life check every time, right? He's an American philosopher, neuroscientist, author, and podcast host. His work touches on a range of topics, including rationality, religion, ethics, free will, determinism, neuroscience, meditation, meditation, psychedelics, philosophy, mind, politics, terrorism, artificial intelligence, blah, blah, blah. What you guys need to know, bottom line about this nigga, he's extremely critical of Islam. Extremely critical of Islam, like many Zionists, for obvious reasons. So here he is having a discussion with Jordan Peterson, and him and Jordan Peterson have opposed each other quite a bit. He swings more left. Peterson, obviously, you guys know, swings more right. But when it comes to Israel, well, same side, baby, as always.
Tucker Carlson, right? And you might, whether you agree with me or not, this is my view of him, that he's not in the truth-seeking, journalistic integrity business. He's got some other political project that entails spreading a fair amount of misinformation, quite cynically and consciously, and smearing lots of people. And in the case of...
So let me get this straight. By interviewing the president of Iran, and then also offering to interview the president of Israel, aka the prime minister of Israel, aka Benjamin Netanyahu, your best friend who you fucking love, that means that he's being biased when he wants to hear both sides of the story? Oh my God. Wow. Must be a terrible journalist. What the fuck? Play that back again.
This is my view of him, that he's not in the truth-seeking, journalistic integrity business. He's got some other political project that entails spreading.
I think if you're willing to interview both sides, you are of the truth-seeking journalism, if you're interviewing both sides. So what the fuck is this guy talking about?
A fair amount of misinformation, quite cynically and consciously, and smearing lots of people. And in the case of, I don't know how deep his anti-Semitism runs.
Bro! It couldn't even wait. What, we're 23 seconds in. Has to drop the fucking anti-Semitism term.
But in the case of that particular topic, midwifing a very misleading conversation with an amateur historian who he considers the greatest historian working in America today, Daryl Cooper, the podcaster.
It's interesting because no one criticized Daryl Cooper until he started talking about World War II. No one really gave a shit until he started, questioning, hey, man, who was the real bad guy in World War II? That's when they started saying, oh, Daryl Cooper bad.
And the opinion expressed, again, this is at the highest possible level in our information ecosystem. It's the largest audience. Few historians in human history have ever had a bigger audience than Daryl Cooper had on Tucker's podcast, and then quickly followed by his appearance on Joe Rogan's podcast.
So clearly, Tucker and Joe Rogan were able to build up huge platforms and bring people on to have these discussions. Like, they have the right to bring on whoever they want and talk about whatever they want. Who the fuck are you to tell them what they can and can't talk about? Especially when they built up their platforms through years of diligence, hard work, consistency. Who the fuck are you to tell them who they can and can't bring on their fucking podcast and what they can and can't talk about? That's fucking ridiculous.
Podcast, right? And on that podcast, he spread the lie that the recycled David Irving point that the Holocaust is not at all what it seemed, and you wouldn't believe it, but the Nazis really never intended to kill the Jews. They just rounded up so many prisoners in their concentration camps and found that they just didn't have enough food during winter to feed them, and they just were put in this just impossible situation. And
yeah, what he's really saying here, chat, what he's really saying here, Frank never barks. Someone knocked on the door, he heard it. What he's really saying here is, I don't want anyone to have a discussion on this topic that challenges the accepted narrative. And the reality is, for you to be able to come to the truth, you have to be able to challenge narratives. And I find it interesting that this one topic is the topic that's illegal in damn near 20 countries. It's the topic that gets you in trouble the most. It's the topic that will get you fucking banned on platforms for even discussing or questioning. And your guy Sam Harris right here, who's supposed to be a philosopher, by the way, which means you should be able to go ahead and exercise critical thinking skills. He's over here saying, yeah, we can't even have this discussion. We can't even have this discussion.
And And might it not seem more compassionate to euthanize these starving prisoners in the end, right? I mean, that's how they accidentally stumbled into the final solution, right? That's what he spread, again, to the...
That's not what he spread whatsoever. Totally mischaracterizing his position.
Largest possible audience. And in Tucker's case, you had a very, I would say, sinister midwifing of that conversation. In Joe's case, he just doesn't know when he's in the presence of recycled David Irving and is just happy to have a conversation with a podcaster of whom he's a great fan. And but yet he's still culpable for not having done enough homework to adequately push back about what's being said.
Why the fuck does he need to push back? The purpose, all right, the purpose of doing interviews a lot of times when you bring a guest on is to hear their perspective, right? And let the people kind of go ahead and decide what they want to hear after that, right? I find it interesting that like the only time they, see, people like Sam Harris and these guys, right? If they came in and were talking about, oh yeah, you know what, I think Islam sucks and all this other crap and all this other shit, he wouldn't give a fuck about anyone pushing back against it, right? And they just sat there and bashed Islam all day, he wouldn't care. Or if they sat there and they bashed something else that doesn't have anything to do with them boys, right? Or their power or their influence or the Cookie Monster event, he wouldn't give a shit at all. He would be like, oh yeah, who cares, man? Just having an open discussion, bro. Like, yeah, talk about whatever, man. I'm a philosopher, critical thinking. We got to be able to have these conversations, etc. But it's incredible to me how these free thinkers, as soon as this topic comes up, immediately, oh, oy vey, shut it down. We can't be talking about this shit. Oh, you should be pushing back. All of a sudden, the burden is on the interviewer, and they have to go ahead and have this discussion, and not just have this discussion, but they got to push back against it. You didn't challenge it hard enough. You need to defend, the accepted narrative, the Jewish narrative, the Zionist narrative, whatever the fuck it is, so that we can go ahead and, preserve that story. It's crazy to me how people will go back on their worldviews, or they'll double back because they want to go ahead and preserve that narrative. And this is what I'm trying to tell you guys. It doesn't matter. Left wing, right wing, where does a bird always go? Always goes to Israel. Sam Harris has also done multiple interviews with your boy Ben Shapiro as well, just so you guys know, right? Why? Because they have a vested interest in the same thing. Jordan Peterson, right winger. Him and Sam Harris have had this, strong disagreements in the past. Why are they doing this podcast? Because of Israel. When it comes to the protection of Israel, there is a fucking mafia chat. And that's what I'm trying to explain to you guys. And we're going to get into some more of this later on. But Sam Harris has been bitching about this Daryl Cooper and Tucker Carlson shit for several months now, almost a year, matter of fact. He's been bitching about this shit. See, they don't want debate. They just want people to be silenced. Censorship is how they run their game.
To his audience, which is the largest podcast audience on earth. So
that he built up on his own.
It's journalistic.
And they can have whoever the fuck they want to have on.
And I know Joe doesn't consider himself a journalist. He considers himself a comedian who's just having fun conversations. Great. But what that is tantamount to at this moment, especially in the context of the worst eruption of anti-Semitism we've ever seen in our life.
You got to ask yourself, why is it that there's this worse anti-Semitism? It's because of fucking behavior. Here, let me show you guys an example of what I mean. Let me show you guys why anti-Semitism is on the rise real fast. Because people think that this is just like, oh, bro, it's so fucked up. Oy vey, this is so, these guys are just like dickheads. Let me show you guys something. So, as you guys can see here, what I'm going to show you guys is a graphic, so, viewer discretion is advised. Look at this. You can see here a paramedic driving with an injured baby, right, in Gaza, trying to resuscitate the baby. And there's injured people in the back, right? Look at this dickhead. Why doesn't the person filming hold the infant so that the driver can use two hands? Shout out to you, electric truck. I appreciate that. the gifted sub. Now, I saw this last night, and it fucking infuriated me. You have a dying child, this man's hands. This guy goes, why doesn't the person filming hold the infant so that the driver can use two hands? Right? So I wrote a response on this. And people wonder why anti-Semitism is on the rise. It's on the rise because of retarded Zionist behavior like the tweet below. There's a fucking baby dying in a man's arms, and your dumbass is more concerned with who's behind the camera? You pussies cry every time missiles come towards Tel Aviv and run towards shelter while you rain missiles down on innocent children. Then you have the nerve to make retarded posts like this. Fuck you and fuck Israel. And this is why people dislike what Israel's doing. Right? Here's another example of what I mean. This dumbass, aka this fucking dumb Jeet, post shit like this all the time. Did Gaza deserve it? Flattened. So as you guys can see, they cheer and celebrate violence. So I respond to this. For a group of people who mourn the deaths of 1,200 responded by leveling a metropolitan area of over 2 million, killing roughly 500 to 200,000 people, this is peak hypocrisy. The kicker? The loss of approximately 1,200 lives on October 7, 2023 was a tragedy used to justify an overwhelming military response in Gaza, home to over 2 million people. Recent estimates suggest up to 186,000 Palestinian deaths. And I sourced my... The Lancet, July 2024, a disproportionate toll that raises questions of hypocrisy and accountability. The details of the 1,200 deaths remain unclear. Former Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant admitted the Hannibal Directive was employed that day, a policy allowing lethal force to prevent soldier abductions, even at the risk of Israeli lives. Official reports confirm at least 379 security personnel were among the dead, leaving roughly 800 civilian casualties. A UN report, June 2024, verified that at least 14 Israeli civilians were likely killed by IDF forces under the Hannibal Directive, with additional evidence suggesting tank shells and helicopter fire capabilities Hamas lacks. What does that mean, chat? That means that a lot of people that were killed at the Nova Music Festival were killed by the IDF. Okay? The exact numbers of Israelis killed by the IDF versus Hamas remains unknown to this day. This ambiguity demands scrutiny. If a significant portion of the 800 civilian deaths were caused by Israeli forces, the justification for a campaign that has killed tens of thousands in Gaza becomes even more questionable. Truth and accountability must prevail. But see, idiots like this say, oh, does Gaza deserve it? So 2 million people deserve to suffer because roughly 800, who we don't even know who killed them, by the way, FYI, we still don't know to this day. We don't know exactly how many casualties were inflicted by Hamas versus the IDF. 2 million die. Tens of thousands of innocent kids die because of this. But the Israelis will sit there and say, oh yeah, totally justified. And then people wonder why no one likes Israel. It's amazing to me how they, like the lack of an ability to understand why people dislike Israel, why people are starting to wake up. It's crazy to me how they don't realize it. They post stupid shit like this because this is what pro-Israeli accounts post. Yeah, death to more innocent people. Woo, let's go. Absolutely fucking nuts, chat. The lack of wherewithal is incredible. And then this dumbass has the nerve to say, well, we've seen the worst eruption of anti-Semitism we've ever seen in our lifetime globally. Hey, motherfucker. Maybe it's because you guys kill kids every fucking day. Have you ever thought about that one? Hundreds of kids are fucking dying every single day, bro. I showed you guys the fucking video. And I don't like to show you guys this stuff, right? Because it's heart-wrenching. It really is. Right? It really is fucking bad. Right? If you go on my thing here, like looking at this is fucking terrible. Right? And then you got the nerve for some of these idiots to say, oh, it's all fake. It's Gaza wood. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Oh, bro, it's all crisis actors. Shut the fuck up. Incredible, man. fucking credible. And I'm sorry that I'm showing you guys this. But I show you guys this so you guys understand what the fuck is going on over there. This is where our tax dollars are going. And you have a right as an American taxpayer to know where your fucking tax dollars are going. It's going to drop bombs on kids. That's where it's going, chat. And then you got fucking retard apologists like this guy coming in saying, oh, well, we got a huge rise in anti-Semitism.
Fatality.
Yeah, because of bad fucking behavior by the Jewish state of Israel. That's why.
Lifetimes globally, that's tantamount to taking absolutely no responsibility for the kind of information that is flowing
just like you guys take no fucking responsibility for your government fucking killing innocent people every single day. Every single day, bro.
Butted into the ears of your audience, right? That's why I got angry at Joe, right? I mean, I love Joe. Joe's a great person. He's completely in over his head on topics of that sort.
And you're completely in over your head defending a fucking genocidal state. How about that one, retard? I think bringing on a historian that has opposing views and challenges certain narratives doesn't rise to the level of egregiousness as you defending a state that is literally killing innocent kids every single fucking day, bro. Every single day. You and fucking Judine Peterson fucking talking about this stupid shit. Two fucking retards. And then this idiot right here, Ayala Boy, this dude's another fucking retard. Like, and then people wonder why nobody likes these niggas, bro. Holy shit. Anyway, sorry guys. I didn't mean to get fucking angry there. But it's very difficult to contain, guys. I'm not gonna lie to y'all, bro. It's really fucking frustrating, man. It's really frustrating because I see this shit on my timeline all the time. I don't show you guys this shit because I don't want to, invoke rage, right? That's not really my goal here. But you guys can kind of see a little bit of why I talk about the shit that I talk about and what pisses me off every time I go on my fucking news feed and I see, and it's way worse, man. Like you'll see kids with blown off limbs, heads blown off, all kinds of like egregious shit. And it makes you say like, what the fuck is going on? How is this happening under our watch? Anyway. All right. Profi says, thanks, man, for all the streams. I'm 22. I work my side hustle and go to college most of the day. And it gets lonely sometimes, but your streams keep me grounded and motivated. I got you, bro. That's what I'm here for, man. Just keep your nose to the ground and keep grinding. Mine for president 2030. Hey, bro. No more aid to Israel. Triz says, hey, Myron, long-time support from the start. I just want to thank you for turning me from a boy to a man. I'm 19, didn't have a dad around, so you turned me into a man I am today. Want to thank you for keep doing what you're doing. My time to give back. Thank you so much, Trizak. I appreciate it, man. All you guys that are on OSS, man, I really appreciate you guys. These are all OSS chats, by the way, guys. If you guys want to go ahead and get your chats right on air so you don't have to worry about... So you don't have to worry about like, the $5 minimum or whatever. Go ahead and join the OSS. And I got a special code that I'm going to share with you guys only on stream. I'm thinking about doing something special where only on stream I share a certain code with you guys. Let's see here. Thoughts on Tom Brady dating Sofia Vergara? She's 52. Didn't hear about it. Too late now. I want to... Hey, man, violence isn't the answer, guys. We're going to beat these guys with ideas. Because the thing is, we got the truth on our side, chat. JR from Dallas gifted a sub on Rumble. Thank you so much, JR from Dallas. The comment section on Andrew Tate's post saying they want me dead really exposes that one. These libtards are way more violent. They encourage people to die because they disagree with their views. Absolutely they do, bro. They're fucking weirdos. Absolutely. Javen Blaze, $2. I appreciate that from the OSS. The boy Thierra, no, subscribe. Thank you so much, bro. Nightly Wisdom, W Show checking in. And guys, this topic, just so you guys know, is precisely what got me demonetized on YouTube. Talking about Israel foreign policy before October 7th. This is what got me jammed up. So, and the person that got me demonetized is a hardcore fucking Zionist over at YouTube. So that's what ended up happening here. But you guys, you guys are seeing a little bit of what I'm talking about here with this fucking bullshit, man. Okay. All right, what else chats do we got here? W Show checking in. Thank you, Nightly Wisdom. Happy to have you in. Goonie says, save the whites. If we do it, it is racist. Caucasians are headed to the endangered species list by our own white liberals. Okay. Albo Ace, would you be able to explain how the Russia-Ukraine conflict affects the rest of Europe and what might happen to or in Europe if Russia completes its objectives? If Russia completes its objectives, what they're basically trying to do is stave off NATO expansion, and they want more influence. Guys, the whole Cold War has always been about influence. It's about affecting your region of influence. That's what it's always been with the Cold War. Because they know that they can't actually fight physically because it would destroy both of us. Russia and the United States would destroy each other. Mutually assured destruction. So it's reverted to a war of influence versus a war of bombs. We got this exclusive community for you. All right. What else? Judicial says, hey, Myron, I don't know if you remember. Last year, they were reporting 50K soldiers a day was dying. That's why Trump was running on the promise to stop the war. Okay, yeah, true. Myron, I meant Donald Trump is acting dumbfounded. Trump is arming Ukraine and then calling Vladimir Putin to see how he's doing in Russia. How would you view this? Okay, I see what you mean. Remember back in 2016 when liberals were chanting, not my president? They were right. Our president has been Bibi the whole time. Facts, bro. Santos, yo, Myron, you lived in Connecticut, New York, and Boston. All bodegas, delis got the same vibe. Ever seen a female making sandwiches? I haven't, and I've been around. Men just run it better every time. Yeah, it happens. I've Savu says, I would like to engrave some shit FNF brand or FNF. Who do I message? Message Icy. Next time we do Fresh and Fit, just send in the chat. And when Icy's and everything. And she'll give you guys the P.O. box. Got my OSS skull sweater and Top's Myron sweater. It's sick. Let's go. Appreciate that, man. Which crypto coins would you suggest getting in on? Well, Bitcoin is a little high, bro. So I would say go ahead and get an Ethereum, bro. Ethereum is still an affordable amount. Under 3,000. And we know that it's not going to go anywhere. There's ETFs on it, everything else. TPC Films, W Cameron, my brother, just got home and charged my phone to see the stream. Everything looks good, brother. Are you able to switch the angles to further assess? Yeah. So TPC, since I know that you're on stream, and for those of you that are wondering, TPC Films, once again, I shouted him out at the beginning, but I'm going to shout him out again. He is the one that's responsible for this fantastic and crispy camera that you guys are seeing right now. He adjusted it for me. And then you guys can see here on camera too. He adjusted this one. This is a Sony A7R, by the way, guys. The first camera angle is a Sony FX3. This is a Sony A7R. And then this is another angle for you, TPC, so you can see. And then camera 4, which you also worked on, is right there, the above camera angle. So, yeah, man, we're these are all the different camera angles. So shout out to my guy TPC Films for helping out. He was here last night after we finished up the 1 verse 9. He stuck around and helped me with that. So thank you so much, bro. Greatly appreciated. Let's see here. The shiznit, I like going to Subway and seeing a chick make my sandwich, especially giving her directions on how I want it. This nigga, bro. All right. Okay. All right, let's get to the next topic. So I thought this was really interesting. Look at this. Shout out to Electric Truck with the gifted sub. Thank you so much, bro. And those of you that are watching on Kick, if you guys are brokies, say that you're a brokey and someone in the chat will probably go ahead and gift you a sub.
Bar is up here, and all I'm receiving these days is bare minimum.
Wait, you're 25 and you've never had a man, you've never been in a relationship?
I was plus size till I was 18.
But that was, what,
I love how she says, I was plus size till I was 18. So you were fat. Okay, got it.
8 years ago?
Oh, I'm down. Come close. I'm about to be
Oh, yeah, she's insufferable. You can already tell.
25. That's not that far away. But, like, when I got officially...
And she's still fat.
Slimmer at 19, I was like, okay, I'm going to get a boyfriend. Everyone just wants to fuck. Guys like girls with no personality. I intimidate half of the people I try to entertain.
You can tell that she's insufferable already.
Nobody can handle it. Have you been watching Love Island? I am Amaya, and I won't settle for less. If I'm not the book you should be reading, then don't motherfucking read it, bitch.
Bombocat! Okay, let me ask you
Take
then.
me as you take me.
Let me ask you.
No, you take me. See, then don't fucking drink it, bitch.
What would you bring to a man's life besides looks?
No, and this is the number one thing that people should hear. I can offer myself everything. When I want a man, I need you to be adding to my life because I could sit in my room by myself
What would you
and
add to
enjoy
his
my
life?
That's not I am the prize, my guy. And
So, viable question, no answer.
I feel like no, hold on, and I feel like that's not to my life because I could sit in my room by myself
What would you
and
add to
enjoy
his
my
life?
That's not
So let me get this straight. There's a burden performance on the guy to give something to her, but there's no burden performance on her to give something to him. Modern women chat.
I'm the prize, my guy. And I feel like no, hold on, and I feel like I'm not trying to add to anybody's life. I'm a woman. I'm not seeking a man. I'm not seeking that. If a guy is coming into my space and he wants to be with me, I need you to be adding to my life because if you're not, I enjoy sitting alone by myself, talking to myself, being alone with myself, and I enjoy it and I love it.
Usually men don't bring peace to your life. They bring trauma.
Wow. Wow. All right, let's play this again and go through it. Before I do that, though, real quick word from our sponsor. We got this exclusive community for you guys where we could talk about the stuff that we want to talk about. The O/Squad, aka the OSS, is finally here. But without further ado, guys, you're going to get a bunch of perks from joining. Number one, you're going to be able to call into the show when I have call-in sections on the debrief. I'm going to be talking to the OSS members only on there. Also, you guys are going to get discounts on merch and exclusive drops that only OSS members have access to. On top of that, we're going to do one annual meetup completely free on 420 once a year right here in Miami. And then on top of that, whenever I travel, I'm going to let you guys know with the Telegram chat so you can go ahead and do a meetup there because you're an OSS member. My goal here, guys, is to have you guys be able to support the mission without breaking the bank. We're going to keep membership dues low. You're obviously going to get discounts with annual codes and all types of opportunities to get a better price point. This is basically going to be done so we can continue doing what we're doing, expand the debrief, expand the O/Squad, and be able to have the independence, quite frankly, that is very tough to come by nowadays in a pro-censorship regime. All right. And I got something special for you ninjas here in a second. I just put a poll up for you guys on YouTube. See what percentage you guys are in there. And I might have something for you guys that's only going to be available on this stream. All right, so let's go back through this while you guys vote in the poll. Vote for me, guys, on the poll for me. If you're watching on YouTube, I need to get a poll on on Rumble, man. We need a poll on Rumble.
How old are you?
I'm about to be 25.
Do you have a man?
No, I've never had a man because my bar is up here and all I'm receiving these days is bare minimum.
Okay, so step one, no man. No one has ever taken her on, right? And she's 25 years old. First red flag.
You're 25 and you've never had a man? You've never been in a relationship?
I was plus size till I was 18.
Okay, that's fine. That's not really an excuse, but that's fine because even fat girls can still find a guy. So what that really means is she was fat and she was selective, which is going to be an L. That's what forced her to course correct and lose the weight.
But that was, what, 8 years ago?
Calm down, come close. I'm about to be 25, that's not that far away. But like when I got officially slimmer at 19, I was like, okay, I'm gonna get a boyfriend. Everyone just wants to fuck. Guys like.
Now, the reason why they want to fuck is because she probably doesn't add any value outside of that, which you guys are gonna see here in a second.
Like girls with no personality, I intimidate half of the people I try to
When women say that they intimidate half the guys, translation, they're insufferable, so men can't stand with them long term. They dislike their masculinity, they dislike their rudeness, their abrasiveness, etc. You guys can already tell from the way that she's speaking that this is a very A-type personality woman. This woman is not going to be a good mate for you as a guy, 9 out of 10 times. Okay? Extremely abrasive, extremely loud, obnoxious, right? And the thing is, look, I'll be honest with y'all. A lot of women think this way, just so you guys know, right? Like they might not voice this, But a lot of women think like this, chat, in America. Okay?
And nobody can handle it.
Have you been watching Love Island? I am Amaya, and I won't.
So what does she do? She compares herself to an insufferable woman from television. Another red flag. So modern women are more concerned with behaving like TV celebrities than a good girlfriend.
Settle for less.
Won't settle for less.
If I'm not.
So she's comparing herself to someone who is on television. This regular ass chick out in the middle of the street that's overweight with an annoying voice is saying, I'm like XYZ, so I'm going to go ahead and demand more just like XYZ. This is the equivalent of me saying, oh, yo, I'm like Tom Brady. I deserve everything that Tom Brady deserves. See, I would sound fucking stupid if I said that. Because Tom Brady is an NFL star and has multiple championships. Not saying that this bitch is, won multiple championships that she's comparing herself to, but you guys understand my point here.
The book you should be reading, then don't motherfucking read it.
If I'm not the book that you want to be reading, then don't motherfucking read it, bitch. And then women wonder why, women like her wonder why they're single. This is insufferable. It's one thing for you to be fat and not as attractive, but it's another thing for you to be fat and unattractive, and obnoxious.
Bitch.
Okay, let me ask.
And the funny part is that they're laughing because they think this is cute. Guys, they know that this is going to go on the internet. And they're still behaving like this. This is what I mean when I tell you guys that modern women don't respect men anymore. Are you guys waking up and catching on finally? Modern women don't respect a majority of men. This is why they behave this way. They see themselves as better than you. This is why they behave and speak in the way that they do. I'm just glad that these women are actually, expressing it overtly so that you guys can see. But even the quiet girls think like this, chat. You can see her friend here is laughing. You can tell she's the more quiet one, but she's getting the batteries getting put in her back from this one. But a lot of women think this way, chat. A lot.
Take me as you take me.
Take me as you take me. So in other words, I reserve the right to not take you how you come, but you do not have to reserve the right to take me how I come. So in other words, I can be however I want to be. You must accept it. However, you cannot be however you're going to be, and I take it. This is the fundamental problem with modern dating. This is the fundamental problem. There's only standards on men, never on women. Never on women. And you're going to see this even more so in the next question.
Hey, no, you're cup and tea, then don't fucking drink it, bitch.
I don't even know what the fuck she just said. What the fuck did this incoherent bitch say?
Let me ask you that.
Take me as you take me.
Let me ask
Hey,
you.
no, you're cup and tea, then don't fucking drink it, bitch.
If I'm not your cup of tea, then don't drink it, bitch. Incredible. Fucking incredible. And see, they think this is cute. Look at them looking at camera, smiling and shit. Guys, 70 years ago, this type of behavior would be deplorable. They would be shunned by society. They would be ridiculed, made fun of. That's not very ladylike. Their ability to find a man would be hindered. Women acted right before. Now they don't. And the reason why they don't is because we got so many fucking simps that enable this behavior. It's a fucking travesty, man. It really is. It really is.
What would you bring to a man's life besides looks?
Now, that's a viable question. She obviously has been complaining that her standards are up here. She can't find a guy to measure up. Right? You need to take me as I come. Right? This is all very arrogant behavior. So rightfully so, your boy asks her, well, what do they get back in return?
No, you're taking tea, then don't fucking drink it, bitch.
What would you bring to
a man's life?
Man's life besides looks?
No, and this is the number one thing that people should hear. I can offer myself.
So she doesn't answer the question and instead talks about what she can offer herself. Okay.
Everything. When I want a man, I need you to be adding to my life because I could sit in my room by myself.
Okay. So in other words, they need to add value to your life because you can provide enough for your own. Okay.
What would you add to?
Now he responds obviously with a very good question. Okay, well, what would you add to his life then? Right? Obviously, he's got to add to your life. Fair. Cool. You have standards. Okay, what does he get back in return?
His life. That's not. I am the prize, my guy.
I'm going to rewind that again for you guys because I want you guys to hear this.
This is the number one thing that people should hear. I can offer myself everything. When I want a man, I need you to be adding to my life because I could sit in my room by myself and enjoy my life.
What would you add to his life?
That's not. I am the prize, my guy. And I.
This video is very important. As much as it's annoying for me to play this back and listen to these fucking hyenas speak and their obnoxious, screeching fucking voices and their stupidity, right? Because I'll be honest with you guys, I'm tired of listening to women speak. I've been doing it for a very long time. I've literally spoken to thousands of women. I don't think there's anyone else on the internet that understands the female psyche better than I do when it comes to modern women, or spoken to more women than I have. Okay? But there's a reason why I keep playing this part for you guys. And the reason why I'm playing this part for you guys multiple times, because I want you guys to understand that this is how they think. Whether they're quiet, educated, stupid, intelligent, high-paying job, low-paying job, it doesn't matter. The hardware might be different, but the software is almost always the same. Western women in general believe that you must provide all the value while they don't have to. So in other words, it's non-negotiable for you to add something, but it is negotiable for them to add something. Now, this is very important because this is the fundamental problem when it comes to modern dating and dealing with women in America and the Western world in general. Since most women don't feel as though they need to do anything to earn your commitment, what this has done is it's created almost an ambiance where women think that they're better than you. And it shows in their behaviors and how they deal with the opposite gender. The fact that she could sit there, the hubris to be on camera, knowing that this video is going to get out to thousands of people and say, I have high expectations. I've never had a guy before, and I can provide for myself, so he needs to give me something. And then for the interviewer to ask her back a very logically sound question and say, well, what does he get in return? And she says, oh, well, nothing, basically. I'm the prize. Me just existing, I'm the prize. This hubris is what modern day women exuberate every single day in America. And this is what we got. This is what you guys are fighting for. Just so you guys know. This is what you guys are fighting for. This is why I tell you guys, you got to be 35 or older, $100,000 per year, 6 months to 1 year of savings. Be in good shape. Have your money on point. This is what awaits you guys. I'm just thankful that this woman is being honest because this is how they all think, chat. I would argue something around 90, not all, but I would say about 80 to 90% of women think this way. Do you not get it yet? Your value is non-negotiable. My value is negotiable. So in other words, I don't have to bring anything to the table but myself. I exist. That's good enough. You exist and provide value. Basically, if you guys tuned into the episode that I did the other day, I talked about how many modern women have low credit scores, but they go to the bank trying to get loans. 400 credit score, but they want to go ahead and get a loan for $1 million to buy a home. Right? And what ends up happening is most of these women don't qualify. But they keep coming back to the bank anyway because people tell them that they deserve to be in the bank and get the $1 million loan. I'm here to tell you, all these bitches, a majority of them, got a 420 credit score. But they all think that they deserve a loan on $1 million house with no money down. In other words, women write checks that they can't fucking cash. Exhibit A, right fucking here. This woman is average looking at best, overweight, loud voice, obnoxious, and extremely entitled. If an average bitch thinks this way, what do you guys think hot bitches think like?
Welcome, punch!
Are you getting it now, chat? So when I sit there and I say, yo, you got to have your shit together with these women, I don't want to hear nothing about, oh, bro, I'm just going to find a good Christian girl. Even the good Christian girls think this way, chat. That's what I'm trying to explain to y'all, man. Social media, the internet, society, in this gynocentric social order has set it up where women think they deserve the best for nothing. 400 credit score? No problem. You get a high value guy. Fat and rude? No problem. You deserve a high value guy. You're a stupid whore? No problem. You get a high value guy. These bitches think they're Oprah. You get a man and you get a man and you get a man. No. No. But the entitlement is through the fucking roof. If she was a virgin, not fat, not obnoxious like this, then maybe she could go ahead and have these high standards. But a lot of these women don't qualify for what they want. But they'll sit there and look you with a straight face and say, yeah, I deserve a top tier guy, when they're a fucking bottom tier woman. This is the dating market, chat. I'm sorry. And a lot of you guys think the Bible's going to save you, the Quran or the Torah. It's not. Because like I told you guys before, you read the book, you stick to the book, you play by the rules of the book. They don't. Do you understand? You can't play a game with someone and follow the rules when they don't have to follow the rules. You believe in God, you fear God, she doesn't. You believe in marriage, she doesn't. Especially when it no longer serves her. I hate to use Steven Crowder as an example again, but that's somebody that you guys all know. Devout Christian guy, over 6 feet tall, super high status, lots of money, had a Christian wife. What'd she do? Bitch tried to put out a fucking video and destroy his career, trying to extort him for money, trying to destroy his legacy. So for all my, tradcons out there, that's what awaits you if you don't go into this fucking dating marketplace with your eyes wide open. You're playing by the rules of the Bible. She's not. Man, this shit is painful to see, man.
I feel like, no, hold on, and I feel like I'm not trying to add to anybody's life. I'm a woman. I'm not seeking a man. I'm not seeking that. If a guy is coming into my space and he wants to be with me, I need you to be adding to my life, because if you're not, I enjoy sitting alone by myself, talking to myself, being alone with myself, and I enjoy it and I love it.
Usually men don't bring peace to your life.
That's not true. When women sit there and they say, oh, I enjoy being by myself, whatever, that is cap, bro. That is cap. These bitches go to sleep crying, dude. They won't admit that for obvious reasons, but these bitches go to sleep crying, bro. Telling y'all, man. Telling y'all.
If they bring trauma.
All right. So we got 73% of you guys are not in the OSS. So what I'm going to do is, since you guys are watching on stream, flash sale for you niggas. Got something special for you guys. what I'm going to do is, since you guys are watching our stream, I'm going to put this in all the chats for you guys. I'm going to give you guys a special code. You can join the OSS right now for only $1. Special code for you guys. All right? It's only going to be live while we're on stream. Once I get off stream, I get off. But I'm giving it to all the live viewers that watch the show. And you guys support the show. So I'm going to drop it for you guys here in a second. It's a funny code. Hold on. Actually, let me. I'll get it here for you guys in a second.
How old are
So it gives you guys an opportunity to get in at a really good price point. I'll play this back one more time. Give me 1 second.
are you?
I'm about to be 25.
Do you have a man?
No, I've never had a man because my bar is up here and all I'm receiving these days is bare minimum.
Wait, you're 25 and you've never had a man? You've never been in a relationship?
I was plus size till I was 18.
But that was, what, 8 years ago?
Calm down, come close. I'm about to be 25, that's not that far away. But like when I got officially slimmer at 19, I was like, okay, I'm gonna get a boyfriend. Everyone just wants to fuck. Guys like girls.
That's a big tell right there. The fact that guys only want to fuck her, that tells you that she's insufferable. Literally, that proves the point that she is insufferable.
Girls with no personality. I intimidate half of the people I try to entertain.
And nobody can handle it.
Have you been watching Love Island? I am Amaya, and I won't settle for less. If I'm not the book you should be reading, then don't motherfucking read it, bitch.
Okay, let me ask you then.
Take me as you take me.
Let me ask you.
If I'm not your cup of tea, then don't fucking drink it, bitch.
What would you bring to a man's life besides looks?
No, and this is the number one thing that people should hear. I can offer myself everything. When I want a man, I need you to be adding to my life because I could sit in my room by myself
What would you
and
add to
enjoy
his
my
life?
That's not I am the prize, my guy. And I feel like no, hold on, and I feel like I'm not trying to add to anybody's life. I'm a woman. I'm not seeking a man. I'm not seeking that. If a guy is coming into my space,
Women are always seeking that. They'll lie and they'll say, guys, never believe women when they say I'm single by choice. That is literally a lie. A big fucking lie. Okay? When a woman says, just so you guys understand how ridiculous that is when women say I'm single by choice, let's go into a dream scenario. If your boy walked into the room, right, and you know that this nigga's a chronic gooner, always gooning, right, to porn, and he told you, yo, I get hella bitches, I can get a new one every day. I choose to not get these women. You will laugh at him, right? You'd be like, what, nigga? The fuck? You get no bitches. You walk off to porn every day. Right? We would roast him. That's exactly what it means when women say the dumb shit about I'm single by choice. No, you're not, bitch. You're single because you can't land a guy. You're single because you cannot get a guy to commit to you. So never let women fool you and say that dumb shit about, oh yeah, I'm single by choice. No, you're not. You are single by force. Okay? Might not be overt force, but you are single because you literally are insufferable. And men don't want to commit to you. Or the man that you want doesn't want to commit to you.
and he wants to be with me. I need you to be adding to my life, because if you're not, I enjoy sitting alone by myself, talking to myself, being alone with myself, and I enjoy it and I love it.
Usually men don't bring peace to your life, they bring...
All right, guys, so I got a special code for you niggas that I'm going to use real quick.
Drama.
Let's get into the next topic real fast. Oh, okay, so this is a good one. What we're going to cover next is, this is a pretty damn good one. Hold on. Bear with me, ninjas. I got like 1 million monitors here, and as you guys know, All right. Okay. So, what the fuck? Sorry, guys. Today's the 9th. Oh, hold on. No, sorry, my bad. Wrong day. Okay, so we'll make it. Boom, there we go. Now it'll work. All right. Okay, ninjas, I just generated a code for you guys real quick. So, here you guys go. For YouTube niggas, because 73% of you guys are not in the OSS, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to make it a little bit easier for you guys. You guys can join in for $1 using this special promo code that I just made for you guys just now. I think you guys are going to laugh at it. Bam. It's pinned right there for you, for all you niggas. Go ahead and get in there, guys. First 50, it's only for 50 people. So the first 50 people to join, get it? So you're able to join in at $1. Code is there pinned. Oh, hold on. So there you go, ninja. There you ninjas go. No, I don't have it. I don't have an annual one. So yeah, the first month will be the first month will be $1, and it goes to 10 after that. So that's for you niggas to join up and just be able to get in. And you guys can go ahead and join the funny chat that we got going on. There you go, niggas. There's your coupon code, niggas. All right. Speaking of J1 month, this is your boy, Rabbi Retard.
Hi, everyone. In about an hour, I'm going to be on Australian national television. I hope that you'll all watch it, God willing, calling openly for the United States to ban Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese from entering the United States of America. This is a column that I penned 2 days ago that has gone viral all over Australia. It's being discussed in the national Australian media. Albanese says that there's no place for anti-Semitism in Australia. Well, guess what? Mr. Albanese, there's no place for you in the United States of America. You have not even visited Melbourne since the Gehenna Shabbos, the Sabbath from hell last week, where in a single night, the world famous East Melbourne synagogue was almost burned to the ground, victim of arson. An Israeli-owned restaurant like the ones that surround me was attacked by a mob.
Well, you guys saying it won't let you join? Well, guys, if you already are in the OSS, then obviously it's not going to work. You have to be a non-member.
You continued to play tennis in December when the most frequented shul, prayed at shul.
Bro did this video while he was drunk, bro. This is crazy.
In all of Australia was literally burned to the ground, the Adas synagogue in Melbourne. It took you days to arrive there. So you know what, Prime Minister Albanese, I want to save you time, my brother. You live in Canberra, and mostly in Sydney. And that's an hour from Melbourne. If you can't spend 60 minutes getting on a plane, why would you spend 20 hours coming to our great country? You have become an Australian embarrassment. I want you all to know that my wife's family were granted sanctuary by the beautiful and great country of Australia in the early 1950s, when Australia accepted more than 50,000 survivors, and there were only 50,000 Australian Jews at the time, a 1-for-1 ratio one of the most generous, proportionately, countries in the world. And Australian Jewry flourished. Now, I lived there for 2 years of my life, and I fell in love with an Australian. I fell in love with an Australian. My wife's Australian. I'm the father of 9 Australian children. So this is not easy for me to say, but say it I must. Australia has become a cesspit of the most deplorable anti-Semitism that I personally experienced myself being there 3 months ago. When my speech was disrupted and the police came saying they were going to arrest everyone and quickly let them go. They do nothing. Australia's become a cesspit where on October 9th, 2023, just 2 days after the October 7th Holocaust-level massacre of Jews, the Sydney Opera House saw 1,000 people chanting gas at Jews, and Albanese, not one person was arrested. Prime Minister Albanese, we will do everything in our power to have you sanctioned by the United States, specifically in the form of your being refused entry into this great nation, because America is the land of the free and the home of the brave, and you, my friend.
So let me get this straight. They're trying to keep him out of the Prime Minister of Australia. This guy right here, Anthony Albanese. He's an Australian politician serving as the 31st and current Prime Minister of Australia since 2022. He has been the leader of the Labour Party since 2019 and the Member of Parliament for the New South Wales division of Grayndler since 1996. So he's from Sydney. So they're trying to keep this guy from coming to the United States. Dude, if this doesn't prove, and I commented here, this is fucking ridiculous. Being indifferent to anti-Semitism gets you banned as a prime minister. Israel kills innocent kids every day. Guys, when I tell you guys that these guys have too much fucking influence and power, how the fuck are we sitting here banning a prime minister from Australia, one of our greatest allies, a member of the Five Eyes, by the way, because of them boys? Makes no goddamn sense. And then you got this retard, Rabbi Shmuley, being the one to be the main cheerleader for this. Bro, this is what they do. They cancel you, they ban you. Absolutely wild, dude. Absolutely nuts that this is even being allowed. Too much influence, bro. Too much fucking influence. Incredible. So I just want to share that with you guys. Guys, so let me know. The link should be working for you guys. It's going to be live until midnight, by the way, chat. It's going to be live until midnight. That link I gave you guys is pinned. Oh, shit. There you go. I pinned it for you guys. It's pinned on YouTube. I'm going to pin it for you guys everywhere else. And it allows you guys to chat get your super chats read for only $1. So join it for $1, man. And then it goes to 10 after that. And that support helps us stay independent, chat. Because as you guys know, YouTube is a bunch of fucking bitch-ass niggas. All right, it's pinned in all the chats for you guys. All right, let me go ahead and read some super chats here from you guys. Thank you guys so much. Let's see here. And guys, it's only up, I think, to the first 50. First 50 get the code. Okay. So make sure you take action now, guys. It's going to be only open until midnight, and then I only got the code. It's verifiable for only 50 people. So get in there now, bro, while you guys can. Get in at a steal. Holy shit, we got a lot of chats here. Okay. Okay. The Shiznit says, Torta alert LMAO. Okay. TPC says, the coloration and quality is beautifully matched. The only thing I might fix is putting camera on your right on manual focus so it doesn't catch your hands. If it's something simple we can do over the phone. But other than that, my brother, everything is fire. Okay, awesome. TPC, I'll call you after the show. 11-teen. So is this female tendencies or black woman tendencies? Also, she's too fat to have this type of ego. Bro, I'm telling you, man, they all have this ego. A majority of them have this ego. Unknown King says, can you have the desirable truth as a womanizer Wednesday guest? Yes, we will. We will. It's just that he comes here sporadically, so whenever he comes, it's like the timing is off. Let me text him right now. You're an OSS member, you asked? Let me message him real quick right now while we're on air. See? The OSS guys ask and I make it happen. Just message them now, bro. Unknown says, she went from insufferable obese bitch to an insufferable fat bitch who vapes and still thinks she's a prize. You can't make this shit up, bro. I'm telling you, man. Unknown King, Porky had 8 years to lose the weight and she's still fat. Facts. Unknown King says, bitch has the mentality of an offensive lineman. I'm telling you, bro. Padawan says she won't even let him conduct the interview. Bruh, the reason you're still fat is because you spend so much time depression eating. Touch some grass. Yep. Voice says she drinks a lot too. Alcohol. Yep, that's why she's fat. Myron, she's won multiple eating championships. You already know it. Padawan, fat and not even self-aware to be humble. No, this broad thinks she's really the shit. I'm telling y'all, man. Pim Rogers, wonder if, shout out to SXM with the 5 gifted. We got our guy Mordecai on the screen. Thank you, bro. Pim Rogers, wonder if you've caught this interview of Rothschild 8 years ago and how they established Israel. I probably have. I've seen a lot of stuff on them. Speedy says, if a girl ever puts a man in a friend zone, he would just say, I don't go into the friend zone. I burn it down to the ground, aka walk away from her and never talk to her again. Aline says, I'm 26-year-old last night was asking for $8,000 a month and she had nothing to offer but use coochie. Some of these women need to be... hey, man, it's crazy. Militant Hirsch, my ex-wife was Christian and swore up and down she was different. She ended up being exactly how I described here. W. Myron. Bro, I got you, man, Militant Marsh. I'm telling y'all, bro. Mary says, I've recently visited ASU main campus, and man, there's a lot of bad 304s in Tempe, but I haven't seen any potential wives. You visit ASU to make ASU women cry? I will, but yes, women in Arizona, yeah, bro, they're whores. Arizona State, dude, Sun Devils, bro, they're the devil for a reason. Nah, make them pay more? It's fine, bro. $1 to join up, and then it goes to 10 from there. I ran the promo before at 4. So, is it working though, guys? Is the code working? Should be working. All right. All the $1 monkeys are leaving next month. In Esther Villar's book, The Polygamous Sex, she submits that as long as women double dip in traditionalism and feminism, men have the right to never be monogamous. Okay. Interesting. I've never seen that book. Guido says, when a girl says she's single by choice, she's telling the truth. She's single by choice, just not her choice. Mr. Crucible, Mr. Crucible. Mendy and man say, that's funny. Hey, YouTube losers, $1. Come on, you can't be that broke. Homeless asked for $5 now. What the fuck? Okay. Steelwall says, Myron, understand the criteria of getting my shit together. Would you recommend upgrading our car also? Oopty does everything if woman is not impressed. Yeah, bro, don't upgrade your car. Fuck that shit. You $1 niggas can't send in $1 super chats like this. Pay $3 for today. I'm lost. Holocaust level attack on October 7th. How many Jays died in Holocaust? Are you equating that to October 7th? I'm confused by your question, bro. By the Myron, what's up, big bro? Just joined the stream. Have you pondered those 4 questions you would ask Benjamin if you had on the pod? Yeah, I said them yesterday. Autistic, just subscribe. Welcome. Can you just, okay, so see some of you guys, the code is working for some of you guys. Awesome. And guys, remember, it goes to 10 after this month, nigga, so. Can you react to why the Two-State Solution is Impossible documentary by GDF one day? I could. I agree with him, though. Federal court in Australia passed a law separating anti-Zionism and criticizing State of Israel and anti-Semitism. I don't think it's really relevant globally, though. What are your thoughts? Love from over here. That's good that they passed that law, but they're going to conflate the two, bro. They're always going to conflate the two. The lady in white in the interview will give him a headache and other unwanted things, bro. I'm telling you, bro. These girls are the worst. Okay, let me read some of these stream elements chats. Anti-Semcast says, He is not even indifferent. Australia has very bunch of laws to combat anti-Semitism, and WN dudes get arrested for wearing swastikas or even something that resembles that. Wow. Okay. J.A. Barnes. Yo, Jay Barnes, honestly, bro, all you do is come in to talk shit, bro. Like, why do you even watch the show? Why do you even watch the show? It's weird to me, bro. Off topic, but the trailer that Candace put out for the Nick interview really sneak Jay shit. I'm confused. Ian Long says, pay my dues, appreciate your consistency and hard work. Shout out to, where is it? Hold on. Shout out to I haven't joined Discord yet, but I will when I get home. Is there a section for stock/crypto would be nice? I think there is a section on there. No, that's I think only in the Telegram. Andy the Beaner says, yo, Myron, love your content. So does my brother Steve. I wonder if you'll ever get into the Hillary Clinton, Huma, Ben, Anthony Weiner, Frazzle conspiracy. No one seems to talk about it. Probably not, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. Don't really care about Hillary Clinton, dude. I mean, if there was a demand for it, maybe, but yeah. JPD, yo, someone's exposing business corruption in real time. Check this out, IBAfiles.com. Bro, that website looks sus. All right. Okay. So next thing, you guys wanted me to react to this interview that Patrick Bet-David did with CIA whistleblower John Kiriakou. Before we go ahead and do that, let me take a quick piss chat, and then we're going to go ahead and get into this. And also, I got this interesting video to show you guys from Ian Malcolm on your boy Jeffrey Epstein as well. So, okay, I read all the chats. Let me make sure we're good here. All right, give me 1 second, ninjas. I'm going to take a quick whiz. Actually, you know what? I'll just play this video for you guys while I take the whiz. This is a good video.
His island, of course, had a palatial New York row house, which was endlessly visited by world leaders, including Ehud Barak, the former Prime Minister of Israel, and countless others. Now, what's curious about that row house is that his next-door neighbor while there, again to Jeffrey Epstein, was none other than Howard Lutnick, the Jewish individual who is Donald Trump's Secretary of Commerce. So one of the most powerful people of the Trump administration was living next door to Jeffrey Epstein. Number 2, Ghislaine Maxwell, the famed right-hand woman of Jeffrey Epstein, also Jewish, is of course photographed endlessly with people like Donald Trump, with Elon Musk, with Hillary and Bill Clinton. Ghislaine also, of course, was at the wedding of Chelsea Clinton, very curious. And Ghislaine Maxwell's father, Robert, was not only an Israeli super spy, there's an entire book about his esteemed life doing so and spying on behalf of Mossad and Israel, but also a billionaire whose personal friend, Samuel Pizar, happens to also be the stepfather to none other than Secretary Anthony Tony Blinken, who under the Biden administration, many people claim
crazy connections, chat,
was running the country. Joe Biden's children, all married Jews. Kamala Harris married a Jew. But the person running the country not only was Jewish, but also a longtime family friend of none other than Robert Maxwell, father of Ghislaine. Number 3.
The great noticing is here.
Peter Thiel, who many individuals
literally a cocksucker, by the way,
recognize as the groomer of J.D. Vance. Not only did he fund his rise to political prominence, but also employed him at multiple companies prior to doing so. Now, Peter Thiel, obviously the funding behind Palantir, with its Jewish CEO Alex Karp, which was recently given massive contracts from the government to build databases on all U.S. citizenry, which should give us pause. But prior to Palantir, Peter Thiel was involved in endless Silicon Valley startups, including Carbine 911, which on its board of directors included Ed Barak, who we previously mentioned visited Jeffrey Epstein's home, and in addition also had monetary ties to none other than Jeffrey Epstein himself. Not only is the Trump and Vance administration tied directly to Epstein, but so was the Biden administration, the Trump administration, the Obama administration, and all the way back to the Clintons. So for 25 plus years, this has been a developing, blossoming relationship. Now in the present, why aren't we seeing these files released? Why aren't we seeing these people investigated? Ash Patel, whose girlfriend, prior to meeting Cash at a formal...
And I know some of you guys mentioned his girlfriend. This is his girlfriend, by the way, because a lot of people make jokes and say, bro, how the hell did this fucking Jeet get this chick?
...function, who happens to be half his age, 1,000 times his beauty, happened to work for PragerU, whose senior-most leadership of all places prior to PragerU was working for...
Yeah, Mercer Strait used to work for the IDF Unit 8200, guys, which is like their signal agency, kind of like equivalent of our NSA.
Israeli 8200 Mossad, the literal intelligence agency of the Israeli government. Rather curious, which brings us to number 5, which is the extended Blinken family. Because not only are the Blinkens directly connected to Robert Maxwell and family through Samuel Pizar, we have Tony Blinken's wife, Evan Riley, whose grandfather is none other than James Rowley, the individual who was the head of the Secret Service during the Kennedy assassination. So what do we have? We've got world leaders that at every angle are tied into what appears to be a blackmail, bribery, espionage, and in some cases, a assassination brigade that are out and at every turn have...
I'm eating blackberries, chat. I'm eating blackberries, and also what I got here as well is I got this like iconic grass-fed protein shit. Niggas aren't paying me. By the way, I'm just eating it because this has like a serving of spinach in it. Get some greens, you know what I'm saying? You got to get some greens, guys.
Have subverted the U.S. politicians and the U.S. government for the exclusive benefit of the nation of Israel, which might be why the United States has been doling out endless dollars, not only to Israel, but also to Jewish leaders the world over, including...
our boy Zelensky, a.k.a.
Zelensky over in Ukraine, as well as Keir Starmer in the UK, both of those individuals Jewish, as well as the world leaders who are now in charge of El Salvador, Panama, Venezuela.
And I got some blueberries here as well. And isn't it interesting that some odd reason there's like presidents that are them boys in South America when there's like none of them there in South America?
Mexico and countless other South and Central American nations.
Malay and Scheinenbaum in Mexico and Argentina? That's strange.
Even those where Jews might not be more than one in every 50,000 citizens. So what do we have for Epstein? We have basically what looks like a Jewish intelligentsia that have been utilizing the Epstein Island as the latest rendition of the same blackmail, espionage, and bribery game that has been in effect all the way back to the assassination of JFK, which many mark as the turning point at which the United States was completely subverted by the nation of Israel.
And that is you guys know me. I've told you guys this a few times on the show. I told y'all a while ago that basically the United States took a pivotal foreign policy shift after John F. Kennedy died. After John F. Kennedy was assassinated, Lyndon B. Johnson came in and like 10x'd aid to Israel, stopped the nuclear inspections, stopped the Pharaoh registration, and ever since, our alliance with Israel has gotten stronger and stronger and stronger, and Lyndon B. Johnson absolutely was the first president to usher in this unequivocal support of Israel, and they're our greatest ally. Lyndon B. Johnson was the beginning of that. John F. Kennedy was the last president to stand up to the power of the Israeli lobby, and he's dead. So I should tell you guys what you need to know. Absolutely nuts. And then also when it comes to Epstein, let's go ahead and handle this because I didn't get to go into this fully, but yesterday like I wanted to. But you guys got to understand this. We're never going to get the Epstein files. And it's very simple. Number one, a lot of the people are still alive. Number two, it will create great national security damage for not just the United States, but also for our ally Israel. Number four, you guys got to remember that, or number three, whatever, was same. I guess the points are connected. But the point I'm trying to make is that when it comes to Israel and the United States, right now, obviously Israel is in the middle of war. They cannot afford to get more bad coverage. Declassifying the Epstein files right now would destroy the last little bit of credibility that Israel has. Okay? It's already bad enough that they're killing every single kid they're killing kids every single day, and that people in general dislike Israel and people are waking up. The Great Awakening is happening right now. So for them to go ahead and declassify the Epstein files, this would be the absolutely worst time to do that. Right? Also, another thing you guys got to understand, I guarantee a lot of it is highly classified stuff. We know that he was involved with intelligence. The fact that he was involved with the foreign intelligence, automatically CIA files are going to be involved. NSA files are going to be involved. Obviously, there's going to be FBI files because there was a criminal case on him, but there's also going to be a high side. None of that stuff is going to get declassified at least for another 50 years. Same with 9/11. It took us, 60 years to get the fucking JFK files. So Epstein is probably going to be very similar, if not worse. And 9/11 is going to be the worst of them all. So we're never getting it, chat. We're never getting it. At least not for the next, at least 50 years, in my opinion.
And Jewish supremacy.
All right. So let me read this real quick before we get into this interview. You guys asked me for this yesterday, so we're doing it. Isn't that PragerU chick you was cooking the other day? No, it's not. I was cooking a chick from Breitbart. Kessler, I mean, we should release it, but we won't. No, they never will. Them boys are everywhere in Western countries. Wild. Yep. Kash Patel has become a government gangster. Yeah, you're right, dude. He has. He's become what he hated. Occupied as fuck. I don't think there are any Americans in D.C. or in the White House. Sam with Dynamite. I live in Germany. I love the country. Would love to stay here, even with all the bad things happening. If you know, you know. But I'm getting... Damn, nigga, you wrote a fucking Bible, bro. Okay. I'm getting really worried about a draft, and I'm thinking about moving to Dubai beginning next year for tax reasons. Should I do it to avoid the draft, or should I risk it? I mean, if you want to go to Dubai, go ahead, bro, but I need to know more information than that. To all the new $1 niggas, you guys are welcome, but all y'all are sitting the junior varsity team for you losers until you start paying 10. You're only half acknowledged, but welcome away, shitheads. All right, thank you, TJ. I appreciate that, bro. Hey, Myron, where on OSS I can watch the Cookie Monster event? It's in the newsfeed, bro. Just scroll. It's in the newsfeed. It's the episode I did like 2 days ago. If you were the president, who would you have on your staff and why? Oh, I'd have to think about that one, man. Referred to the scam artist Rabbi Shmuley, October 7th, equal Holocaust level, bro. Where? Yeah. It was to them. They say it's the worst attack since then. All right, let's get into it.
Right. So, if you don't mind, take a moment and share your background, because based on what I've read and what I've seen and what I've heard you say in the past, you were the first ever officer, CIA officer, to get arrested. How did that happen?
Yeah, arrested for speaking to the press.
The whistle blowing the whistle. Yes.
Yeah. So I had an absolutely wonderful career at the CIA. Absolutely wonderful. I think about it still every day. I've been out for 20 years. I still think about it every single day.
Miss it?
Yeah, actually.
Really?
I do.
What part?
I'm not supposed to say that in public, really, because I'm supposed to be this dissident.
Yeah.
But I really felt like
I know exactly how he feels, man. Government work is very gratifying. You don't do it for the money, chat. You really don't do it for the money, because you lose money working for the government, bro. If your goal is to make money, the government is not where you're going to be. You got to go private sector if you want to make money. That's why so many people become contractors after they leave the government. So, but I know exactly how he feels, man. I know exactly how he feels.
Like I was serving the American people. And that's what I set out to do from the day I applied to the CIA. Or I didn't even really apply. I was recruited. But from the day I went into the process, my desire was to serve the American people. And there were a couple of things I really, really loved. Besides feeling like I was seriously making a contribution, I loved the travel, man. I went to 72 countries.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
In how many years?
In 15.
And that makes sense because the CIA obviously is a international agency, chat. And since they're an international agency, you know, obviously he's going to be traveling. They are focused on foreign intelligence. CIA is foreign, FBI is domestic.
10 years.
72. Were you married at the time or single?
Married twice.
Married twice. Got it. So it's
in part because I'm going to 72
totally
countries.
That's why I'm asking the question. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'll tell you, there was one time I was in Yemen. And I flew back, and I got back to Washington at like 10 o'clock in the morning. And I thought, very stupidly, you know what? I'm going to go into the office just to do my accounting. So I go to the office, and my boss sees me. And he says, hey, I didn't know you were back. And I said, actually, I'm not really back yet. I just wanted to do my accounting, and I'm going to go home and go to sleep. And he says, okay, well, can you go to Khartoum? And I said, what? When? 3 o'clock.
That's Sudan. Khartoum is the capital of Sudan, chat.
O'clock? Today?
Like that.
Yeah. And he says, well, it's the curse of speaking Arabic. And I said, all right, let me go home and do some laundry at least. And I went home, did my laundry, repacked, back to the airport, and fly to Khartoum.
That's insane. And was that like on any given day, anything could happen and you could be on the road?
You never knew what was going to happen that day. And that was one of the things that I loved, was that it was completely different every day. When I was a little kid, my dad was a...
That's true. Same thing for me. When I was working for HSI, every day was different. You know, it wasn't like the same bullshit every single day, which was always very, you know, satisfying.
Public school principal. And he had the same job for 44 years. And I remember thinking when I was little, wow, I hope I can have a job.
And just so you guys know, OSS is open. Join in for $1, guys. I saw a lot of you guys aren't using the code, which is great. I appreciate you guys joining and supporting the mission. But if you got free brokies out there, it's $1 the first month, then it becomes 10 after that when it renews. So you can join for $1 and get involved in the chat, man. We're growing the army. We want to reach 10,000 strong. So join in. Link is pinned at the top. Just use the code J1 month because we already know what you guys are doing. You're J-ing me for 1 month. But it's fine. I don't mind it. To get you guys in, join the squad, join the army. Once you're in, you guys are not going to want to leave. Trust me. Being in the OSS chat is fucking awesome. And it's beautiful to watch the chat grow. We got 200 you guys in there. The goal also is to have 1,000 you guys in the chat strong every time we go live. So the new goal is 10K live every time and then having 1,000 you guys in the OSS chat alone. That is the goal. So definitely want to get to that point where we got 1,000 you guys in there.
That I love as much as my dad loves his job. And then as an adult, I thought I would cut my own throat if I had to do the same thing every day for 44 years. But that was the great thing about the CIA, was every day was different. One day, it was the day that Iraq invaded Kuwait, August the 2nd, 1990. We knew that they were going to invade. So I got up really early, took a shower early, get into the office around 6, and my boss is already there, and he says, don't take your jacket off. We're going to go to the White House. Well, I had never been to the White House other than as a tourist.
This is 1990, so it's senior?
1990. It was senior.
Okay.
That's
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Clinton came in later.
That's right. So we go into the Oval Office.
He's talking about George Bush Sr. Was the president back then.
25 years old. It's the president, the vice president, the national security advisor, the CIA director, my boss, and me. I'm 25. The president sits down, so we all sit down. And then the president says, well, now what do we do? And everybody turns and looks at me. And it took me a second to snap into it. And I said, well, Mr. President, as you know, Iraqi troops.
That's crazy. Briefing the president at 25 years old in the fucking Oval Office? That's wild.
Crossed the border at 2 o'clock this morning. They took the whole of Kuwait. The royal family fled to Saudi Arabia, blah, blah, blah. But I remember thinking, no.
Yeah, so since he's an Arab speaker, I think this guy's Greek, if I'm not mistaken. I looked him up. But since he's an Arab speaker, he's going to be an enormous asset when it comes to that region, obviously.
Nobody would believe me if I told them what I was doing right now. that was one of those incidents where it was different every single day. I was the note taker once in a meeting between Bill Clinton and the Greek prime minister. And it was the prime minister, the defense minister, the foreign minister, and the Greek note taker. For us, it was the president, Secretary Albright, National Security Advisor Berger, Ambassador Nick Burns, and me. And we go around the room, the president's saying, you know, would you like a cup of coffee? You want something to eat? Can I offer you anything? Everybody's saying, no, 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 thank you. He comes to me, and I'm just standing there with my notebook. And he says, may I offer you something to eat? And I said, oh, no, thank you, Mr. President, I'm fine. And he says, oh, are you with me? I said, yes, sir, I'm with you. And he said, I thought you were Greek. I said, I kind of am, but I'm not. But I'm with you.
That's why he said, may I, like talking slowly to
yeah, like I'm an idiot.
That's right.
I don't speak English.
That is hilarious. So this is, so you're in from when? 90 to 04?
1st of January of 90.
1st of January 90.
Yeah, yeah.
Clear calendar. That's a good way to get started.
Yeah, funny, huh? The way that worked out.
Pretty wild.
Yeah.
Literally the 1st of January.
Yeah. So my first work day was like, I think the 3rd or the 4th. It was whatever the Monday was. But my hiring was effective the 1st of January. And then I left, officially I left in April of 05.
April of 05.
Yeah.
So what was it like working under Woolsey?
You know, I actually liked Woolsey. Woolsey was not a good fit for a Clinton White House.
He never talked to him. He never met with them. They had...
Literally.
Yeah.
I can tell you that in his 8 years as president, Bill Clinton was briefed twice.
I know. He told me this. I talked to Woolsey, and he's like, he never talked to me. I never understood. Like, we never had a conversation.
We used to joke that he wouldn't recognize Woolsey.
Why do you think that is? Was that Clinton's strategy to say, I don't trust anybody from the CIA to even talk to them because I don't think they're on my team? Why do you think he did that?
I don't think it was that clean. I think that Bill Clinton genuinely didn't care about foreign policy, but he knew that Al Gore did. So Gore was briefed 6 days a week for 8 years.
So Gore spoke to Woolsey, not
all
Clinton.
the time.
And then Gore would deliver to Clinton. Is that a strategy sometime with presidents where the president doesn't talk to the director of CIA and they...
Everybody forgets a fucking Al Gore, which is hilarious.
Allow the VP to do the dirty work?
That was the case under George W. Bush. George W. Bush had zero interest in this stuff. And when it came... For example, there's kind of a famous story that came out of George Tenet's memoir. The torture program was, as you can imagine, it was extraordinarily controversial, but in a very small group of people. In the beginning, it was only something like 16 people on the planet knew that the CIA was doing this waterboarding. So
only 16 people knew?
In the beginning, yes. In the beginning, when they were coming up with a plan. So the way George tells the story in his memoir, he prepared the presidential finding for George W. Bush's signature, and he went to the White House. And when he's in the anteroom of the Oval Office, Dick Cheney walks in and he says, "Hi, George, what are you doing here?" And George says, "I have the presidential finding for the president's signature to approve the torture program." And Cheney says, "Oh, I'll take that."
Yeah.
And George said, "Well,
yeah, the real president.
No, I need to get the president's signature." And Cheney said, "No, I'll get the president's signature." And then George speculated years later that the president didn't sign it, that it was auto-penned, and that when the president later said, "Look, I had no idea that this was taking place," he was probably telling the truth. That Cheney was the one running foreign policy, intelligence.
He 100% was. And we talked about this, chat. If you guys watch this channel, you guys already know Cheney was the real fucking brains of a lot of the operation, especially when it came to what we did in Iraq.
Defense policy. And Bush just didn't have any idea.
He was the front. He was the face.
And he deferred to Cheney on everything when it came to Iraq. Cheney ran foreign policy under the Bush administration.
The face.
Similar to Biden, right? Because even
Very
Biden,
much
they
so.
asked him.
Last time I was in Sudan was 1995.
When
you know what's funny? You know who else was in Sudan in 1995? Osama bin Laden.
Fatality.
Holy. I was 5 years old.
Speaker Johnson asked him about it. Says, I didn't sign that.
Right.
Similar situations with that.
What's up, Casverde in the Kick Chat? I see you.
He probably had no idea.
You think the same applies to Clinton as well with Gore?
No, because they met regularly.
Okay, so Clinton
that
was a hands-on
actually
guy.
a partnership, yeah. And then on the big issues, there were two really big issues at the end of the second Clinton administration. It was talks with North Korea and Middle East peace. I have a very dear friend who was a very senior officer at the National Security Council during Clinton, and he said that in that last week that Clinton.
Hey guys, I'm feeding Frank blueberries. Frank eats blueberries. He likes them quite a bit. He's like the only dog that eats fruit. He eats mangoes and eats blueberries. So, hey man, Master Race. You guys want to say Frank, what's up to Frank real quick? He's eating right now, but Frank, come on. The people want to see you real quick. Come up. Come up, buddy. Come here, you handsome fellow. Ugh. This is my dog. For all you guys that are new, I've had him now for going almost a year. Hey, relax. He's very shy, as you guys can see. He's camera shy. You want to say hi to anybody, Frank? Oh, slash? Oh, slash? Oh, slash? Yeah, he's a year old now, guys. He was born in May of last year, but he's a year old now. So he's still a puppy, but he's pretty big. He's about 40 to 45 pounds. All right, buddy. I love you too. Okay. All right. And as you guys know, he's very smart, knows tricks and shit. If I tell him to come up or whatever, he'll come up. He'll give me a hug. But yeah, I love Frank a lot. Even though I got some hair on my face. He's a 100% border collie. All you guys that call him a mutt, fuck y'all. He ain't no mutt. He's 100%. I got to get his decree paperwork. But he's 100% border collie.
Clinton was president. They were at Camp David. He was at Camp David with Gore, my friend was. And it was Yasser Arafat and Abbas, and it was Foreign Minister Shimon Peres, and I forget who his number two was. And he said they had this enormous map of Jerusalem and on the table, and with a Sharpie, they were literally dividing Jerusalem block by block. And when they finished, Gore said, "My God, we have peace." And Arafat said, "I can never sell this to the Palestinian people." And he walked out. And Gore ran out after him and said, "Wait a minute, after all this, you can't just quit. If there's something you don't like, let's renegotiate it." And Arafat said, "I can never sell any deal to the Palestinian people." And then that was the end of it. And Clinton kind of alluded to this in his memoir when he said that he should have pulled Albright out of North Korea because we were getting nowhere with the North Koreans. And he should have put Albright in the room as well.
Okay, who he's referring to is Madeleine Albright, who, she was the Secretary of State back then. And if you guys are wondering, she was the one that put Hamas and Hezbollah on the foreign terrorist organization watch list. By the way, for those of you that are wondering, Madeleine Albright, she was the Secretary of State in the 90s under the Gore and Clinton administration.
To pressure Arafat.
Interesting. Looking back now, when you hear stories like this, how different history could have been.
Can you imagine?
Totally. How different things could have been.
There you go. They got her up.
If managed in a different way. Going back to the waterboarding. So
they didn't check the early life, though.
So when you're saying 16, who was the original person that proposed the waterboarding idea and said this works? And how did that person even find out how it works? Was it accidental?
The actual person is still unclear. So, listen, I've read all of these guys' memoirs. And I was there amongst them. And I didn't know. So, as it turned out, about a month after 9/11, somebody went up to George Tenet at a cocktail party and said, there are these two psychologists who work for the Air Force, and they've reverse engineered the SEER training, the survival evasion.
It's a very intense training.
Very intense. And a lot of guys don't make it
I was
through.
supposed to go to SEER training. I never ended up going. I got out of the Army.
It's hideous.
It's hideous.
Yeah.
Yes.
So they've reverse engineered.
They break small bones. You know, you go through some the POW type of training. They gas you to make sure you're not going to leak information. It's very intense.
Yeah. And for $108 million, they can contract with us and implement it, and we're going to call it enhanced interrogation techniques. And whoever it was somebody either in the CIA's Counterterrorism Center or somebody with proximity to the leadership of the Counterterrorism Center. And so contracts were signed. Now, I was in Pakistan at the time as the chief of CIA counterterrorism operations. I had no idea, none of us did, that these conversations were taking place at headquarters. And so starting in January of 2002, we began hitting safe houses, Al-Qaeda safe houses. And I still remember the first one I did. My first day in Pakistan, I went to introduce myself to the station chief, and he said, here's what I want you to do. I want you to come up with a standard operating procedure for taking down an Al-Qaeda safe house. I said, okay. I went back to my office with a legal pad, and I wrote, all right. I said to myself, what do I need to do to take down a safe house? And I had taken all the classes, advanced counter-terrorist operations, all that stuff. I wrote at the top of the paper 0200 because I thought I would want it to be dark. I would want everybody to be asleep, and I want the element of surprise.
2 in the morning.
Yeah, 2 in the morning. I need battering rams. I need weapons and ammunition. I need encrypted walkie-talkies, secure comms back to headquarters. You know, we need all this stuff. I just went online, galls.com, to this police, what do you call it, supply house in Kentucky. I bought all this crap, put it on my CIA credit card. They shipped it out in the diplomatic pouch. And so the first night that we tried this, we got a tip. We went to the house, broke down the door. We catch 2 kids, 18 years old. They both burst into tears. One of them asks if he can call his mom. I'm like, no, you can't call your mom. So we cuff him, turn him over to the Pakistanis. They put him in the Rawalpindi jail. Rawalpindi being the enormous city that's connected to Islamabad. We did it again a week later, and we got a tip from a friendly Arab intelligence service and broke down the door. And this time we got some important people.
Probably the Egyptians. Probably the Egyptians.
We got a guy from Egypt.
Or the Jordanians.
Egyptian Islamic Jihad. And you may recall they were the ones that killed President Sadat. And then in, I think it was...
definitely got to be the Jordanians.
95, they merged with Al-Qaeda. And I thought, okay, this is going pretty well. So we started doing this more and more and more. We're catching so many people that one day the Pakistanis come to me and say, look, the jail's full. Like, it's literally full. We can't squeeze one more person into it.
Yeah, Anwar Sadat is the one that signed the Camp David Accords that recognized Israel in 1978. Yep, there we go. Yep. So it's right there at the bottom. See, I'm getting good with the dates now, chat. But yeah, he signed it with Menachem Begin, a.k.a. the original terrorist of Israel. I didn't know that they got a peace prize for that. But yeah, Egypt was like the first Arab country. It was either Egypt or Iran to recognize Israel as a state, or the first Muslim majority country.
To it, you got to do something with these guys.
Wildly unpopular, though. Very unpopular that he signed the Camp David Accords. But those Camp David Accords allowed for all the aid that we give Egypt to this day. To this day, we still give Egypt a significant amount of foreign aid because they play nice with Israel. And they're like one of the first Muslim countries to do so.
I sent a cable to headquarters, and I said, the jail's full, the Pacs want them out, what do I do? They call me, and they said, we want you to put them on a C-12 cargo plane and send them to Guantanamo. And I said, Guantanamo, Cuba? Why would we send them to Cuba? And they said, well, we came up with this idea. We're going to keep them in Cuba for 2 or 3 weeks until we can decide which federal court to try them in.
Oh, shit. We know that didn't happen.
So it was, the Eastern and Southern districts of New York, the Eastern District of Massachusetts, the Western District of Pennsylvania, and the Eastern District of Virginia. I said, that's a great idea. So we start sending everybody to Guantanamo. But then Dick Cheney says, or somebody close to Dick Cheney, another one of those things that's never been really revealed, they don't have any rights in Cuba. Why don't we just keep them there forever?
Oh, shit, bro.
Welcome, punch!
Olé.
Okay.
Yes, Chad, they do have to pay Egypt to like them. Absolutely. Jordan and Egypt get paid basically a bribe, bro. We bribe them. Let's just call it what it is. We bribed the fuck out of Egypt and Jordan to play nice with Israel because they're their direct neighbors. The way the United States looks at it is like, okay, if we pay you money, right? Literally, they look at it like this. We pay Egypt and Jordan money so that basically, if we pay them, we don't have to worry about them attacking Israel all the time because they're right there on the borders. We pay them, they play nice, they're allies. That will save us in defense spending later on. So that's why they do what they do, where they'd rather just pay Egypt and Jordan to play nice with the Israelis versus having to pay more money to the Israelis to defend themselves from those countries. That makes sense? So that is why we pay them. I told you guys before, I'll say it again. A lot of our foreign policy in the Middle East, it's either we bribe them or we destroy them. One of those two. The Mexican phrase, what is it? Plato o Pluto? Chat? My Mexicans in the chat, isn't there a famous phrasing? Lead or silver? Pick one. All my Mexicans in the chat, I know there's a couple Miguels in there. One of you guys can confirm or confirm it for me or correct me. It's like Plato o Pluto, something like that. I remember I used to hear it all the time when I was on the southwest border. Plato o Plomo. Okay, appreciate it. Plato o Plomo. Shout out to my guys in Kick. I see the Kick niggas in there. So that's exactly how we run foreign policy. Plato o Plomo. Thank you. That's exactly how we run foreign policy in the Middle East. Hey, you want to get paid or you want to get bullets?
Okay, so that's what started happening. In the meantime, we capture Abu Zubaydah in late March.
Okay, this is a big deal. Abu Zubaydah is this guy right here. He has an eye patch, if I'm not mistaken. What the fuck? Bro. Nigga. There you go. Boom. Damn, I'm good. Yep. This is one of the high-ranking guys in Al-Qaeda. He ended up becoming an informant for the government for a very long time. I think he's still alive to this day. Yeah, he's still at Guantanamo. Holy shit. He almost died. And FBI agent Ali Soufan. I've watched so many documentaries with this guy. What the hell? What does he do now? Former FBI agent, anti-terrorism cases. Yup, he was involved heavily in 9/11. He, I think, was a case agent for the USS Cole when it was attacked in the early 2000s. Veteran intelligence professionals for sanity. That's interesting. Did he work for DHS though? What's up with this American flag picture? Okay, he's Lebanese. Here he is in 2001 in Afghanistan. All right, let's go back to it.
Of 2002. Now, we were told at the time Abu Zubaydah was the number 3 in Al-Qaeda. That turned out to be incorrect. He had actually never even been a member of Al-Qaeda. He was a bad guy. He was a facilitator for Al-Qaeda. He founded what they called the House of Martyrs, the Al-Qaeda safe house in Peshawar. He had created and
I mean, I would say that makes him a member, but that's fine if he doesn't consider him.
Staffed Al-Qaeda's 2 training camps in Kandahar and Helmand provinces in Afghanistan. So if you wanted to make jihad, he would get you in to Afghanistan. If you were tired of the fight and you wanted to go home, he would get you out, get you a passport, send you back to your home country. So bad guy. And then we captured him.
And he almost died. When they captured him, he was in very bad condition, guys. He almost died from his injuries.
No idea that at headquarters at the time, there was this debate about what to do.
And Ali Soufan was one of the people that talked to him quite a bit. The FBI agent I showed you guys. Very famous, bro. Any 9/11 documentary you watch, this guy's going to be in it.
do when we eventually capture a leader? Now, we had already killed Mohammed Atif, who had been what they called the director of military affairs for Al-Qaeda. We killed him.
Well, we didn't kill Mohammed Atta. Mohammed Atta killed himself. Mohammed Atta was the head hijacker. This guy right here. He was the lead hijacker. This guy.
In Tora Bora in October of 2001. So what do we do?
Okay, he must have him confused with someone else or maybe another Mohammed Atta, because this Mohammed Atta was killed in 9/11. He literally flew a plane in.
With this guy, Al-Qaeda. I mean, sorry, Abu Zubaydah. I had no idea that these enhanced interrogation techniques had been in the works from that cocktail party in October until March of 2002. In May of 2002, I get back home to headquarters. And I'm just standing in the sandwich line at the cafeteria, and a senior officer comes up to me very casually, and he says, "Hey, I'm glad I ran into you. I meant to ask you, do you want to be certified in the use of enhanced interrogation techniques?" I had never heard that term before.
Certified in enhanced interrogation techniques.
I said, "Well, what does that mean?" And he says,
"Beat the shot of niggas. Beat the shot of Arabs." That's basically what it is. We're going to be honest.
"We're going to start getting rough with these guys." Like that. I said, "Well, what does that mean?"
He's saying this in the cafeteria.
In full view of everybody in there. Now, everybody's cleared, but they're not cleared for that information. It was so highly compartmentalized. So he described these techniques to me.
Mm-hmm.
Could you imagine, bro? You're at the fucking sandwich line, right? Fucking fat lunch lady gives you your fucking food. Nigga comes up, hey, what's up, Tom? Hey. You want to get cleared for enhanced interrogation? What is that? We're going to get fucking tough on these guys. Bruh. You sitting there with your fucking chicken wrap? What does that mean? We're going to start waterboarding these niggas. Bruh. That's kind of crazy, man. It's like, damn, let me at least drink the Diet Coke first. Fuck, man.
And I said, "Buddy, that sounds like a torture program." And he said, "It's not a torture program. The president signed it, and the Justice Department approved it." And I said, "Let me think about it for an hour." So I got out of the sandwich line. I went up to the 7th floor of the CIA, which is the executive floor. There was a very, very...
The nigga said, "Myron, you acted that too good." Hey, bro. I've never engaged in enhanced interrogation, bro. All right? Anti-Semcat. South America has a shit ton of lithium. That's why the Jays are interested. Okay. Why is Grape censoring super chats? I didn't censor it. Anti-Semcat says, "Bro, the trailer makes Nick look bad purposely. She pulled out Pierce Morgan move. Also, she put it behind a paywall. Really need that Graper money." I don't think that promo made him look bad at all. We reacted to it yesterday. It was fucking hilarious. It was awesome. I think it was awesome. So,
senior CIA officer up there for whom I had worked in the Middle East 10 years earlier. And we loved each other. So I knocked on his door and I said, "I need some advice. I was just approached about these enhanced interrogation techniques." And he said, "First of all, let's call a spade here. This is a torture program. And you know how these guys are." He said, "They're cowboys, and somebody's going to kill a prisoner. And when that happens, there's going to be a congressional investigation. Then there's going to be a Justice Department investigation, and somebody's going to go to prison. Do you want to go to prison?" I said, "No, I don't want to go to prison." And as it turned out, I was the only person who went to prison. But I said, "No, I don't want to go to prison." I went back downstairs. I said, "This is a torture program. I want no part of it."
So you never learned. You never went through it.
I was the only one. They approached 14 people. And I'm sorry to tell you that I was the only one who said no. And the
oh, wow.
Crazy thing is, I knew these guys. I was friends with these guys. Our wives were friends. Our kids played together. I had no idea that they had the ability to become monsters, murderers, you know?
But the two psychologists who originally came up with that, where did they take that from, and how did they come up with the testing?
Yes.
Because you either are taught how to do this or it accidentally happens to you.
That's right. So they were actually instructors in the Air Force's SEER training program.
Now, I want you guys also to understand that, like, CIA guys are always sharp, right? I don't know if you guys have noticed, but the guy speaks very well, eloquently, clear, right? It's very important to be able to speak clearly when you work for the government, especially when you have a clearance, right? To articulate your ideas. Actually, matter of fact, I'm going to have Andrew Bustamante on next month. You guys know I always like talking to Andrew Bustamante, former CIA officer as well. I'm going to work and try to see if I could get a hold of John Kiriakou and get him on the show for you guys.
And they said, hey, this turns these guys into babbling, weeping little girls. We should be doing this on prison.
How did they learn, though?
They were taught.
By who?
The Air Force. They had both been Air Force.
How did the Air Force learn?
Oh, it's a long-standing program. Because the idea is, let's say you're an Air Force pilot and you get shot down over Iran. They want to teach you.
Okay, also, guys, do me a favor. We only got 1,300 likes. We got 3,000 plus you niggas in here. Guys, smash that like button, okay? Support the channel. Smash the like button. Let's keep going. Let's get to 3,000 likes, chat.
What presumably the Iranians would do to you, and then how you can try to withstand it.
And these were what? James Mitchell and Bruce Jessen?
Bruce Jessen, that's correct.
So those are the guys that came up with the waterboarding program.
That's it.
And then you...
And they got rich.
And so how did he get rich, by the way? How do you make money if you come up with that?
They charged the CIA, the reports are between $47 million and $108 million for their services.
Holy shit. Bro, imagine you just teach niggas how to put a towel over someone's face and pour water on it. 47 million. Bruh. Hold on. Who are these niggas again? James Mitchell and Bruce Jessen? Bruh, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, James Mitchell. Sorry. James Mitchell. Put interrogation. Bro went to the University of Alaska? UN Center for CIA Detention Interrogation Program. Wow. Ethics complaint. Lawsuit in 2014. He's an atheist? Of course. Of course he's an atheist.
By the way, how do you make...
Former ASEC, okay. Survival, evasion, resistance, or escape or training was used to... Okay.
Make money if you come up with that.
They charged the CIA, the reports are between $47 million and $108 million for their service.
Someone said it's not waterboarding, it's tactical baptism. That's funny.
What? Yeah. To teach people how to do what?
Smash that like button, guys. We only got 1,500 likes, man. Let's get to 2,000.
Waterboarding, they taught them.
And then to make matters worse, these two guys go out to the secret prison and they actually carry out the torture. At the CIA, we were never trained in this kind of thing. We were never trained in interrogation. When I started interrogating prisoners, I cabled headquarters. I said, look, we have these prisoners. I have to interrogate them. Or somebody has to interrogate them. What should I do? Should I turn them over to the FBI? They said, no, interrogate them. I said, yeah, but I've never had an interrogation class. Oh, just wing it. You can figure it out.
Wow.
Yeah.
Even right now, it says the 2014 Senate Intelligence Committee report on CIA reported torture identified that they got paid over $80 million for their work.
That's crazy.
That is pretty. So did you ever see anybody waterboard anybody?
Well, we waterboarded each other in training, but in terms of prisoners being waterboarded, no.
Okay.
But I should add, after I turned it down, as crazy as this sounds, I got passed over for promotion. And I went into the deputy director of the Counterterrorism Center's office.
Oh, you don't want to torture niggas? You're not going to get promoted.
He was an old friend of mine. And I said, damn it, what do I have to do to get promoted around here? I just caught the number 3 of Al-Qaeda with these 2 hands, and I get passed over for promotion? What do I have to catch bin Laden to get promoted around here? And that senior officer that I had spoken to, that I'd gotten the advice from, he promoted me out of cycle. He said, this is a travesty. But a friend of mine who was in my promotion panel said that the chief of counterterrorism said that I had, his words, displayed a shocking lack of commitment to counterterrorism. Shocking lack of commitment. Man, this thing was so patently illegal. I thought, I can't be the only person that sees the illegality in this program. But then what happened was, when I got promoted, I also became the executive assistant to the CIA's deputy director for operations. And in that position, I got to see everything that the CIA was doing around the world. And then the cables started coming back from the secret site saying, we're waterboarding him, and this is what's happening. So
and you're seeing this
day,
communication
every single day.
But let me ask you this: isn't there don't they expect you to get in, and then there comes a moment where they talk to you, where it's the wink-wink conversation, nothing email, nothing text, nothing on WhatsApp signal, where it's like, what do you think we do here, bro? Like, you think we follow the law?
But that was okay for me, for the most part. I'll give you an example.
Yeah.
I sat next to this guy who was a friend of mine, and we would have lunch together. We traveled together a couple of times. And then there was another guy who sat 20 feet away in one of the very few private offices. And this third guy would come in every day. Hey, guys. We'd say, hey, man, how you doing? Hey, guys, how was your weekend? Hey, it was great. How are you? How was your weekend? Hey, how are the kids? Good. Merry Christmas, whatever. Finally, I said to my buddy, he is the nicest guy. And I don't have any idea what he does here. And my friend says, dude, he's the head of the Special Activities Division. And I said, okay, that was cool to me, because there are very bad people out there who present a clear and imminent danger to the United States and to American citizens and American facilities. And sometimes you have to do some ugly things. But the torture program was a crime of choice.
Hey, quick announcement for you guys. This right here is a clips channel that my little brother runs, Gaines Clips. If you guys don't mind giving it a follow and checking it out, here it is. My younger brother runs it. Let's make his day. Let's, a bunch of people subscribe to the channel. My brother runs it. He's posting clips on there of me. So if you guys don't mind, show my little brother some love. This is actually him. So this is my little brother that runs it, man. So I told him, hey, nigga, get a side hustle. Use my shit. It's fine. And that's what he's doing. So yeah, you guys can comment and say, make fun of him. Call him a brokey or some shit. I don't fucking know. So yeah, here's his channel, guys. Please give it a subscription if you guys don't mind. My little brother, Riyadh. Gaines Clips. So yeah, I told him, because he has a job. He has a job that he's doing right now. But I told him, hey man, you want to make some side money, just post my shit. So yeah. So go ahead and comment under the videos if you guys want. When it comes to your feed, make fun of this nigga. So yeah.
We didn't have to do that. In fact, we were so deeply at odds with the FBI over this that the FBI actually removed all FBI personnel from the country where the secret prison was located. They didn't even want to be in the same country while the torture was going on.
Ooh, yeah, because here's the thing too. Also, any information that comes out from a torture can't be used in a criminal case. Can't be used at all. inadmissible evidence.
Listen, Patrick, it is like a kick in my gut to have to compliment the FBI. But if there's one thing
Yeah, they got to hate each other.
they are really good at, it's interrogation. And we should have just let them do their job.
Legal interrogation.
Correct.
Not
Yeah, without torturing, exactly. Getting information from people without fucking whooping their asses so that it can actually be used in court.
creative CIA, the stuff that you guys...
Precisely.
Really? So you give them credit on... So
They've been doing it since the Nuremberg
what is the
investigations.
different tactics they use in interrogation from the CIA?
Oh, yeah. Well, that's a good question. It's the most basic one. Their tactic is to sit across the table like you and I are doing right now, treat each prisoner with respect.
Right.
Yeah, building rapport is what we call it. We do the same interview style as the FBI. You're building rapport. You know, you're building a little bit of a bond. Talking to the person who's normal. Bro, I'd be honest with you guys. There'd be times where I would talk to a bad guy for like 5 hours. Maybe only 45 minutes of the conversation was anything to do with the criminal stuff.
Right.
Maybe you give him an apple or a cup of tea or a cigarette, and you establish this rapport, this relationship. Eventually, he's going to talk to you. Eventually. For the CIA, there was this element of revenge. 9/11 was the worst intelligence failure in the history of the Republic. And so there was this idea that we had to avenge the deaths of 3,000 Americans. We had the deaths of 3,000 Americans on our shoulders. And so you want to go in there with fists flailing. And that just didn't accomplish anything. Besides the fact that the CIA did not stop at those 10 techniques. They did things that the Justice Department had never approved, that nobody had ever been trained.
And also because the CIA is not a component of the Department of Justice, just so you guys know. Right? The CIA is I think they're under the Department of Defense more than likely. Let me look this up. FBI is under, obviously, DOJ. Let's see here. Used to be called the OSS. Now you guys know where the emblem comes from, right? In the black and gold. Okay. So the parent department is Office. Okay. President of the United States. That makes sense. Because if you look FBI, right? This badge is really small, by the way. It's kind of funny. Parent agency, Department of Justice. Okay. And then obviously DNI. All right. So yeah. So CIA goes directly. Yeah. So the DNI and then Office of the okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. So they're not under DOD. Again, brother's account. Nice. You already gained 130. Shout out to you guys, man. Thank you guys so much. Again, here it is. Show this nigga some love. Make his day. He's posting shorts and clips of me every day. So this is a clips channel actually run by my brother. Let's get this bum-ass nigga to stop being a bum.
In, things well beyond waterboarding, things that I thought were worse than waterboarding.
Like what?
Like, for example, what they called the cold cell. A cold cell, you're stripped naked. You're chained to an eye bolt in the ceiling, so you can't sit or lay or get comfortable in any way. Your cell is chilled to 50 degrees Fahrenheit. And then every hour, a CIA officer throws a bucket of ice water on you. Okay, we killed
Oh, that sucks.
prisoners. with that technique. They had hypothermia and they died. And what do? We just dig a hole outside the interrogation room and put them in the hole and cover it up.
Literally?
Yeah. You can't send the body back to their families. You don't even know where they're from half the time. And the other one was sleep deprivation, which sounds kind of silly. But for example, Don Rumsfeld was the Secretary of Defense at the time, and he poo-pooed this whole thing in the press, saying, I have a stand-up desk in my office, and sometimes I work for 24 hours standing there. Sleep deprivation doesn't hurt anybody. Well, we're not talking about standing for 24 hours at Don Rumsfeld's desk. We're talking about something far worse. The American Psychological Association, the APA, was on contract to the CIA at the time. They told us that people begin to lose their minds at day 7 with no sleep. They begin to die of organ failure at day 9. The CIA was authorized to keep people awake for 12 days. Now imagine, again, you're chained to that eye bolt in the ceiling with industrial strength lighting on you 24 hours a day and death metal at volume 11 in your cell 24 hours a day. And then your organs just shut down and you die chained to that eye bolt.
And you
Bro, dying while listening to Metallica is terrible.
Heard and saw many stories of people that died that didn't make it past night.
We would get cables, the next morning saying, unfortunately, prisoner so-and-so passed away as a result of interrogation. We will, dispose of his body in this way. And I'm like,
and all this stuff is being documented and communicated.
Yep.
How does the CIA protect that somebody right there doesn't take a screenshot and keep it in their phones for later on in case if the CIA flips and comes after them, for them to say, let me tell you what I have on you guys, leave me alone.
I don't mean to smile, but...
guys, 1,500 likes. Smash that like button, guys. Let's get to 2,000.
The CIA would tell you that that's an easy answer. It's called the Espionage Act. Because if you breathe one word to the press, we're going to charge you with espionage.
Is that what?
Yep. 18 USC 793. Cooked. Absolutely.
Welcome. Punch!
Because all that stuff is classified, chat. This is what he's referring to right here. Gathering, transmitting, or losing defense information. All that stuff is considered national defense information, chat. This is why I told you guys the cases they had against Trump was not good, man. Not good at all. When they had the classified document case on him.
What happened to you?
3 counts. Mm-hmm.
So walk me through it when this happened, because from the moment you left, it didn't happen 8 years until after
Correct.
you left the CIA, right? 7 or 8 years.
I wish I could tell you that I took a moral stand and I went up there and I told them. That wasn't it at all. It was actually selfish on my part. So I'm seeing these cables come back from the secret sites. And I'm thinking to myself, this is wrong, wrong, wrong. This is absolutely illegal. Listen, we've got a law in this country called the Federal Torture Act of 1946 that specifically outlawed these techniques. And not only are we signatories to the United Nations Convention Against Torture, we wrote the United Nations Convention Against Torture, which, again, specifically outlawed these techniques. And then, like magic, in 2002, it's all legal. Well, the law never changed. Let me add, before I get to your specific point, in 1945, we executed Japanese soldiers who had waterboarded American POWs. That was a death penalty crime to waterboard somebody. In January of 1968, Secretary of Defense Robert S. McNamara saw a front page photograph in the Washington Post of an American soldier waterboarding a North Vietnamese prisoner. He ordered that the soldier be investigated. That soldier was arrested. He was convicted of torture and sent to Leavenworth for 20 years. And as I said, the law never changed. We changed. And so, like magic, in 2002, because we didn't like that law, we're just going to pretend it doesn't exist. So I'm seeing all these cables come back. I'm thinking, this is wrong, wrong, wrong. Certainly somebody's going to say something. And then I'm seeing cables from people who were out there at the secret site saying, whoa, I never signed up for this. I think this is illegal. I quit.
People are saying that
in writing, in the cables.
And you're seeing people quitting.
Yeah.
How often did that happen?
With regularity. I'm going to say at least a dozen people either resigned, retired, or curtailed.
Because of this specific reason. Okay.
We had a secretary who passed out while watching somebody be tortured. We had doctors. There was a doctor who revived Abu Zubaydah when his heart stopped during waterboarding. Revived him so he could be tortured more. And he's like, look, I took a Hippocratic oath. First, do no harm. I'm not doing this. That's a career-ending decision to curtail an assignment and come back. But they did. They quit, they retired, or they curtailed. So I thought, well, certainly somebody's going to say something. And then I left in 2004. My resignation was effective 2005. I went into the private sector. And then in 2007, December of 2007, I get a call from Brian Ross at ABC News. And he said he had a source who said that I had tortured Abu Zubaydah. I said that was absolutely untrue. I was the only person who was kind to Abu Zubaydah. I said I never laid a hand on him or on anybody else. And so he said, and I didn't know this was an old reporter's trick because I'd never spoken to a reporter before. He said, well, you're welcome to come on the show and defend yourself. I said, yeah, I'll think about it. So a couple of days pass. We get to Monday, and there's a presidential press conference. And a reporter asks President Bush about these reports from Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, and the International Committee of the Red Cross saying that the CIA was torturing its prisoners. And the president looks right in the camera and he says, we do not torture.
That's cap.
And I said to my wife, who was a senior CIA officer, he is a bald-faced liar. He's looking the American people in the eye and he's lying. Now, in retrospect, he may not have known, but he said, we do not torture. 2 days later.
Well, remember, guys, that Dick Cheney was the one that got assigned. Probably didn't even go to the president. Or did. He's lying.
Walking out of the south portico of the White House to go to the...
Is this it, by the way?
Go to
Is
the
this when he says we don't torture people?
Yes.
Played, Rob?
Something else. There's been a lot of talk in the newspapers and on TV about a program that I put in motion to detain and question terrorists and extremists. I have put this program in place for a reason, and that is to better protect the American people. And when we find somebody who may have information regarding a potential attack on America, you bet we're going to detain them. And you bet we're going to question them. Because the American people expect us to find out information, actionable intelligence, so we can help them, help protect them. That's our job.
But it doesn't say...
Secondly, this government does not torture people. You know, we stick to U.S. law and our
and then
international
go to the other clip, Rob, I
obligations.
just sent you. Is this your interview with Brian? This is
Yes,
you?
that's the Brian Ross interview.
So press play just to see the first 30 seconds.
You were involved in the capture of Abu Zubaydah?
I was.
And tell me about that, how it happened.
It was quite a long process. We had information that Abu Zubaydah was
Bro, it looks completely different back then.
somewhere in Pakistan,
At
in
what
either
point of this
Faisalabad
interview
or
do you say
Lahore.
that we do waterboard? How far along?
It was pretty well into the interview, and you know, I made a very serious mistake in that interview. When Mitchell and Jessen were out in, this requires a little bit of background. When they were out at the secret site, okay, so there's this CIA team and an FBI team. The FBI interrogation team is headed by an FBI agent named Ali Soufan. Ali and I were.
That's why I showed you guys right here. This guy. Very famous. He's in a lot of 9/11 documentaries on counterterrorism. And the reason why he was such an asset to the FBI, obviously he's a fluent Arab speaker. He's Muslim as well. You know, and there's not that many Arab speakers in the FBI.
Worked together in Pakistan, and he was
Arabic speakers.
He was what every FBI agent should be, right? This guy was a professional from the word go. And he established this relationship with Abu Zubaydah so that Abu Zubaydah was giving him actionable intelligence, like real intelligence that saved American lives. On August the 2nd,
Hold on. When did he resign the FBI? He resigned from the FBI in 2000 after publicly chastising the CIA for not sharing intelligence with them. They could have proven that's actually a former founding member of the. Okay.
2002, for reasons that have never been clear, George Tenet asked President Bush to move primacy of the Abu Zubaydah operation.
Thank you, Merkius, with the gifted sub. Appreciate you, my friend.
Or Abu Zubaydah interrogation.
And guys, I'm going to read chats here. Actually, no, I'll read chats right now. We're all tortured by Zionists now. Facts. Imagine stringing up Bibi and have him listen to Boom Boom Tel Aviv for 7 days straight. Kumo DTV, YouTube isn't paying clippers anymore, but if you're paying your brother, disregard. Well, they said that on the 15th if it's not original content, but I mean, it's for me, so I think I'll be all right. Because I'm not, my shit is original. Mary, can we really just trust what any former CIA officer has to say doing rounds on the podcast circuit? Would the CIA actually tolerate any level of exposure beyond unlimited hangout? Well, the thing is that he doesn't, his information is dated, chat, right? So I do think that a lot of it is accurate. The CIA has changed a lot of their tactics. Vengeance 9 subscribed. Welcome, Vengeance. He paid the full price. I'm going to give you a Don DeMarco for that. He didn't use the code. He just said, fuck it. I'm going to get in at $10. I appreciate that, bro. But if you want, you could go ahead and J me for a month. Pause. Use the code J 1 month. Speaking of which, quick word from our sponsors, nigga, AKA we sponsor ourselves over here because we know that them boys will never allow us to get sponsored. We got this exclusive community for you guys where we could talk about the stuff that we want to talk about. The O/Squad, aka the OSS, is finally here. But without further ado, guys, you're going to get a bunch of perks from joining. Number one, you're going to be able to call into the show when I have call-in sections on the debrief. I'm going to be talking to the OSS members only on there. Also, you guys are going to get discounts on merch and exclusive drops that only OSS members have access to. On top of that, we're going to do one annual meetup completely free on 420 once a year right here in Miami. And then on top of that, whenever I travel, I'm going to let you guys know with the Telegram chat so you can go ahead and do a meetup there because you're an OSS member. My goal here, guys, is to have you guys be able to support the mission without breaking the bank. We're going to keep membership dues low. You're obviously going to get discounts with annual codes and all types of opportunities to get a better price point. This is basically going to be done so we can continue doing what we're doing, expand the debrief, expand the O/Squad, and be able to have the independence, quite frankly, that is very tough to come by nowadays in a pro-censorship regime. And just so you guys know, you can go ahead and join up right now. Use the special code J1month. J1month is the code. And you guys can get in for $1 for your first month, and then it's $10 after that. Lots of perks that you guys get, discount codes, etc. The discount codes are in the Telegram group. So just so you guys know, the way it works is this. We have a Discord, completely free. Feel free to join the Discord. Then we have a Telegram group for the paying members. You click the link, you're able to join a Telegram. And then Brett verifies you if you're a paying member. In the Telegram group is where we have the discount codes for you to use on the merch, okay? They're all in the Telegram group because you have to pay to be in the Telegram group. But the Discord is completely free. And you can join right now for $1. So right now, let's say you want to buy a hoodie. Join up for $1, go in the Telegram group, get confirmed. Then you can go ahead and get that discount code, and then you go ahead and buy the merch. Boom. There you go. Save a bunch of money right there. Okay, use the code J1month for it. It's only effective for today. It's going to end probably around midnight. So get in while you guys can. All right. Lord Daka says, I'd like to thank you, Myron, for all you do. You're saving lives, man. As a straight, white, Catholic, 25-year-old racist man, it's good to finally follow someone who speaks the truth and understands what we go through. I made sure not to use the code, so I paid the full $10. I'm not a fucking J. I appreciate that, bro. Thank you so much. I'm on YouTube, so I got to keep it careful. Yeah, bro, I'm very sensitive to the white man's plot. I really am. Because, plight, excuse me. Well, your plot too, nigga, but your plight. Because at the end of the day, you guys get demonized, bro. Like, at the end of the day, everyone's like, oh, yo, bro, it's the white man. It's the white man. It's like, bro, like, come on, man. You don't think it's these fucking, these dreidel niggas? These blacks? These Indians? Like, come on, bro. Can't be Tom every single time, bro. Off topic, what's the forbidden episode? The forbidden episode is on OSS, bro. It's on the OSS. Just scroll through, and it's there. It's only for paying members, though. I am Wakina. Or Lemkina. I'm probably pronouncing it. Finally joined OSS. My boyfriend watches you. He's also an OSS member. We fuck with your content, W. Martin. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. We have a lot of women that are liking the content. I appreciate that. Plato Plomo. Thank you, JC Van. Martin, have you ever done 23andMe? Mine said I'm 1% Ashkenazi, but the only media I control is a community newsletter. Hey, nigga, well, you need to step up your Jewish levels, bro. What the fuck, man? You're a failure. Okay? You need to start handing out high interest loans. You know what I'm saying? You need to do better. You need to do better, Pimp Rogers. 1% Ashkenazi, bro, you need to do better. Come on, man. You need to do better. Okay? I want you to go steal an Arab guy's land tomorrow. DC Badass says, W Martin, WOSS, W Chat, just got my hoodie in the mail. Join up, niggas. Hey, I see that you're looking good in that goddamn thing, bro. I see you, man. W Stream about to hit the fitness center back day and about to, and shout out to the Blueberry eating 100% border mutt. Yep, you know it, baby. And he's not a border mutt though, motherfucker. He's a border collie. W Frank, what's his mom doing? Komodi TV. If you want a better way, way more in-depth interview of John Kiriakou in your free time, watch Julian Dory podcast. PBD sucks dick, bro. I like PBD, man. Y'all niggas hate on him too much. Hey, Martin, if U.S. school systems start using your interviews and commentary for their history and current events, do you think it'll increase our country's education level significantly? Yeah, but they'll never use it, bro. Never. I just want to say thank you for being the big brother father we never had. The amount of value and wisdom you give out is remarkable. Save my ass from a lot of dumb decisions and whores. Love watching OSS Army grow. Keep it up. Yeah, bro. Goal is to get to 10,000, niggas. All right. Hey, Martin, would you ever make OSS and fresh and fit tracksuits for supporters? Maybe in the future, if enough demand came for it. So Booster says, LOL, American women are so delusional. Bro, I'm telling you, bro. Can't stop, Chris. How long after you smash a girl for the first time does she have no excuse to be talking to or texting other guys and should be disqualified from being main chick right after? I mean, she should be showing up some interest, man, to follow up with you. But if not, then she's more than likely a 304. We all tortured by Zionists now. Yeah.
From the FBI to the CIA. And that day, August 2nd, the CIA began torturing Abu Zubaydah. He immediately went silent. Okay. Now, the mistake I made in the Brian Ross interview is I said Abu Zubaydah had been waterboarded once. I said it was torture and it was wrong and it was illegal. But I said that it worked because he had been waterboarded once and he gave us actual intelligence. That was not true. Now, the reason I said that was because Mitchell and Jessen reported that he had been waterboarded once. Now, how did they get away with that? The CIA and the FBI historically had hated each other so much that even their computer systems were incompatible with one another. And so Ali Soufan every day is interrogating Abu Zubaydah, and then he's writing up these cables saying, he said this and he said that, and he said the other thing and this thing. And, you know, we need to talk to this country and talk to that country. That information was never making its way back to the CIA because the systems were incompatible. Mitchell and Jessen take over. They
not sharing info. Sounds right.
Waterboard Abu Zubaydah. He clams up, stops talking entirely. They waterboard him 83 times.
Yo, 83 times?
And he still says nothing. So they go into the FBI's system. They pull out Ali Soufan's cables. They retype the cables in the CIA system, and they say, we waterboarded him once, and oh my God, look what he told us. And
they stole the FBI's information. Oh, wow. To justify waterboarding him. That's crazy, bro.
I said to my boss, the deputy director, I said, maybe I'm wrong about this. Right? I still think it's a crime. But maybe it actually works. Well, it wasn't until 2005 that the CIA Inspector General found in an investigation that this had happened, that they had
And just so you guys know, Inspector General, let me explain this real quick because this is very important. So the OIG, Office of Inspector General, what they do, guys, is they have special agents and criminal investigators that basically investigate. Think of them as like the internal affairs for different government agencies. So every agency has what's called the OIG, or Office of Inspector General. So, for example, the Department of Justice has an OIG. Department of Homeland Security has an OIG. The CIA is going to have an OIG, right? And what they do is they kind of like, make sure that there's no fraud, waste, abuse. And then they also do criminal investigations as well. So, if let's say you got a corrupt FBI agent or whatever, right? Not only is the FBI going to arrest their own, but then the Department of Office of Inspector General, OIG, DOJ is going to get involved, or a corrupt DEA agent or a corrupt marshal, whatever it may be, because they're all under the DOJ. If you got a corrupt HSI agent or a corrupt Border Patrol agent or a corrupt CBP officer, whatever, Office of Inspector General, OIG is going to take that case. So that's what the OIG is.
It faked the intelligence, essentially. And it wasn't until 2009 that it was finally declassified.
And in 2005 was when they destroyed all the evidence, right?
Exactly. So the White House counsel, Harriet Miers, told Jose Rodriguez, who was the deputy director for operations, and Gina Haspel, who was the head of counterterrorism at the time and later became the CIA director, don't destroy the videotapes of the torture sessions. As soon as they got back to the building, they put them all in an industrial grinder and they destroyed everything.
Of course. Of course.
How do you feel about Gina?
I wrote an op-ed in the Washington Post when her appointment as director was announced. And I said, in the halls at the CIA, we used to call her Bloody Gina Haspel, because she went out to the secret site to observe the torture just for the kick of watching the torture.
Get out of here.
Bruh. What the fuck?
She was 1,000% pro-torture. And the other thing is, we talk a lot nowadays about the deep state. She was the definition of the deep state.
Wow.
She was 30 plus years at the CIA. Like, wouldn't you want an outsider to be the adult in the room?
So, okay. So then you go out there, you talk to Brian Ross.
Mm-hmm.
Now that's out there.
Right.
Now they're coming after you. Now the 8 years takes place. Do you end up doing time, or you?
Yeah, I did 23 months.
You did 23 months.
Yeah.
And where were you at?
I was at the Federal Correctional Institution at Loretto, Pennsylvania.
Who else is in that facility? Who is getting arrested there? Who's doing time there?
A third of the prisoners are pedophiles.
Okay.
Mafia dons. There were a lot of mob guys.
A third of the people there are pedophiles?
Pedophiles.
So why would they put you there with?
I'm glad you asked me that question, and I swear we didn't plant the question. At my sentencing, my attorneys asked the judge to put me in a minimum security work camp. Okay, there are no bars on the windows. The doors are unlocked. You're free to come and go as you please. You're just on your honor not to run away. And most of those guys work at there's a university in the town, the little village nearby, and you sweep the floors or whatever. The judge says to the prosecutors, any objection? They said no objection. She says, okay, minimum security work camp. Well, the strange thing in our system is if you're sentenced to prison and you're free until the date of your incarceration, you physically drive to the prison and knock on the door and say, I'm here to turn myself in. It's weird, right? So I got up that morning, and a couple of my lawyers, my cousin and his son, a documentary film crew, we drive to the prison, and I go to the camp, minimum security camp, and I knock on the door, and I said, I'm John Kiriakou. I'm here to turn myself in. They said, oh, you have to go across the street to the actual prison. They'll process you, and then they'll just bring you back over here. I said, okay. So I go across the street to the prison, and said, I'm here to turn myself in. The guy says, okay. They put me through a metal detector. And then he starts to lead me around to the back of the actual prison. And I said, wait a minute. I'm supposed to be at the camp across the street. And he goes, not according to my paperwork, you're not.
Wow.
And I told myself, take it easy. There's nothing you can do. They'll put you in solitary if you say anything. So I didn't say a word. It took me about 45 minutes to get processed. And then they put me in a cell, like an actual cell. It was a 4-man cell, but they squeezed 6 guys in there because of overcrowding. It took me 4 or 5 days before I got access to a phone.
To call your lawyer.
I called my lawyer and I said, hey, they put me in the actual prison with the mafia kingpins and the Mexican drug cartel guys and the pedophiles. What do I do? And he said, oh my God. He said, well, we can make a motion, but it'll be 2 years before we have a court date. He said, buddy, I'm sorry.
Holy shit. 2 years? Bruh.
Sorry, you're going to have to tough it out.
Get out of here. 23 months, 2 years.
And I told myself, you've lived in far worse places than this.
Are you married at this time or
Yes.
no? What is your wife doing? Because I know your wife was also in the CIA.
Yes, she was fired from the CIA on the day of my arrest just because she was married to me.
No other reason?
No.
And is that common etiquette because married, they're worried you're going to...
Unprecedented.
Well, because Jonah Mendes and Tony Mendes were in it together and they were married for 28 years or something like that.
The CIA encourages agency romances because you're both cleared, so you can talk about work. We used to have this joke at the agency that
marry another CIA.
Oh, yeah. Everybody's married. Yeah, we had this joke at the CIA that when you go into a meeting, don't touch the conference room table because you don't know who was having sex on it last night.
No. Seriously?
What the fuck?
Seriously?
Yeah.
Because they're married and they're just...
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
I'll
tell you guys, look, I see why they say that shit, but bro, you never want to be married to a fucking chick that works for the government, bro. Masculine jobs, man, not good. I get it, government efficiency, but no thanks. Gonna be a 304.
For a deputy director of the CIA who had been married 3 times, and all 3 of his wives had been his secretary.
All 3 of his wives had been his secretary. So the place smells like Badusi. It's just a terrible... Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
It's not good. Some people like that.
And that's why you've got a 75% divorce rate.
Wow.
Because they're all banging each other.
No, I mean, okay. So, and are they banging each other and like dropping intel? You don't even know what I learned yesterday. Ooh, tell me.
Sometimes, yes.
That's pretty nasty.
Yes. And then they'll ask you about that on the polygraph.
Yeah. Interesting. So, okay. So now you're going through things. Any famous people you were in there that we would know about? Any any bosses that we would know about?
Yeah, the boss of the Gambinos was there.
Which one?
Little Nicky Caruso.
Okay.
Oh, shit.
And the number 3 in the Bananos.
And you're hanging out with them?
Yeah, in fact, the Italians adopted me. So I was with the Italians the whole time I was there.
Did they know what your background is?
Oh, yeah.
They all know?
Oh, yeah, they all know.
And how did they...
And I'm still friends with all of them.
Did they treat you as were they afraid of you? Did they respect you? Did they hate you? Did they want to kill you?
It was all respect. And I owe the easy time that I had there, I owe to Mark Lanzalotti. So Mark was from Philadelphia. And
with Scarfo and those guys? Or?
Exactly. And then he saw in the New York Times an article saying that I was coming to that prison. And God bless him, on his own volition, he went to every one of the Italians to explain to them, this CIA guy is coming. He's not a cop. The FBI are cops. The CIA protect us from the Muslims. That's what he told them.
That's funny.
And so when I arrived, they had been told, I hate the FBI as much as they do. And so
interesting.
We were all one big happy family.
So let me I asked
because you guys know the FBI are the ones that probably put all those mob guys in jail.
Jonah question right in front of the White House when we did the interview. This is when she told me about, she was a chief disguise officer.
Kareem Al-Tau says, your content is extremely good. Keep up. Thank you so much, bro. I'm glad that you guys like it, bro. You guys get to see a little bit something different. You know, I could debate the women, but at the same time, I also can cover, you know, higher IQ topics like this and break it down for you guys. So I'm glad that you guys enjoy it.
She's a giant, by the way, at the CIA.
She is a giant.
Everybody loves and respects her.
Really?
Yeah.
So she's somebody that's admired.
She's the real deal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Guys, we're also a few away from hitting 3,000 members, which will bring us almost 1/3 closer to our goal of 10,000 strong on the OSS. Once we hit 10,000 strong, you guys are going to stop seeing ads. I'm not going to run ads no more. I'm not going to stop the show no more to promote the OSS. The goal is to get to 10,000. Once we get to 10,000, at that point, we know that we are 100% an autonomous army, and we don't need nobody. Everybody could go suck a dick. So that's what it is, man. This is what allows us to stay independent, guys. So join up. I got a code right now pinned in the chat. If you guys want to go ahead and join, it's only $1 to join right now. Up until you guys got until midnight. Midnight, the code expires. Basically, J1 month is a code. All caps, J1 month. Get the Jumi for a month and get in for $1. Then it goes to 10 after that. So yeah, man. Join in, guys, while you guys can. Get in at a discount, and you're able to get in.
Yeah, and she's the one that held the mask in front of President Bush, and hey,
you can't join. I'll scrap you. Why can't you join, bro?
This is not really me. Look what I.
The code should work. I upped the minimum to allow more of you guys in there to use it.
We have capabilities of building.
Yes.
I asked her, what is the profile of a great, successful CIA agent? Okay, and she gave me her criterias. What would you say? What makes, because you hear about what types of people they recruit, and you said earlier, says, I applied to work at CIA, and you change it, you're like, I was recruited, right? Because you get recruited to the CIA.
Yeah, my grad school advisor recruited me.
Great. But what would you say are the top qualities that help you have a successful 20, 30-year career at the CIA?
Yeah, I could give you four.
Especially somebody like you that's going to 70. Now, not the ones that work at the office.
Right.
The guys on the road is what I'm talking about, like you.
Yeah, the guys in the field.
Yes.
A CIA psychiatrist once told me what's probably the most important attribute. You have to have what they call sociopathic tendencies, not a sociopath, because sociopaths don't have a conscience and you can't control them, and they blow right through the polygraph because they don't feel guilt. Okay, you want to hire somebody who feels guilt but is happy to break the law because we're the good guys, right? And I'll give you an example if we have a minute. When I was going through the hiring process, I was with four other people, 3 guys and a woman. And the interviewer said, let's say you are a CIA officer in the field and you get a cable from headquarters and they say, we need for you to get the new classified Indonesian economic figures. And then you go out and target the Indonesian economic secretary. Okay. So you take him to lunch, you take him to dinner, you hit it off, your wives become friends, you go on weekend vacations together, your kids are playing together. 6 months pass, you realize he's not recruitable. But headquarters says, hey, we need those figures. What do? One guy raises his hand. He says, you double down, you spend more money. The woman says, maybe you can run it through the wives. Maybe the wives get even closer. And I'm looking around like, what? So I raised my hand. I said, you break into the Indonesian embassy and you steal it. He says, that's exactly what you do.
Ah, man. Yo. That's exactly what you do. Let's go, baby.
That's a sociopathic tendency. A normal person wouldn't say, I need something that Patrick has. I think I'm going to break into his house and steal it. Normal people don't do that. But remember, we're the good guys. So, sociopathic tendencies, an ability to work alone without having to be motivated by an outside factor.
Yeah, that's very important. Very, very important, man. I would say, obviously you need that anyway, but that's huge.
I loved that job so much. I hated to leave at the end of the day. And then I couldn't wait to get back in the morning to see what I had missed from overnight. You have to be able to work for much of your career without any rewards, right? You catch Abu Zubaydah. You can't then call your friends and say, hey, I caught Abu Zubaydah. Or call your hometown radio station. I caught Abu Zubaydah. You can't tell anybody what you did. My first wife was a ballet teacher. And I would get home and she'd say, how was work? I'd say, great. What'd you do? Nothing. Who'd you talk to? Nobody. And then my phone would ring at midnight and I would speak in Arabic and then I would leave to do a meeting in the middle of the night after a 2-hour surveillance detection route to the meeting and a 2-hour surveillance detection route from the meeting, get back home at 6 o'clock in the morning. And then she says, so what was her name? And I'm like, no, I was working. In the middle of the night. Have a good time? Well, I mean, what are you going to do? I can't tell her I was, at some clandestine meeting with the ambassador.
She didn't know she was a CIA officer.
She knew I was CIA, but that was literally all that she knew. She had no idea what I did for a living.
So number one is sociopathic tendencies, but not a sociopath. You have to understand to make a decision without feeling guilty.
Yeah.
Number two is a level of work that you came in without any outside motivations to get you to.
Yeah, I mean, that's just for government work in general a lot of the times. You don't get paid that much. You really got to enjoy the job, bro.
Go to work.
Yeah.
Like you sincerely love the game.
And they give you an assignment and they say, do it. And that's it. Nobody's going to call and say, hey, can I help in any way, make this easier for you? Do it. Oh, I got a cable. Patrick, they said, Abu Zubaydah somewhere in Pakistan. Go catch him. Like, go catch him. This country's the size of Texas, and it has 220 million people. What do you mean, go catch him? But by God, I set out to catch him, and I did.
Pretty wild when you think about what the one thing that she said is similar to what you said. She says, when you do save the free world from the next World War III, and you're watching TV, and you know they're reporting, and you know that you're the one that did that, you don't need the recognition.
No. The day I got back from Pakistan, there was this kid in the office. He was an intern, a graduate fellow, and he had been reading the cables from Pakistan. So I walk in, and I've been gone for 6-7 months. I walk in, and he sees me, and he goes like this. And I said, no. It was a team effort. And he said, dude, I read the cables. I said, don't say a word, because not everybody here in the office is cleared for what happened. So
That's
no,
wild.
You got to just eat it.
That's wild. But to me, a few good men, code red. You want the truth? I deserve it. You can't handle the truth.
That's right.
And he gives that whole speech, right?
Yeah.
I gotta say that if I got a job at the CIA, it's almost naive to believe there isn't code red type of tendencies, right? Because you have the what? You have the official budget for the CIA that we all know about.
Right.
Then you have the official black.
Right.
Yeah, a lot of it is classified. Well, actually, I think to this day, they still don't release the full CIA budget. Let's look here. I think it's classified, chat, altogether. Okay, annual budget, 15 billion as of 2013. Yeah, okay, bro. It's way more than that. Again, check out my brother's channel. Gaines Clips, guys. This is my brother's YouTube channel, My Clips.
Budget, that operations that not everybody will know about. And then you have the unofficial black budget. So there's 3 different tiers. So you have to know that if you're in this game, listen, we do certain things that the average person.
Yeah, he's laughing at the budget. That should tell you everything you need to know. He's laughing at the fucking budget, chat.
Just never going to understand. So don't act like we have to do this and we have to do that. Don't be naive, John. This is what we do. You know what you signed up for. I would assume that's a norm, isn't it?
Now, yes. But remember, at the time of the 9/11 attacks, Executive Order 12333 was the law of the land. The CIA cannot murder people. President Ford signed that executive order. It had the force of law.
It would have signed, but that means nothing, though.
Oh, no, but you'd be surprised. I had a friend, Bob Baer. Bob Baer's pretty famous former CIA officer. He's written many books. One of his books became the film Syriana with George Clooney. He was serving in Iraq and came up with a plot to kill Saddam Hussein, and they threatened to arrest him for attempted murder. He had to resign from the CIA. You're in violation of executive order.
The moment it became public?
No. NSA heard somebody talking about the CIA guy is going to come up with a plan.
It became public. That's a form of becoming public.
It became public.
But to me, that's like him being sloppy. To me, you know.
No. What it was he was working with a group of Kurds, and the Kurds are on the phone saying, hey, so how do we
Oh yeah, the Kurds hated Saddam.
do this? We're going to figure out a plan.
And for those of you that are wondering, the Kurds are kind of a diaspora people, similar to them boys. And they, they're in northern Iraq, they're in Iran, they're in Turkey, they're all over the region. And they don't have their own country. And we've historically, the United States has always backed the Kurds because the Kurds have beef with a lot of people that we have beef with. And it's kind of fucked up because we always kind of leave them out to dry. Like, we give them aid and support, and then like when shit picks up and we don't need them anymore, like we just stop giving them aid, and then they're just like left to fend for themselves. But we back a lot of Kurdish groups that fight our enemies.
And NSA called the White House and said, hey, one of your guys is out there trying to come up with a plan to kill Saddam Hussein. And they said, you can either resign or you can be prosecuted for attempted murder.
He resigned.
He resigned. It was a ridiculous slap.
Interesting. Okay. Well,
but anyway, on September 12th, all that changed.
Yeah. So President Trump. Okay. Let's go through today.
Yeah.
The Epstein fumble that just.
All right. Now we're getting into the good stuff. I wanted to get the full interview because I watched it like this before, so I kind of wanted you guys to get an idea of who this guy is. Before we get into the Epstein stuff, let's go ahead and read some of these chats. Can't stop. Nah, I meant like if she does follow up with you after the first smash, it keeps coming over. How long after the first smash should she be loyal to you and not talking to other guys? If she is main chick material, asking because sometimes I'll notice girls I'm smashing texting other guys while they're still getting smashed by me and talking to me. So I'm asking how much time should I give her to be doing that before I label her as recreational use only? That is a personal question, bro. That is a personal question. But I would say longer than a month, maybe that might be a problem. But some guys might go shorter. That's up to you. I've been in the gym the last 3 years and I'm in shape and he's all fat and she keeps telling me, oh, it's a two-part thing. Martin, been with my girl 9.5 years, was going to propose this year, and last week she left me and I found out she's been hanging out with this fat dude that makes her feel good. Okay, let me read this again. I've been with this girl 9.5 years, was going to propose this year, and last week she left me and I found out she's been hanging out with this fat dude that makes her feel good. How can she move on so quick? Just months ago, we were talking about kids and marriage. I've been in the gym the last 3 years and I'm in shape and he's all fat and she keeps telling me it was the way I was treating her. Been tough. Just wanted your opinion. I know we are done. Yeah, bro. Should have noticed the signs, man. She checked out probably a long time ago. You're probably just noticing it now, but she's been checked out for a long time, dude. You guys got to understand that women break up with you in their brain before they break up with you for real. And that's just how they do things, okay? And this guy is probably doing something that you're not. Whether it's him paying attention to her feelings, maybe he's being nicer, even though he's fat or whatever. Yeah, bro, this happens. This is a very ugly reality when it comes to women. It's a very ugly thing, and you're kind of going through it right now. That women have to, they break up with you in their mind first, then they allow that to kind of justify their shitty decisions after the fact. And that's why she's telling you this dumb shit about, oh, it's the way you were treating me. There's probably some other stuff too. I would need to know more information because I don't know everything. I don't know what you were doing versus what she was doing and everything else like that. But what I can tell you is that women get over breakups a lot faster than men do, for sure. Bro, monkey branching, my friend. Remember, this is why I tell you guys all the time, man, women aren't equal to men, bro. They're not like us. They're truly not like us. So, yeah, dude, move on. You just dodged a bullet. Could you imagine if you married her? Cooked, man. So, yeah, bro, you just got to move on. Accept the ugly reality that women are, professional monkey branchers. moving on to other men is kind of what they're able to do, unfortunately. And this is thousands of years of human programming. You got to remember that it's only been recently where women were able to exist without the provisioning and security of a man. So, you know, you look at like World War II example, right? When the fucking Nazis came in and took over France, they were banging all the French women. Why? Because women innately know that they have to submit to the strongest males in their society. And that's why they just kind of moved on from the Frenchmen that were defeated to the stronger German Nazis. That's how it goes, my friend. It's a very ugly reality about human nature and a very ugly reality when it comes to women. They are not inherently loyal like us, bro. Right? If you love your girl, you love your girl. Women don't operate like that. And the sooner you find that out, the better. But it's cooked, bro. Relationship's over. You just got to move on. Don't even bother trying to get answers. I know she told you this bullshit about, oh, you don't treat her the same way, bro. It's a bunch of other shit that she's not going to tell you, bro. Don't even bother. It's not worth it. Look at that. Boom. You got some advice for only sending in $2. That's the benefit of being in the OSS, guys. That is the benefit of being in the OSS. When you're in the OSS chat, you can go ahead and literally get to ask me questions like that. He spent $2 to ask that. So join the OSS, guys. I read OSS chats. All of them get read on screen or read on stream. Levier Adams says, an Iranian soldier walks into a bar and the bartender asks, aren't you supposed to be on the battlefield? The Iranian soldier says, yeah, but I ran. Bro. Don't quit your day job, bro. Don't quit your day job, Adams. This nigga, bro. What the hell?
The biggest fumble of the administration so far. He's being interviewed by Rachel Campos Duffy. She asks in the interview, are you going to release the John F. Kennedy files? Yes.
Yeah, I'm cheaper than a therapist for sure. And I'm going to keep it real. I'm not going to tell you some bullshit. But yeah, bro. That's female nature, my friend.
Are you going to release the 9/11 files? Yes. Are you going to release the, this isn't it, because somebody was sitting to her right. I don't think that's the one. It's a different interview. Are you going to release the Epstein files? And then she said, that's the one.
Guys, we just hit 3,000 active members of the OSS. We just hit 3,000. Huge milestone that I am honored that you guys enjoy the content so much. Support me, support the mission. Your guys' support absolutely allows me to stay independent, where I can do the content that I'm doing, free from having to worry about YouTube AdSense or free from having to worry about censoring myself or any of that other shit. Obviously, we understand that we're on YouTube and we, YouTube is the model. It's the way to, help people find the content or whatever. But once you guys do, you can watch on Rumble, you can watch on Kick, you can watch on OSS, obviously, which has the best chat by far, because in the OSS chat, they're putting memes in there, which is hilarious, makes it a lot better. It's a great community. We got 100 plus guys in there. We typically end up with like 100 to 200 guys in there. So you can watch the show from there as well. So the army is very strong, my friends. Very, very strong, and it's fucking awesome.
Spartans! What is your profession?
And we're going to be 10,000 strong very fucking soon. We're almost there, 1/3 of the way there, guys. Almost. So the goal is to get to 10,000 by the end of the fucking year. 10,000 on the OSS, 1,000 watching on the OSS every time we go live, 10,000 watching live every time we're live, and having a fucking huge network of guys. As you guys know, we got a free Discord that you guys can jump in. We got a Telegram group for the active members so that you guys can join. We're running a promo right now where you can join for $1, then it becomes 10 after that. So for the price of a fucking Starbucks latte in downtown New York City, you're able to support the mission, get the content. We watch the news. We cover everything here. Politics, culture, dating, geopolitics, domestic policy, everything, man. True crime. We do true crime once a week on Sundays. So, bro, this is a one-stop shop channel, baby. We cover everything over here.
Welcome, punch!
While these other stupid-ass streamers over here doing a bunch of dumb shit, right? Gooning, or whatever. We're over here making shit happen. And then we also do street debates as well. As you guys know, I do street debates. We're going to be doing the college tour very soon in the fall. So it's going to be a good time, guys. It's going to be a very, very good time. Anyway, let's get back to it.
Let me see if that's the one, Rob.
Now we're going to get into Epstein.
No, that's not the one. Are you going to release this? Are you going to release that? And then that's it right there. So if you can play this, I don't know if you've seen this or not.
Yes.
Okay. So if you've seen this, you know which one it is once we get the video to work. And then he finally, when they ask him about Epstein.
Now the next goal is 3,500 ninjas.
He hesitates. Okay. And he doesn't want to release it for whatever reason. Now, we don't know what the reasoning may be. He says, well, sometimes, stories like that get other people involved and we don't want to do that. Great. Then now, Pam Bondi, Kash Patel, all of these guys who have talked about Epstein. There's a video of Dan Bongino who is on Tim Pool podcast, and he's being asked about, and you've been on Tim Pool before, and he's on the Tim Pool you have been on there, right?
Yeah.
I think you have been, yeah. And he's being asked about, well, I'm in the waiting room of Fox News, and this guy's telling me that, Epstein was Mossad, and and that's exactly what happened. Okay. And then now all of a sudden we get the report 3 days ago. No client list, no this, no that. And yesterday, when they're being asked about it, Pam Bondi says they found child porn. That's what they found, and that's what they don't want to release. Is that the video, Rob, the one that President Trump there is asked about Epstein?
And we reacted to this yesterday, as you guys know, but let's go ahead and see what they got to say about this.
I think you just had the video. How long is that video, by the way?
This one is the shorter version.
No, you need the other one to find a Bondi one. But,
I have the entire one right here. This
okay,
is,
play that one. Play that one because I want her answer to also be in it. And I got so many questions with this on the CIA side. But go ahead and play this clip here. Go for it.
Jeffrey Epstein, it left some lingering mysteries. One of the biggest ones is whether he ever worked for an American or foreign intelligence agency. The former Labor Secretary, who was Miami U.S. Attorney Alex Acosta, he allegedly said that he did work for an intelligence agency. So could you resolve whether or not he did? And also, could you say why there was a minute missing from the jailhouse tape on the night of the death?
Yeah, sure. If I
could I just interrupt for
Sure.
1 second? Are you still
Oh, man, here we go.
talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. You're asking, we have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That is unbelievable. Do you want to waste the time and do you feel like answering?
I don't mind answering.
I mean, I can't believe you're asking a question on Epstein at a time like this where we're having some of the greatest success and also tragedy with what happened in Texas. It just seems like a desecration, but you go ahead.
Sure. First, to back up on that, in February, I did an interview on Fox, and it's been getting a lot of attention because I said, I was asked a question about the client list, and my response was, it's sitting on my desk to be reviewed, meaning the file, along with the JFK, MLK files as well. That's what I meant by that. Also, to the tens of thousands
Nice save from Pam Bondi.
of video, they turned out to be child porn downloaded by that disgusting Jeffrey Epstein. Child porn is what they were. Never going to be released, never going to see the light of day. To him being an agent, I have no knowledge about that. We can get back to you on that. And the minute missing from the video, we released the video showing definitively.
That's a fumble.
The video was not conclusive, but
Why would you release
the
that video?
evidence prior to it was
You can pause
showing
it.
he committed.
You've seen this, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Body language, your job is body language. You have to, as a sociopathic tendency, you have to be able to size up the other person's body language.
Absolutely.
When you see this here, you see the president, you see Bond, you see the way they're handling this topic.
Yeah.
In your mind, what are you speculating?
That they're deflecting.
Why?
I think that this is one of those things where they just don't want people to go deeper. And
Why?
I don't think it has to do with, like, I don't think people are going to be implicated if the people in the White House are going to be implicated in anything. I think it's more about protecting the Israelis, actually.
Oh,
Why?
shit.
Jeffrey Epstein, in my view, is a textbook case of an access agent. I've said this.
There you go. He's going to keep it real on this bullshit, unlike these other niggas.
Before, but I think it's important and it bears repeating. If if you are a foreign intelligence service and you want information from Bill Clinton or Bill Gates or, Alan Dershowitz.
Guys, like the goddamn video, by the way. We got only 1,700 likes, but we got 3,200 of you guys in here. That's what, 15% engagement rate? That's fucking trash. Guys, like the video. We should be at 3,000 likes easy.
Welcome, punch!
All right? We've been doing this show consistently now for 7 months. Since the beginning of the year, we've grown the channel significantly. I think over 100,000 subscribers. We're at like 280 something. I don't even know how many. Well, what are the subscribers on the channel? We're at 292, man. We started this channel 186,000, chat. 186 back in January. 7 months later, we're at 292. So over 100,000 subscribers in 7 months. So smash that fucking like button. I'm streaming to YouTube for absolutely for free. These motherfuckers are robbing me blind. The only thing I ask you guys in return, if you could afford it, join the OSS, $1 to join, $10 after that. Or smash that like button if you can't afford it. A majority of you guys are not in the OSS on YouTube. That's fine. Just smash that like button. Let's get into it, because this is very interesting to hear the perspective from an actual former CIA officer on what he thinks about Jeffrey Epstein.
Sir, important people. You want the secret information from them. You're not going to recruit them. They don't need anything from you. They don't have any financial vulnerabilities. So you do the next best thing, and you recruit somebody who has access to them. And you finance this person. He has a private island. He's got a private jet. He flies these people down. All the bedrooms and bathrooms, we learned this week, were wired for video and for sound. And then you can get them, you can catch them in these compromising positions just in case you need to squeeze them a little bit. There's no evidence that any of them were squeezed, but just in case. And then you pass it back to your handlers. I had a trainer, one of my operational trainers, who told us when we were going through the process that the best recruitment he ever made was a copy machine repairman. And I laughed when he said it. And he said, no, I'm serious. Hear me out. He said, all of us want to recruit the prime minister. We're not going to recruit the prime minister. We're not even going to have access to the prime minister. But the prime minister's got a copy machine in his office. And every once in a while, that machine is going to need to be cleaned and serviced. So you recruit the copy machine repairman. And when he goes in there to make his repair or to clean the drums or whatever, he installs a little device that we give him so that every time somebody makes a copy, it transmits a copy back to the CIA. He said, I got a promotion, I got a medal, I got a photo op with the director. It made my career. Because every sheet of paper that went through that prime minister's office went straight to the CIA.
One little chip was doing that.
That's it.
So now, how do you use? So what do you do with those assets now you're getting? You know what the communication is. You know what they're thinking about. You know what their next move is. You know who their enemy is. You know who their ally is.
Exactly. Maybe it's what their position's going to be on trade negotiations. Maybe it's, the prime minister's got some kind of health problem that you need to know about for planning purposes. You never know. You never know what's going to pop. Maybe it's just, spam, or it's a rent-a-car application or stupid stuff. You just throw it in the shredder or in the burn bag. But, that one nugget might come through. And I think that that's what Jeffrey Epstein was. Now, we know all about Ghislaine Maxwell's father, having had this long relationship with Mossad. I believe that he was a Mossad access agent. It makes perfect sense to me.
So, in this situation with Epstein and what's going on, who knows exactly what happened? The FBI or CIA?
Well, see, that's really the $64,000 question right there. One thing that didn't surprise me at all was the conclusion that he committed suicide. I've always said he committed suicide. And I say that only because of my own experience in the prison system.
You don't think someone killed him?
No, I don't.
You think he committed suicide?
Yeah. And I'll tell you why.
Please.
Because the Federal Bureau of Prisons is the biggest repository of semi-literate boobs anywhere in government. If you have an IQ of 65 and you want to work in government, straight to the Bureau of Prisons with you, right? Every flunky who couldn't make it through the local police academy, or every loser who...
Bear with me, chat. My fucking monitor turned off. Sorry about that.
Who left the military and couldn't find a job because he lives in some rural area and there are no jobs unless you want to be a farmer and live in a double wide. They go to the Bureau of Prisons. The guards, so many of the guards were so stupid where I was.
Yeah, a lot of people are retarded at BOP, not gonna lie.
That they couldn't even read. So they couldn't do mail call because they couldn't read the envelopes. And so prisoners had to do the mail call for them. The only qualifications to be a prison guard are you have to have a GED or be working on a GED and no felony convictions. That's it. That's all. And you're in. So, number one, they're all morons. Number two, the cameras never work. Never. I wrote a blog. I used to smuggle out this blog, and my attorney would publish it, and it became my second book, Doing Time Like a Spy. But I wrote this blog about how I was working as a janitor in the chapel. And
this is when you're doing your 23 months.
When I was doing my 23 months, I was a janitor. I offered to teach a class because I did my PhD coursework in international affairs, and they told me if they wanted me to teach an effing class, they would ask me to teach an effing class. Now pick up the sweeper or the broom and, sweep the floors. So that's what I did. I said, fine, for 16 cents an hour. So anyway, every time I'd go to the chapel.
16 cents an hour, what the fuck? Slave labor.
In a period where there wasn't some sort of religious service scheduled, the guys are having sex in there, and I'd have to chase them out. And the reason they had sex in there all the time is because the cameras never worked. And
Bruh. Nigga.
Everybody knew where the cameras didn't work. They didn't work in the stairwell that led down to the mailroom, for example. They didn't work in the hallway that led to the laundry. And so people are constantly having sex in there. So when they say, oh my God, the cameras weren't working, it's a conspiracy. No, the cameras weren't working because they never work. And then they said, oh, the guards were asleep. Yeah, because the guards are always asleep, right? They're supposed to work 8 hours, no more than 8 hours. These guys were doing
This is so hard to believe.
It's awful. It's awful.
Well, I mean, I could tell you guys, a lot of BOP employees are fucking retards. That's a fact. That is an absolute fact. Guys, we only got 2,000 likes, but 3,200 guys in here. Smash the like button, ninjas.
This is naive to believe that. For me, my opinion, you got a guy, this heavyweight of a guy that's got access to this information.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
you're gonna allow something like that to happen. There's a lot of guys that have.
But you're gonna trust. You're gonna trust in your people that they realize he's a high-profile prisoner. He's a suicide risk.
This makes me also. What this makes me also think about is the following. So what did you say? You call them stupid people, right?
Yeah.
People who work there. Okay. But what did you call the other guy that was able to put a chip on the printer to get all the intel, right? If you're able to con a prime minister to get all the facts and stuff that's coming in, how much easier is it if I'm dealing with stupid men to go and kill a guy that I want to kill? It's the easiest person to kill. I mean, cameras don't work. The prisoners are lazy. Guys, this is like easy job where a brand new elementary guy can go and take them out.
Yes, but then the FBI et al. Are going to investigate that, and they're going to look at everybody's financial records. Has anybody made a big deposit, bought a boat, moved into a bigger house, And there's no indication that anybody profited in any way.
Not yet. We don't know yet because it's not. And even if there's many ways of doing it with. If a person wants to take them out, they're not going to have a hard time taking them out. But go back to this year. So you said Israel.
Yeah.
So do you don't think anybody from the administration is being implicated, that they're on that list? I don't think so either. I'm not there. But who actually knows what happened? That's what I want to know. Because in the CIA, you said something. I talked to Woolsey. Woolsey was like, I never talked to the President Clinton. He was, You know, it's like I was there for 2 visits or 2 this and nothing ever happened.
Literally.
Like now you're saying Gore was the one that would talk 5-6 days a week in the briefing. But who are the people that actually know the client list?
Yeah.
That actually have seen the videos, that actually have access to those, who have actually seen it? How many people you think know exactly what happened?
Hey, Noodle, thank you for the gifted sub on Rumble.
How big's that number?
I think it's actually more than most people realize because you figure Ghislaine Maxwell 100%.
Sure.
But you figure Virginia Giuffre told us, and actually 5 other young women in their statements, in their lawsuit, told us that there were rooms with banks of monitors, right? And they were monitoring every room and every bathroom. So if there were clients, and I believe there were, and they were having sex with minors, and I believe they were, every single person who was hired to monitor those screens would have known. I believe that there was a list, a client list. There had to have been. We know that there was a black book. It sold at Sotheby's, for heaven's sake. So where is it? Was it destroyed? And even if it was destroyed, why didn't Ghislaine Maxwell try to use it to save herself?
She might have not even been privy to all of it.
Yeah, so now out of all these people that have access to it, say somebody is, did you say it's sold at Sotheby's?
Sotheby's or Christie's?
Actually, they both declined to handle it.
Oh,
in a 2020 Maryland auction house, was attempted to sell one of Epstein's the little black book, but it failed to meet the reserve, but it did not sell. The book had been offered privately earlier with.
And Frella, thank you for the gifted sub on Rumble.
Bids exceeding 100,000. If that book is still out there, I'd buy it myself for that number.
Right here.
Is that it? Where's that at, Rob?
Alexander Historical Auctions.
That's what it was, on Maryland's Eastern Shore.
Can you send me that link, Rob?
Yep.
Yeah. Is that the original book?
The original book. And you know what? I actually bought something from them. There was something that passed, and I emailed them after the auction, and I said, hey, I'd really like to have it, and they gave it to me for the minimum
Send that to
reserve.
me, Rob. Just text it to me if you could. Gotcha. So, okay, so going back to it, but how many people? So the number has to be in the thousands. Fair to say it's in the thousands, because all the clients, all the employees, all the people that set up the cameras, all the girls that were involved, how many people they told?
Yeah.
But then
or
there's
hundreds at least.
Okay, but then there's the people that were friends with Virginia who they told. So you're secondhand,
right. Yes.
But she knows because she had the experience with Andrew and whoever it is, whatever the individuals were. So,
yeah, and then Virginia Harding randomly, offed herself too. Everything about this case is weird.
How many people have seen, have files, have information, have communication where 100% they know? Not, I have faith in Virginia telling me the truth. I have, how many Virginias are there?
Right.
How many of those? Is that 50?
It's got to be, right?
Okay.
50?
So out of the 50, if I'm somebody that wants to get that intel, okay, if I'm somebody that wants to get that intel, and I want to get the next John, who is a FBI agent, CIA, who is conflicted, you were conflicted with waterboarding, and that person's conflicted with the fact that they have access to this information where a bunch of minors, but
right. Where's the whistleblower?
How do you get that person that has access to that information to be coming out to public? How do you get access to that person?
Yeah, that's a really good question. In the CIA, 10 years ago, I would have said WikiLeaks. They can protect your identity. They're the only ones who will protect your identity. Go to WikiLeaks. Today, for all intents and purposes, WikiLeaks doesn't really exist anymore. But you need somebody.
Yeah, Assange has been in hiding.
With a strong moral compass who's willing to take a serious risk because, again, you're going to be prosecuted. Maybe even under that Espionage Act. The judge in my case, Judge Leonie Brinkema, set 2 precedents in espionage-related cases. First of all, she ruled that she would not respect the other district courts' precedents that there had to be harm to the national security for an Espionage Act prosecution. Secondly, she ruled that a person can accidentally commit espionage. without the intent to commit espionage, without any criminal intent. And she defined espionage very simply as providing national defense information to any person not entitled to receive it. People could argue that the Epstein files are national defense information.
Yep. And that is a big reason why it's not going to come out. I've been telling y'all, man, classified, NDI is considered classified to a degree, regardless of classification levels.
Especially if they have something to do with a foreign country or with a foreign leader. And we know that Prince Andrew was implicated. So somebody would have to seriously take a risk by releasing that information.
Okay, so you're familiar with the Franklin cover-up?
Yes.
You know, the whole Larry King, that story, right?
Yes.
Rabbi, do you have the two, actually, you know what? I'm going to text it to you. The book opens up with a story of what happened there.
Mm-hmm.
And the Franklin cover-up is the child prostitution ring allegations.
Mm-hmm.
The guy actually ended up going to prison for different reasons.
Yes.
He didn't end up going to prison for that. He ended up going to prison. He was like a Epstein,
Yes.
is who he was, right? Back in the days. If you can pull out what I just sent you, in this book, I think the book is called The Franklin Cover-Up. I want to give credit to what the book is. Here's what it reads in the first 2 pages. If you can go, yeah, right there. What do Ronald Reagan, President George Bush, Fanner CIA Director William E. Colby, Democratic presidential candidate Bob Kerrey, billionaire and second richest man in America, and now head of Salomon Brothers, Warren Buffett, and Ronald Roskins, the current administration of the Agency of International Development, all have in common? I asked my close friend and advisor William Colby one day in 1991. I give up. Fanner, head of the Central Intelligence Agency, Colby said. What could that group have in common? 3 things, I replied. All of them a burden at times for those who have to carry. The 3 things are me, John DeCamp, a case called the Franklin, and a man named Larry King. Are you serious? Dead serious, I responded. And I hope that word dead does not turn out to be a prophetic pronouncement, as it has for at least 15 other Franklin-related personalities. My statement to Bill Colby was not made lightly. Colby and his wife, Sally Shelton Colby, a United States ambassador under President Carter, were at that very moment warning me to get away from the Franklin child abuse investigation, Larry King and anybody else linked with the Franklin, as quickly as possible for the sake of my own life and safety. Sally and Bill had never talked to me like this before. They sat me down, made it clear that this was not one of our routine discussions about life and health and happiness, and emphasized to me the serious nature of what and whom I was dealing with. What you have to understand, John, is that sometimes, you can go to the next page, sometimes there are forces and events too big, too powerful, with so much at stake for other people or institutions that you cannot do anything about them, no matter how evil or wrong they are, and no matter how dedicated or sincere you are and how much evidence you have. This is simply one of those hard facts of life you have to face. You have done your part. You've tried to expose the evil and wrongdoing. It has hurt you terribly, but it has not killed you up to this point. I'm telling you, get out of this before it does. Sometimes things are just too big for us to deal with, and we have to step aside and let history take its course. I can read the rest. I think kind of get the idea of what's going on here.
That's absolutely true.
Is that absolutely true right now with the Okay.
Yes, it's absolutely true. I got lucky. I only got 23 months in prison. Big deal. I came out stronger on the other end.
2 years, holy, it's not that bad.
But there are some people who have paid with their lives.
So the idea is the 50 people that know, who have seen the tapes, who have access to the information, who know for a fact, it's not like they are speculating. If a person had the resources, could offer the freedom, could offer all of that to you. So I'm trying to think, let's just say this is U.S. and Israel, okay? And it's CIA and Mossad working together. And I had Jeffrey Epstein's brother, he did a 2-hour podcast with me. He came to the cigar lounge. We sat there, met. He ended up leaving an hour later, and he came back, walked back to tell me one other thing. I'm like, why did you come back to tell me this one other thing? And then he left. And I'm trying to find out what the hell is going on with this case here, right? But to me, let's say Mossad and CIA know everything. But say I hate Mossad and I hate the CIA, and I'm an enemy of those two guys. You can call me KGB. You can call me any other intelligence agency that's out there. What would be my creative methods to get access to that? Or do I also have that?
Oh, no, that's a good question. So what you do is what the CIA calls the asset acquisition cycle. Spot, assess, develop, recruit. You have to...
I think we talked about this before with Andrew Bustamante.
You have to identify people who would have access to the information. That's spotting them. You assess whether they have ready access to the information that you want. Then you develop them. And when I say develop, I mean maybe you start schmoozing, but really what you're doing, it's not just schmoozing. It's you have to identify a vulnerability. And the vulnerability in 95% of the cases is money. Everybody wants money. I shouldn't say everybody. Almost everybody wants money. Some people might do it because they hate what the CIA and the FBI have done, or what they think the CIA and the FBI have done. They may do it for the thrill, the clandestinity of it. They may do it because, their wife has cancer and you can provide them money to take her to the Mayo Clinic, let's say. If there is a vulnerability, you move on that vulnerability. You act.
And this is actually precisely why, guys, when you get a clearance, one of the biggest things they do when they do your background check is they check your financials. And the reason why they check your financials is to ensure that you're not literally corruptible to the sense, because the more debt you have, the worse your financial situation, the more likely and more amenable you are to being infiltrated or being, what's the other term? Influenced to, sell information, which would, obviously put national security at risk because you want to buy a fucking new Rolex, right? Robert Hansen, a former FBI agent, went to jail, literally went to prison for life. He actually died not too long ago, literally for this. So this is a big reason why they're cautious about this stuff. Rebellious 143, subscribe. Shout out to you, bro. Thoughts on Alberta separating from Canada? You guys are cooked in Canada. Hey, do you see my super chat before? I only read, bro, you got to join OSS, man. You could have taken that $1 and literally joined OSS, brother. X-Knight says, did you ask Andrew Bustamante about the 5 dancing Israelis that got sent back to Israel? No, I didn't ask him about that. Albanian goes, hey, Myron, going to start college soon. What is the best route to take to study to be applied for the real world? Get careers that will get you a job, my friend. That is the biggest thing I can say. Popskaya, everything Myron says about leading women is true. Just ended a 12-year marriage. Final straws when I was sick. Gained 110 pounds, retaining water. Couldn't wear shoes for a year, so swollen. For the first time, my wife went to work while I was sick. This bitch had the nerve to tell me, quote, my money, quote unquote. One time I told her I need $400. After 11 years of paying all the bills, bitch had the nerve to say that to me. Oh, my disability and savings still paid 90% of the household bills. Cunt. Damn, bro. Sorry, man, that you went through that. But it happens, dude. In case you didn't know, OSS Locals is not streaming your live for a while. Really? No, I didn't know that, One Chest. Is there lag? Come on over and watch on Rumble then. I did not know that. Let me double check. Locals might be down. Get careers that will get you a job, my friend. No, it's up here, bro. It's live right now. I'm looking at it right now. It's up. It's literally up right now. I'm on OSS right now. Might need that Fed advice, been applying to police departments around Florida. I've had a lot of jobs in the past and doesn't look well when applying, but I've been with the same job for over 2 years and now studying engineering since criminal justice is useless. What can I do to explain that I've changed it and show that I am worthy, or am I cooked from being a Leo? Really want to be a Leo. Keep applying, bro. Don't give up. Keep applying. You see people dogpiling RG3 for his take? No, I didn't hear about that. RG3? Who's RG3? Okay, now it's working. Wasn't working before. Okay. All right, so OSS is working now. All right. As long as it's working now. Yeah, Rumble Studio, guys, is having problems. I think that might be why. Rumble Studio is having some problems, which is the streaming service I use to go on Rumble and to go on locals. What I can do is I can re-upload the stream for you guys up on OSS. W. Martin just bought 4 shorts. Got to support the GOAT. Thank you so much, Lucifer. Flyer, W. Martin, WSS chat. Thank you so much. Rabbi, subscribe. Thank you. Yeah, so it's good now. All right. It was lagging like a motherfucker for like 10 to 20 minutes. It's behind Rumble, but it's working? Okay. Yeah, I think that's Rumble Studio, guys, because I'm even looking at my Rumble Studio and it's acting a little weird. They might be doing some upgrades. This happens every now and then. Hey, Martin, did you see Charlie Kirk get cooked by a college student? Blackest Panther send me that. I'll take a look.
Act on it. Otherwise, you're out of luck.
You have the
and the information's just never going to get out there.
Yeah, I reacted to this already from this Ginger. Yeah, I've seen this video before from Cambridge.
I don't know about that. I don't know. If
I hope you're right.
I don't know about the fact that it's that hard to get the information. I don't know about that.
You need one person to do the right thing.
Either the right thing or somebody that's sick of it.
Right.
Somebody that's angry. Somebody that's agitated.
Correct.
Somebody that's... because... okay, when you were a CIA officer and you guys work with Intel, you're like, hey, when I was going to Sudan or I don't know, whatever city, Kiriakou, where were you going? Khartoum, yeah. Hey, you're going there at 3 p.m. today. Oh, shit. Okay, I'm going there. Boom. Okay. And we got an intel from a Saudi intel, from this, from that. What other intel agencies did you guys work with that collectively amongst each other, you're like, dude, I work with those guys. I don't trust them at.
Oh, this is an interesting part right here, chat. Pay attention. DB Kuba said, I'm in OSS, just joined sub 30 minutes ago. Welcome, my friend.
All. And which intel agencies did you work with? You're like, I think those guys are fair. Who did you not at all trust, even though you had to work with them?
The Israelis.
You didn't trust them?
Man.
Not as far as I could throw them.
You, or was that a cultural thing?
It was cultural. But my very first encounter with...
Cultural. I wonder why. Oy vey. The anti-Semitism is showing itself.
The Israeli intelligence service, the Mossad, I was a brand new analyst. This is like March of 1990. And I was instructed to participate in a large-scale briefing of the Israeli Mossad and Shin Bet representatives in Washington. And we don't allow the Israelis into CIA headquarters because they would always come with gifts, and the gifts had always listening devices packed.
Ah, man, just like when Netanyahu probably gave Trump that pager. You already know what time that means.
Inside them. And, somebody brings you a gift, you x-ray it. It's the normal process. And we're like, you guys can't keep coming back here every single time trying to bug our conference rooms. So no more. So,
and was it easy to x-ray and see that they had bugs in them?
Yeah.
What percentage of the time did gifts have bugs in them?
100%.
Be quiet.
No, seriously.
Are you kidding?
Wow. Our greatest ally, chat. Our greatest ally, chat. And we give these niggas the most aid, bro. We give these ninjas the most aid, chat. They can still do this bullshit, bro.
Kidding me?
Absolutely not. I wish I was.
100% of the time they brought gifts that had bugs in them.
Yeah. And we're like, okay, no more. You can't come on campus anymore.
Will you guys joke about?
Bro, that's crazy. Nigga, how you ban the greatest ally from, oh man, cooked. Absolutely cooked, man. Hey guys, smash that like button. We're only at 2,100, 2,200 likes, man. We should be at fucking 2,500 easy. Smash that goddamn like button, chat. All right, we've been streaming now for what? 4.5 hours? No, almost going on 5.
About it with them, you're like, dude, what are you doing?
Yeah.
What is this?
We
So
would
was
say,
it like a joke?
Come on, you guys. No, they were serious. They were hoping one would slip through. So we had a safe house in Virginia, and we would meet with them there. So I'm one of like 8 analysts at the time. And because I was the junior most analyst, I went last. So, the political analyst, the econ analyst, the oil analyst, the military analyst, they all take their turns. And it comes to me. And because I was overt at the time, I used my true name. So I said, my name is John Kiriakou, and I'm going to brief you today on Saddam Hussein's state of mind. And the Mossad guy, his glasses were like this. And he says, spell your name? So I spell it. And then in front of all my colleagues, he says to me, you are Jewish?
Ah, bro. These niggas, man. Bro.
And I said, I am not recruitable. I am not recruitable. Don't even think about it.
Wow.
I was so furious that he was ready to cold pitch me right there in front of all my colleagues. Like, let's have lunch afterwards. Like, get out of here, moron. Try to
super disrespectful in the intel world, chat.
Recruit me in front of everybody.
John, was that across the board with everybody that didn't trust them the most?
Oh, yeah.
What percentage of guys you work with didn't?
Greatest ally, niggas. Greatest ally. You are Jewish? Bruh. Well, I guess he could pass, right? He has the olive skin and shit like that from the Mediterranean, so I guess he could pass. That's why he asked.
And trust Mossad.
100%.
But he's not.
I'll give you another example.
He's Greek. He's not Jewish. He's Greek, chat.
So when I went on a tour to Bahrain, the guy I sat next to at headquarters and his wife went on a tour to Jerusalem. They were absolutely lovely people. Husband and wife tandem team. They were declared to the Israelis. So the Israelis knew that they were CIA officers, and they went to Jerusalem for a 2-year assignment not to work against the Israelis. We don't work against the Israelis. So when they arrived, the chief took them to Mossad and said, you already know them, but now they're going to be here for 2 years. She's going to work on Palestinian issues, and he's going to take Arabic classes at the university. Easy. So they're there for a few weeks. The ambassador has a welcome party for them, and they go back to their house after the party, and all the living room furniture had been rearranged.
Wow.
While they were gone. And they're like, okay, the Israelis break into the house. We get it. It's your country. All right. You don't have to be jerks about it. That December, they go to a Christmas party at the ambassador's residence. And when they get back to the house, people had taken shits in all their toilets.
Wow.
And left it unflushed.
Bruh. J behavior.
What? Yeah. Why? It's just an intimidation thing. They do their 2 years there. The ambassador has a going away party for them. They drive back home, and when they get home, the dog is whimpering under the dining room table. Somebody had cut his tail off.
What? Bruh.
And wrapped it in gauze and medical tape.
Bro. Greatest ally.
Like, why? So when this happens, and it happens all the time, we have to go to the Israelis and say, stop harassing our people. And they're like, okay. And then they stop for a year or two. And then they start doing it again.
Why do you... Okay, give me one you trusted the most.
The Brits. I worked very, very closely with the Brits.
Why were they easier to work with?
Because our national interests are so closely aligned, especially on the issues that I was working on, terrorism, that everything we wanted to do, they wanted to do as well. And one of the great things about MI6 and MI5, frankly, is that their bureaucracy is a fraction of what ours is. And so let's say I want to do something against Hezbollah. It's going to take 6 months of paperwork for 5 different layers to approve. The Brits want to do something against Hezbollah. They just go out and do it. And then they'll call us and say, hey, we're going to do this thing against Hezbollah. You went in? I say, heck yeah, I went in. They fly out to London and, implement it together. So I worked closely with them in different countries all around the world.
Who would you put second on who you guys didn't trust?
Didn't trust?
Behind Israel.
Well, you can't trust, obviously, the Russians, the Chinese, the Iranians, the Cubans, the usual cast of characters. I will say I had a serious problem with the French. Yeah.
Oui.
Why? The French?
They're just dicks.
Mike 963, thank you for the gifted sub, bro.
We in the 90s we had this period where we were forbidden from transiting Charles de Gaulle Airport because laptops had just become a thing in the 90s, right? And so a lot of us had work laptops that were double, triple secured. They were tempested. You couldn't break into them. And so you transit through Paris and you have a diplomatic passport and they say, okay, you come into secondary and they take the laptop and they say, open up the laptop. And you say, no, I'm a diplomat on a diplomatic passport.
That's when you got the black passport.
The laptop is the property of the U.S. government. Well, they used to have this spike, like a railroad spike in a piece of wood, and they would take the laptop and slam it down on the spike and destroy the hard drive and then give you your laptop back. It's like, why? We're supposed to be allies. What are you doing?
Didn't France help Israel get nuked? Or what's the relationship between France and...
Yes, they did. France did absolutely help Israel get their nuclear weapon. France actually also invaded during the Suez Canal crisis with Israel as well. A French guy called in the super chat yesterday saying that his country's fucking run by these guys. So yeah, Israel, United Kingdom, and France.
Nukes.
That's the rumor. Yeah, the rumor is it was the French and the South Africans
that worked with them.
Yes.
So okay, so do you trust Russia's intel agency more than you trust Israel?
No, I don't trust either one of them. I will say that both of them are outstanding services, but I think the Israelis are probably the best in the world.
And is that an element of how dirty they are, or is that an element of envy that they're actually better than us in intel?
It's a combination of the two. I'll give you an example, Patrick. This thing with the pagers last year. Oh my God.
Yeah, very good at operation. You got to give credit to them boys, man, for that one.
What can you imagine the complexity of an operation like that, where you have to control literally every step of the way from production through the supply chain?
Insane.
It's insane.
That's insane.
If you guys want, I covered the pager incident on on this channel before in detail. So feel free to go check it out.
I got a call from a Russian TV network the next day, and they said, would you come on and talk about this pager operation? I said, sure. And they said, it's a war crime, right? And I said, it might be, because they were innocent people. But I said, it was friggin' brilliant. I said, I can tell you, even after 15 years at the CIA, nobody at the CIA would have come up with an operation that was this incredible and outside the box. Deep respect to the Israelis, whether it was legal or illegal. Deep respect. Well, yeah, but can't you say it was a war crime or a crime against humanity? And I said, no, I'm not going to say that. I'm going to say somebody at Mossad's getting promoted today, because that's the most incredible operation I've ever seen in my life. Kudos to them.
Yeah. So to me, I wonder if what they've done is they've been able to infiltrate and outmaneuver our agency, our intel, our politicians.
Definitely have.
And now a lot of Americans are annoyed, and a lot of leaders are annoyed that they outmaneuvered them.
I think you've hit it on the head.
I think
that's exactly it, because it's not just intel, it's politics as well.
Right. But guess what? You can be as angry as you want. You could have stopped it. You fell for it. You can say whatever you want about them. They outdid you.
Yes.
They out-strategized you.
Exactly right.
They outmaneuvered you, and you fell for it.
You know, after I left the Senate, the CIA, I went to the private sector for a few years, and then I went to the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. I was the senior investigator. And I was on the job for like 3 days. And these two lobbyists come to the office, and this would happen all the time. You know, lobbyists come in for, you know, whatever, international shipping or whatever. These guys were from AIPAC. Congratulations on your new position. I said, oh, thank you very much. We would like to offer you an all expenses paid trip to the Holy Land.
Oh, man. They wanted him to kiss the wall.
I said, oh, thanks. No, not for me, but I appreciate it. Well, you know, we're taking a large group of people and we're going to take you to all the Christian sites. I said, thank you. I can pay for my own vacations. I'm not interested. And, you know, I'd always heard that they did things like that because they want to get you right off the bat. But so public and obvious and blatant about it.
Guess what? I wish we would do that.
And we should
I
be.
wish Christians would do that. I wish America would do that. I wish we were in the same way proud to indoctrinate our kids to be proud to be Americans, as proud as they are to be Israelis.
And that's an extension of soft power. It works.
You know who else does that? Muslims do that.
Yeah, very much.
They're very good at indoctrinating and getting the mindset. They shape the mindset so well. America's gotten so soft in shaping a mindset because of how divided they are. One side is proud to be an American. The other side is constantly talking about...
Yeah, nationalism is frowned upon here, unfortunately. Ugly truth. Nationalism is frowned upon in America.
About the level of proudness in other countries are higher than ours. And you saw some of the data that came out from Pew Research where
just this week.
Ninjas, we got only 2,200 likes. We got 3,200 of you guys in here. Smash that like button, man. I don't want to hold the show hostage, chat. We're going to end this part of the interview, then we're going to get to the next video. We got a lot of stuff to cover too, man. We still got a bunch of stuff. We're going to be covering Steve Bannon threatens ex-CEO Linda. Because as you guys know, Linda Yaccarino, whatever the fuck her name is, she'd resigned as the CEO of Kick. We're going to talk about how the Houthis sunk that ship that I told you guys about a couple of days ago. These 304s. Oh, no, we're not going to watch that one. Oh, talk a little bit about this. Israel getting bombed. We're going to talk about this NBA player. Oh, and then also we have this as well with Iran potentially, Israel planning to bomb Iran again. And once again, here's my brother's channel. It's a clip channel. Go ahead and check them out, guys. I'll drop the link for you guys in here. Subscribe to it. He's going to be dropping clips. So show him some love. It's my little brother's YouTube channel that he made of clips of me.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're seeing that kind of stuff happening. So, okay. So let me ask you, on the CIA side, you know how...
Okay. Now we're going to move on. Let's move on to Steve Bannon.
Good morning and welcome to Rising. We've
Yeah, man, that's Fruit Loop.
got another great show for you today. It is day all over the place.
I did. I went to Turkey, better known as Turkey, because Erdogan has asked people to call it that. We are today.
Well, today we are tackling a different subject. Ex-CEO Linda Yaccarino is stepping down after 2 years at the helm of Elon Musk's social media site, which he purchased in October 2022. Now, Musk hired Yaccarino in June of 2023 to run Twitter and rebranded it as X the following month. Yaccarino wrote on X, "When Elon Musk and I first spoke of his vision for X, I knew it would be the opportunity of a lifetime to carry out the extraordinary mission of this company. I'm immensely grateful to him for entrusting me with the responsibility of protecting free speech, turning the company around, and transforming X into..."
Well, free speech, as long as you don't talk about Jeets or them boys. Yeah. I lost my fucking verification and my monetization on X. We're talking about those two topics. So, yeah, it's limited free speech for sure. Billy 2X Prime says, Myron, they mad I pay for value like mad I pay for JBP behind his paywall. And I said I'd do the same for you, whatever you charge per month, but they mad now. I appreciate your support, but I don't really understand what you're saying there. Henny Chris is here. Hey, Martin, that 1 verse 10 lit last night. Imagine if you can get Nick F., Sneeko, Tommy Sotomayor, etc. on there as well, F&F style. We could do that in the future. Bro, I didn't know there was a $1 sale. Just pay 10. I'm a J. How do I convert that 10 into 10 gifted subs? Convert it to Kick, bro. Melchi. Hey, Martin, the 9 verse 1 thing was kind of different, but not really. What could make it better is getting actual feminist, knowledgeable debaters, also having Chris moderate it more officially. Otherwise, it feels like another F&F episode. All right. We'll try to get some feminists on there then. But yeah, bro, the problem is that Miami women are stupid.
To the Everything app. Elon responded, thanking her for her contributions. Now, Yaccarino also received affirmation from many conservative, libertarian, and independent commentators, including Megyn Kelly, Michael Schellenberger, and Charlie Kirk, who credit her with guiding X through a tumultuous time, attracting advertisers back to the site while living up to Musk's free speech commitments. Not all reactions were positive, however. Musk's archenemy, Steve Bannon, weighed in on his own show, vowing to pursue her legally wherever she goes.
Oh, shit.
Bannon said, "You can run, baby, but you can't hide." Watch this.
Hey, Linda, you can run, baby, but you can't hide. You're not going to hide from the lawsuits, girl. We know why you're stepping down and why you're running. Okay, we understand why you're stepping down and why you're running. That Elmo's out of control. Sorry, baby, that came with the job. You took the job, you took the pay, you took the warrants, you took the stock options, you took all, the hundreds of millions of dollars you're going to make. No. If you can't keep Elmo in the nursery and keep him under control, you're going to pay a price.
The Elmo Bannon refers to there is, of course, Elon Musk. Bannon and Musk are at war because they represent two different contingents of the MAGA base. Bannon's faction is the stridently anti-immigrant, economic populist side, and Musk represents the more libertarian, market-inclined, pro-free speech side. They've been jockeying for influence over President Donald Trump since the beginning of Trump's second term, with each side scoring some victories and losing on other issues. Musk is currently at odds with Trump entirely and plans to launch his
Big beautiful bill.
own political party, the America Party. Meanwhile, Bannon's faction is demoralized over Trump's recent foreign policy decisions with respect to Iran, and also the Epstein files fizzle. It should be noted that the Elon faction isn't happy about either of those things either. It's actually a third tiny little faction, the neoconservatives, who seem most pleased, unfortunately, with how things are going, but
Like Ben Shapiro, he got what he voted for sure.
I digress. Now, recently, Musk actually accused Steve Bannon of being in the Epstein files. That's why Bannon's
Oh, shit.
going so hard against him now, threatening lawsuits, calling on Trump to deport him. Bannon said Musk is not an
That's why he's pissed off.
American, he's a South African, and in response, Musk called Bannon a fat, drunken slob who's a like.
Yo, look, this is why I like watching liberal media sometimes, because when they cover this shit, they kind of like make it funny. You know what I mean? So, bro, they're just there watching with their tea talking shit. It's kind of funny, bro. I ain't gonna lie, man.
Lifetime of crime to pay for. You're not entertained? Well, let's set aside Musk versus Bannon for just a moment. When it comes to Yaccarino, I agree with Megyn Kelly, Michael Schellenberger, and company. Everybody in the MAGA movement owes Yaccarino a round of applause, not thinly veiled threats.
She did help Trump get elected when she was there, man. I mean, we know that X was way more pro-Trump than pro-Kamala for sure.
Threats and insults. She accomplished a great deal. It was not easy to win advertisers back to the platform while still changing the site's moderation policies to comport with Musk's vision of unfettered free speech. As former State Department official and tech policy expert Mike Benz wrote on X, Linda stood up.
And I'll give him credit there because they did make free speech better, even though it's still not free speech, but they did make it better. So I'll give him credit there, even though they demonetized people for talking about them boys in the Jeets. I lost my blue badge for talking about H-1B visas, and then I lost my monetization for being critical of Israel. So it is what it is.
And fought for free.
Oh yeah, Mike Benz, in case you guys are wondering. Bro, it's like you can't escape it, bro. Yeah, he's one of them.
speech during
He's like on every big podcast. I don't know how, but yeah.
arguably its most acute crisis moment in world history when we're almost on the brink of losing it.
This piece of shit Drippy Rub said I deserved it. I deserve to get demonetized and lose my badge on Twitter. Okay, dude. All right. You're a fucking retard in the Rumble chat.
She stepped up for all of us in the face of what seemed like insurmountable pressure from governments, advertisers, boycotters.
What did I say on the H-1B visa that was retarded, Drippy Rubs? Go ahead, tell me. What was retarded when I said the H-1B visas are not good? You're more pro-immigration? You want more Jeets to come to America, dumbass? Explain that one to me.
Banking institutions and astroturfed lynch mobs. Thank Linda for her service and excited for her next chapter. I'm with Mike, and I'm sad to
Yeah, his name is Drippy Jeet. That's what it is.
see X's CEO become the ex-CEO. For the work of protecting social media, the new town square from censorship continues. And also from just bad business decisions. I don't know if you've seen that Grok has gone a bit haywire in the last 48 hours. And,
He's been cooking, bro.
And
Grok been cooking.
while I appreciate it, I guess being politically incorrect, I think they tweaked it a little bit too far in that direction.
Shout out to Lucifer for the gifted sub. Appreciate that. And guys, if you're watching on Kick and you're a brokey, just say I'm a brokey and someone will probably gift you a sub. We got some awesome people in the Kick chat as well.
And that needs correction. But I'm grateful for what Yaccarino has done. I think it's not easy to balance all these different factions, to manage Elon Musk personally. As much affection as I do have for him, I think he is, I don't mean this as a dig. I think he can be difficult to work with and for. So I think she did a great job.
I mean, she definitely was trying to maintain and manage corporate responsibility and credibility.
Yeah, Elon Musk is there. All these technocrats are retards, bro. Hard to work with.
She said that she would allow people to have this freedom of speech. But I think that X, which was Twitter when she first got there, became a place of like constant hate and negativity. And there's so much on there where the
Watermelon felon. Hey, Mara, I need your expert opinion. My boy is talking to this girl who told him that she has several bodies but is now a Christian and waiting for marriage to have sex. Is he wasting his time or the cheeks worth it? Yeah, bro. If she's going to make him wait for sex, then yeah, not worth it, bro. Like, if he wants to smash, fine, but like don't sit there and waste too much time and not get laid when this girl clearly used to be a 304.
the platform has allowed you to say anything, but advertisers have pulled out of the platform under her reign. And yes, she said she brought some of them back, but not nearly close to the spending levels they were prior to some of their content being laid next to, let's say, Nazi speech or something that was, you know, wildly inappropriate for an advertiser. And because she created this haven of like everyone say and do whatever you want, I think it created a kind of an uncomfortable situation where she's running a platform where a lot of times you'll see an overwhelming amount of negativity or hate speech or something. You know, you want to kind of just have at least a decent filter, especially someone coming from a place like NBC Universal.
Yeah, this retard said it's $80K a year and smart ones only. No, it's not, bro. The H-1B visa is a way for companies to mitigate paying full salary prices, retard. And it literally takes away American jobs and gives them to fucking Jeets. You're an idiot, dude. You're probably a fucking Patel yourself, which is why you're saying this stupid shit. Holy shit, bro. You must be new here, nigga. We're not for mass immigration of Jeets to America. What the fuck? Fucking dumbass.
Where she pulled in advertisers for a major network. No matter what you feel about their content, they definitely have a lot of advertisers, right? And she's worked with them. So to bring those relationships over and have Elon Musk be so erratic in the way that he was and try to...
All right. Let's cover this. Former Portland Trailblazer was sentenced to 8 years in prison for rape, sexual assault of women at teammates' house party. Craziness. Former Portland Trailblazer Ben McLemore was sentenced to more than 8 years, 100 months in prison on Wednesday, a week after a jury found him guilty of raping and sexually abusing a 20-year-old woman at a house party in October 2021. It happened at the home of Robert Covington, who was Lemore's teammate at the time, McLemore. McLemore had pleaded not guilty to charges of first-degree grape, first-degree unlawful sexual penetration, and 2 counts of second-degree sexual abuse The jury found him guilty on all counts, except on the counts of sexual abuse. The defense had argued that the sexual encounter was consensual, but prosecutors had described it as grape. The woman testified during the 2.5-week trial that she was incapacitated due to heavy drinking and was unable to consent. Macklemore admitted that he had also been drinking, but testified that the encounter was consensual. Bro, absolutely nuts, man. The Me Too era is here, chat. The Me Too era is here. Let's see if we can find a YouTube video on this. Absolutely nuts, dude. Women just don't take accountability for their shitty decisions anymore.
Guilty of the charge.
Former Portland Trailblazer Ben Macklemore showed little emotion after a Clackamas County jury found him guilty of rape following a 2.5-week trial. The jury convicted him on 3 counts: first-degree rape, first-degree sexual penetration, and second-degree sexual abuse. Prosecutor Scott Healy.
You just don't do something like this to somebody and get away with it. I don't care who you are.
Prosecutors say Macklemore raped a 21-year-old woman at a party in October of 2020.
My thing is, look, if he's going to go to jail because she couldn't give consent, right? Well, why isn't she also going to jail then? Because he was drunk too. Like, bro, this is the problem with this shit, because he was drunk, she was drunk. Why is only one party being held accountable? Fair. You want to go ahead and say that he's a rapist? Well, he was drunk too. Bro, this is why alcohol is the worst. Tell you guys, don't drink, bro. Fuck that shit, man.
21. The assault happened at the Lake Oswego home of Macklemore's then teammate, Robert Covington. During trial, the woman testified she was incapacitated after a night of heavy drinking and unable to consent. Macklemore admitted he'd been drinking as well, but testified.
Nigga really testified in his own trial? Bruh. Yo, what? Is this nigga literally fucking standing up and showing the... Bro. What the fuck?
The sex was consensual.
She didn't show no signs of distress or discomfort.
I'm surprised that he took the stand. I'm really surprised he took the stand. This is normally a big fucking no-no, chat. Taking a stand.
Comfort, and then, give me...
Chat, that's not my audio, by the way. That's their audio. You know my audio is crispy now, baby. So that little static that you guys hear, that's not me.
No signs at all.
The prosecutor described the victim as brave for coming forward, reporting the crime, and then following the long road to justice.
Crime victims don't often report these cases, even when celebrities not involved. So she was very brave to do that. She followed through. She stuck with this. And, I think she's in a much better place now, and she can start the emotional healing process because she is very emotionally traumatized by what happened to her.
Following the verdict, sheriff deputies took Macklemore into custody. The former Trailblazer, who once wore number 23 on the court, now has a new number. Ben Macklemore's inmate 273-47953 in the Clackamas County Jail.
Bro. And he's going to probably have to be put on a sex offender registry for sure.
Macklemore will be back in court for formal sentencing on Wednesday.
Damn. This is when he first got arrested.
We begin with all new information we've learned in the past hour about the rape arrest of a former Portland Trailblazer.
Fox 12's Drew Marine joins us now live from Oregon City with what we know about the charges he's facing. Drew?
What the hell is this creature? Yo, chat, smash the like button. You guys already know, man. If I was ever fear, it would be state-run media and we'd only have hot girls that are newscasters. No whales like this. What the fuck is going on with Miss Piggy here?
Ben Macklemore appeared virtually in Clackamas County Court today after being arrested at PDX Airport yesterday. We just obtained court documents that help spell out the case police have spent years building against him. He's
years
facing rape and sexual abuse charges, among others. These charges come after Lake Oswego police say the victim reported the sexual assault in October 2021 when Macklemore was still a Portland trailblazer. Court documents just released say Macklemore sexually assaulted someone who was, quote, incapable of consent by reason of mental incapacitation, physical helplessness, and or incapability of appraising the nature of the victim's conduct. Police say Macklemore moved out of state during the investigation, which they say delayed the investigation. But the alleged victim worked with them for years, testified to a grand jury this February, and that led to the indictment. The judge set his bail at $500,000, and Macklemore's attorneys say he will be posting $50,000 today. Before his next court date, Macklemore will be allowed to travel out of the country because he's currently a basketball player in Spain. According to a court order, he'll also be allowed to live and travel between California and Oregon. Macklemore was a trailblazer between 2021 and 2022. He had a long NBA career before that after being picked in the top 10 of the 2013 draft by Sacramento.
Oh, I didn't know he was in the NBA that long. Damn.
His season
So he's older.
in Portland was his last in the NBA. In a statement today, Lake Oswego police wrote,
Man. Crazy, crazy. The big thing is I just find, like I said before, we don't know all the facts of the case, but we know that both parties were drunk. And it's interesting to me how only one party is going to jail for it. You know? This should be a warning to all you guys that are watching this stream, man. And the warning is simply this, chat. We don't hold women accountable for their decisions. And if both of you are drunk and you hook up with a girl, you're going to go to jail. It is what it is, man. So guys, be careful. You know, it's a cautionary tale. Obviously, it is scary. I know I just scared some of you guys with showing you guys this shit, but there was a reason why I brought this story up. You got a guy, obviously was playing international basketball, was making probably quite a bit of money doing it. Life ruined, decided to drink alcohol, party, smash some chick. She was drunk, he was drunk. She decides, oh, this is regret later. And then now his life is ruined. So you guys got to be careful, man. Because you could get put in jail for drinking alcohol and getting laid, but she won't go to fucking jail for drinking alcohol and getting laid. Don't drink alcohol, guys. Don't drink alcohol and fuck with women, bro. Could create a lot of problems for you guys, especially now that you guys see and he has more money and resources than most guys to be able to even fight this shit. Still went to jail. Women reserve the right to withdraw consent whenever they feel like, bro. And then and it could be after the fact, which is the scary part. So protect yourself, guys. Do not hook up with women when there's alcohol and drugs involved, bro. It's not worth it, man. Taking a stand, definitely a no-no. In my DV case, I had 2 trials. Jury hung on the felony conviction in the first trial. On the first trial, I didn't take the stand, but on the second, I did take the stand and took the W against the felony. State spent $500,000 to convict me between 2 trials. Hey, man. Glad that you didn't get convicted, bro. How's the bitch look? He ugly than a motherfucker. Yeah, I heard she was like a bigger white girl. He most likely thought he wasn't right, which he was, and that's why he took the stand. Potentially. Martin, I got my OSS gear today, and I must say it's comfy as hell. Thought I'd share. Join OSS, guys. Don't be a brokey. Thank you so much, Punisher. I appreciate it, and I'm glad that you like your merch, bro. We went hard, man. Shout out to Brett. You guys can thank Brett because Brett found the distributor. And if you guys are wondering, here is the store where you guys can get the merch. MGX.store website. MGX.store is the website. Got a bunch of designs here for you guys. We're gonna bring up some more as well. Ninja designs are there. Ninja Watcher coming soon. Okay, I need to get the OSS Liberty one. Yo, Brett, can I get I gotta order a OSS Liberty one as well. I don't have that one. But yeah, man, go in there, guys. get some higher quality shit, Nike. So, yeah. Jerome says, just joined OSS. Love the channel, man. Been watching since 2021. I'm 19 and just became real estate agent here in San Diego last week. Let's get it. Congratulations, bro. Hey, Nuss says, good job, champ. Okay. Hey, Martin, the 9 verse 1 thing was kind of different, but not really. What? Oh, okay. I see what you mean. All right. Yeah, guys. All right, let's get into foreign policy real quick. Let's get into Iran planning to bomb Israel. Chat, I'm debating. Let me ask you niggas, especially my OSS guys. Guys, I'm thinking about going over and doing the Turning Point USA thing. The only thing that would suck, guys, is you guys would not be able to see. I wouldn't do a show tomorrow. I'm debating whether I do a show tomorrow and just go on Saturday morning versus going tomorrow. But going tomorrow, I'd probably be able to meet more people and make some shit happen. But you guys won't get a stream. So on one hand, I can go to the TP event tomorrow. Hopefully I don't get kicked out. Who knows? Who fucking knows? Right? I go tomorrow. I'll be there with Sean Kelly. You guys won't get a live stream. Maybe I'll record an impromptu video here or there. As you guys know, I've done that before where when I travel, I just record a video right on my iPhone and drop it on the channel, whatever. Cover the news. Or I leave on Saturday morning and I'll be there Saturday. I think I got the debate with Destiny at like 2. Yeah, 2 p.m. I think it's pre-recorded. What are you ninjas saying? Let me look. Bring needles and IRL it. This might be too short notice, bro. Do it tomorrow, bro? Okay. Okay. A lot of you guys are saying go. All right. All right, let me see if I can find flights and all that other shit, because I might have to go this morning, which means I'll cut this stream a little bit shorter than if I'm going to go tomorrow. I got to like get off stream here soon and start like preparing and shit. Chat. Can't go late into the night like usual. But we'll cover a few more topics. I'll stay on like another 30 or 40 minutes. Also, quick word from our sponsor, niggas, because as you guys know, we sponsor ourselves over here before we get into this Iran topic. got this exclusive community for you guys where we could talk about the stuff that we want to talk about. The O/Squad, aka the OSS, is finally here. But without further ado, guys, you're going to get a bunch of perks from joining. Number one, you're going to be able to call into the show when I have call-in sections on the debrief. I'm going to be talking to the OSS members only on there. Also, you guys are going to get discounts on merch and exclusive drops that only OSS members have access to. On top of that, we're going to do one annual meetup completely free on 420 once a year right here in Miami. And then on top of that, whenever I travel, I'm going to let you guys know with the Telegram chat so you can go ahead and do a meetup there because you're an OSS member. My goal here, guys, is to have you guys be able to support the mission without breaking the bank. We're going to keep membership dues low. You're obviously going to get discounts with annual codes and all types of opportunities to get a better price point. This is basically going to be done so we can continue doing what we're doing, expand the debrief, expand the O/Squad, and be able to have the independence, quite frankly, that is very tough to come by nowadays in a pro-censorship regime.
Well, welcome to the show.
And guys, join up. Only $1 to join for the first month. Code is in there. J for the day, or J for the month. Sorry, I should have made it J. You know what? J for the day will be the next one, maybe. But yeah, J for the month, my guys. J1 month is the code. J1 month is pinned at the top. Okay, guys, so get in there. It's only going to work for a few more hours. Shout out to Militant Marsh for the gifted sub. Appreciate that. Let me read these chats, and then we'll get into this topic here with Iran and what's going on. Latest with that. Go and need to whatever is best for the pod, new growth, and expand the army. Okay. Thanks, One Chest. JC says, go tomorrow, bro. People respect you, and they'll appreciate your presence. Okay. Keon Black says, honestly, people who fuck with you are going to watch you every day, so it's funny to go where the eyeballs are to get the reach, okay? To be honest, this is why paid for play is probably going to be the future. Yeah, that is where we're going to be soon, bro. That is where it's going to be. Yeah, so anyway, guys, code is J1 month. Literally, code is J1 month. Get in for the first month for $1. Then after that goes to 10. Support the mission, guys. We got over 3,000 strong in there. We'd be happy to have you guys in here. Even you brokies can even get in. And it goes to $10 a month after that.
In just a second, they are not done.
And then you can never leave.
Bombing Iran yet. I got a bomb.
I'm just kidding.
Shell story that just came out from Axios, which explains what's happening there in detail. But if you think this thing is over, you got another thing coming. So we'll talk about that. We also have the truth about Zoran.
I'll record some content while I'm there, though, for you guys. It'll be obviously I'll like pre-record and shit like that and just send it to you and then just like upload it to YouTube. But I'll record some content as well. And I'll upload it on Rumble as well. I'm starting to upload clips on Rumble. For all you guys that watch on Rumble, the clips that I post on YouTube, I also post them on Rumble, man. So, you know.
Mamdani that they won't tell you. I'll break that down for you. We have the MAGA governor in Texas struggling hard to cover for Trump and coddle his nuts after Trump abandoned Texas and screwed them over and basically allowed the flooding to happen with a series of decisions that they made. So we'll talk about that. We also have Nick Fuentes is burning his MAGA hat and officially saying Kamala Harris would be better.
I don't know about that, but we'll see what he has to say. Not Jason Tatum says, since we're on this topic with the NBA player, what advice would you give overall on dealing with women and how to move when they can retract consent anytime? Scary times we live in. Yeah, bro. I mean, this is why so many guys pay for box, bro. Honestly, that's why so many niggas pay for box to not deal with this problem. Because it is starting to become a problem. It really is. You just got to be careful, man. Record your interactions if you can. Avoid alcohol and drugs. That could create problems. And just got to be careful, bro. Just got to be careful. This is scary times we in, man.
Never a dull moment, never a dull day here on the show. So we got a lot to dive into, including Chuck Todd chugs idiot juice and does some false equivalence, both sides bullshit on an issue that is squarely the fault of Trump and the Republicans. And Joe Rogan cannot stop meat riding Elon. It is so far beyond embarrassing and humiliating. So we'll get to that and more. You guys know the drill. Please subscribe to the channel. That helps us out big time and costs you nothing. It spreads our videos through the algorithm, which helps the channel grow. You can also click that like button and click that bell icon so you get a notification.
Also, guys, do me a favor. Smash that goddamn like button on our channel, okay? We only got 2,400 likes. We got 3,000. Well, yeah, between the two platforms, over 3,000 you guys.
Every time a video drops. Also, thank you to everybody who supports the show on Patreon. We couldn't do it without you. That link is below. Corin's World YouTube channel where crisis will be a primary topic when Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu sit down for dinner on Monday evening at the White House. Israeli officials say Netanyahu wants to reach understandings with Trump about...
Yeah, and as you guys know, Netanyahu's been here for a few days now. I think he might even be what's the word for? He might extend his stay, man, to the weekend chat. They were talking about that.
Future U.S. nuclear negotiations with Iran and on possible scenarios that would justify renewed military strikes. So let me break this down in plain English for you. Netanyahu wants to attack Iran again.
We know that for a fact. That ceasefire wasn't going to last.
Committed to the idea of attacking Iran again, and he's trying to manipulate.
And the reason why, guys, is because it wasn't a victory. This proves my point when I told you guys yesterday that the Israelis did not win, and neither did the United States. It was an L all around. That is why they want to attack again. If you won the war, why the fuck would you start it back up again? Huh. That tells you everything you need to know right there.
Trump into giving him a complete green light to try to do a regime change war. He also, of course, wants the U.S. military directly involved. In his heart of hearts, he wants U.S. boots on the ground to do a regime change war in Iran. And this is Netanyahu working Trump from every angle. So, for example, as we discussed, Netanyahu officially nominated Trump for a Nobel Peace Prize.
Which is comical. Literally comical.
And in that meeting with Trump, he showed him the letter, he brought it up, he buttered him up, he jacked him off. Trump was there saying Netanyahu is the greatest man in the world. So they're going down the checklist, bro.
Yeah, they've been kissing each other's ass the whole time. Also, when he met with Pete Hegseth at the Pentagon, they just circle jerk for like 20 minutes. I watched it. I didn't even want to react to it with you guys on stream. It was so retarded.
They're doing anything and everything they can to get back to a place where not only is there one round of illegal and offensive strikes against a country that didn't attack us and wasn't building a nuke, but as we were told from the beginning with Seymour Hersh's reporting, regime change was already greenlit. It was already greenlit. And so now Netanyahu's desperate to get to phase 2. And by the way, as you know, Israel's currently bombing Lebanon. They're bombing Syria. They're, of course, destroying all of Gaza and genociding.
Yeah, they bombed Lebanon and Yemen yesterday. Chat. Or no, this week.
Everybody there. They're taking over the West Bank now. They've stolen large swaths of Syria. And so they're in the process of trying to create the Greater Israel Project. They want Israel to be bigger, more powerful, and control a bunch of different parts of the region. That's what they're trying to do. And they're using Trump to those ends. And remember, Epstein was Mossad. Epstein had dirt on Trump. So they have that angle to work him, but they also have the angle to work him of the hundreds of millions of dollars that the Israel lobby gave him. And the fact that he's just a warmonger anyway. So this thing is not over. I don't think it's anywhere near over. All right, let's continue. Netanyahu's top advisor, Ron Dermer, told officials in closed briefings that he came away from a recent visit to Washington with the impression that the Trump administration would back new Israeli strikes on Iran under certain circumstances, the sources say. One scenario would be an Iranian attempt to remove the highly enriched uranium inside the damaged facilities in Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan, according to the sources. So by the way, just so you understand, that stuff is no longer in those same places. Iran moved that stuff out long before the bombing happened. So this alone is
yeah, and this has been widely reported everywhere.
Massive cope here because this stuff's not there. This stuff's not there, and I'm shocked that they think it is or talking like it is when we already know that stuff was moved a long time ago. They say another would be if the Iranians start rebuilding their nuclear program, particularly enrichment facilities. Well, again, at this point, the Iranians would be insane not to actually build the nuke.
They're absolutely, dude, they're building it right now as we fucking speak.
Insane. Because
they have to build one now. There's no choice. They must build one.
Were just attacked by Israel and the U.S. offensively. You didn't attack them. You weren't even building a nuke. And so now you're going, well, the only way I can protect myself is if we build a nuke. And so that's almost certainly already happening. Dermer met last week with Vice President Vance, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and White House envoy Steve Witkoff, Israeli officials say. Dermer declined to comment. Trump said twice since the 12-day war between Israel and Iran ended that the U.S. could attack Iran again in the future if it restores uranium enrichment. But he has also said he wants to reach a negotiated settlement and to avoid any further conflict. The White House did not respond to a request for comment. Discussed in Dermer's meeting was Iran's stockpile of highly enriched uranium, which includes 400 kilograms enriched to 60%. Weapons-grade uranium requires about 90% enrichment. Israel and U.S. officials say the material is currently sealed off inside the 3 nuclear sites. The U.S. and Israel assess those sites were significantly damaged, but that not all nuclear material or infrastructure was destroyed. The Iranian president said in an interview that aired Monday with Tucker that the nuclear facilities were seriously damaged, but Iran doesn't currently have access to them to accurately assess the situation. U.S. and Israeli officials say both countries' intelligence services are monitoring Iranian actions around its nuclear facilities to detect efforts to remove material or restore operations. White House envoy Steve Witkoff is planning to meet Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi in Oslo in the coming days to restart nuclear talks. The Iranians confirmed such a meeting is in the works, but so far no final date.
Yeah, the guy that they try to kill. Yeah.
Has been set. Dermer told Israeli.
They tried to assassinate him, guys, during the talks as well.
Officials.
The Israelis.
The U.S. remains committed to the principle of zero enrichment on Iranian soil in the nuclear talks. So as you know, that's a non-starter. The idea of zero enrichment is a complete non-starter.
Yeah, I'm shocked that they're even still saying this shit, bro. Like, I'm really fucking shocked that they're even saying this shit. So it's like, there's never going to be a deal if, there's never going to be a deal if they're going to keep fucking saying, oh, you can't enrich. Bro, every country can enrich.
They have a right to nuclear power under international law for their power grid and for scientific research. We know that that's a poison pill and they'll never agree to that. We also know at this point.
Yo, why are you guys, some of you guys are weird talking about Fresh in the chat. Bro, Fresh isn't even here. Some of you guys have like a strange derangement syndrome with Fresh. What the fuck?
The idea of like, oh, we'll restart talks. If you're the Iranians, there is no reason whatsoever for you to entertain any of this stuff. None. Because you made a deal with the U.S., they violated the deal, then they chastise you for not abiding by the deal that they just pulled out of.
Hey, man, Kyle might be tuning into some of the debriefs, bro.
Now, they did fake negotiations leading up to them bombing you again.
I talked about this, how they had like 6 or 7 rounds of talks, right? Or 5, 6 or 7 rounds of talks. And they had these rounds of talks the whole time knowing that they were preparing to bomb them. And starting these negotiations knowing that the Iranians were not going to concede that they were going to enrich uranium no matter what.
And I say again because they also killed.
So that clearly means that it was a feigned diplomacy.
They bombed a top Iranian commander in Trump's first term, and they lured him.
Silent 2000 says, come on, Myron, you got to know Fresh is a cancer, got to do calls. Fuck you. How about that one? You're fucking cancer, dumbass. You're fucking nobody trying to tell me how to build up our successful podcast that I built alongside Fresh. How about you shut the fuck up, Silent 2000? AKA should be, honestly, you should be silent forever, nigga, because you're retarded. Fucking nobody in the chat telling me what to do. Bro, your friend's cancer, your co-host cancer. Yeah, we built up a fucking successful podcast together. The fuck you talking about? You're the cancer, stupid.
With fake diplomacy. They pretended like it was going to be some peace talks, and then they murdered him with a drone.
You and Kyle talk to each other on live? I will talk to Kyle. I'll talk to Kyle. He's a progressive. We disagree probably on everything social and cultural, but that's fine. We agree on this. We agree on our foreign policy being completely fucking cooked.
And so if they already did that, like every single time we've heard recently about, Trump-led negotiations, every time it was fake negotiations. In Gaza, they went as far as doing a fake ceasefire. So if you're the Iranians, you're not interested in any kind of talks. Talks? What are you talking about, talks? You already bombed the shit out of us. Yeah. Right? So, but again, the reporting is...
We did a Pearl Harbor basically on them, bro.
Iran got their enriched uranium out of there. And so we don't even know where it is. And they just recently voted, the parliament did, and the president approved it, and the Ayatollah is on board too, no more cooperation with the IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Agency. So they still have the uranium. We don't know where it is. They're no longer cooperating with the IAEA. All of that screams, yeah, we're building a fucking nuke now because that's the only way to save our ass. In the same way that the U.S. hasn't overthrown North Korea. Why?
Exactly.
He has the nuke. And he.
Oh, speaking of which, by the way, North Korea made it a law if you're where they punish Zionists with death in North Korea. They said that North Korea refuses to recognize Israel. They say they're an illegitimate state. Kind of funny.
He could destroy Seoul if the U.S. were to try anything. That's why he's still in power. Whereas take Libya, for example. Where's Gaddafi? Well, he gave up his weapons of mass destruction, and then he was sodomized with a bayonet and murdered. So the lesson is clear. You need a nuke to be protected from Israel and the U.S., and the Iranians got that lesson. But now, as you hear, we all knew when Trump came, it's stopping, it's over, don't worry about it, we're taken care of, we're good now, 12-day war. Soon as we saw that, we went, that ain't right. And then the bombings continued for another 2 days. And then we know you don't think Israel is absolutely chomping at the bit to do more bombing. As we talk right now, like I said, they're bombing Lebanon. They're bombing Syria. They're bombing Gaza. There's a green light for them to take over the West Bank. Like, they are completely and utterly unhinged and bloodthirsty. And there was another piece that we covered which said they're trying to do the Libya model with Iran, where they will perpetually keep bombing Iran. And so now we know Netanyahu is lobbying for this, and Trump has already effectively given the green light, saying, and yeah, for sure, under certain circumstances, we'll do it. We'll go back. We'll do it. We'll bomb more. And so this thing is not over. All of the logic points to regime change. All of the reporting previously, the Seymour Hersh reporting, Ken Klimenstein reporting, points to the green light for regime change was already given. So this is further part.
That's what the Israelis want, bro. That's 100% what the Israelis want. And also last night, guys, Israel was attacked last night with some missiles. I think it was from Yemen. And it was funny. She goes, breaking, Israel's home front command issues warning of an incoming rocket attack. And I go, well, you bombed Lebanon and Yemen this week. It's called retaliation. It's incredible how you guys constantly claim victim after attacking others. Bro, crazy, bro. Crazy, crazy, crazy. All right, let's see here. All right, let's switch to whores. So these 4 women ruined an entire generation. You got Sophie Rain, Mia Khalifa, Bonnie Blue, and Lily. Bro, I'm telling you guys, and I put here, they empowered a generation of women to pursue being thoughts. Look at me, man. I would say, if we keep going down this path, I'm going to have to tell you guys, you're going to have to go somewhere else to find like a main chick, bro. If we keep going down this path in America. Women are cooked, guys. I'm telling you guys, women are cooked. Because here's the thing. Not every girl, and I want to be explicit about this. I want to be crystal clear explicit about this. Okay? Not every girl is going to go on OnlyFans and fuck on OnlyFans like these girls. Or be a porn star. Or be a fake virgin. Okay? Not every girl is going to be like these girls specifically. But the important thing that you guys need to realize, right? And there's also something else I want to show you guys as well. Besides this. This is kind of a two-parter here. Okay? 2 things here I want to show you guys that are very important. This girl said, if Cardi B is a blueprint, why can't she keep a man? Right? And I said, blueprint by women, LOL, there were never good female architects. If we had to rely on women for innovation, it would be rubbing sticks together for fire. Right? But here's Cardi B, right? And then these 4 women, right? Again, I want to be explicitly clear about this because some of you niggas are retarded. I'm not saying modern women are going to aspire to be a fake virgin like Sophie Rain. I'm not saying women are going to aspire to be like Bonnie Blue and get banged by 1,000 dudes in a day. I'm not saying girls are going to aspire to be like Lily Phillips and get fucked by 100 guys a day. Or I'm not saying even that women are going to aspire to be like Mia Khalifa and do full-on fucking porn and then try to go ahead and reform later, but still at the same time keep their fucking stage name. And I'm also not saying that women are going to become ratchet hoes like Cardi B saying, I'm not going to cook but clean, but I still got a ring. I'm not saying that this is where we're going. But what I am saying is that the barometer's been expanded. What the fuck do I mean by this? It used to be a woman would be born, or a little girl would be born. She would play with dolls. She would play house. She'd wear a dress. She'd go to school. She went to school more as a means to, kind of pass the time, be educated to a degree, and then after high school, she prioritized finding a man and getting married, and then having children in her late teens, early 20s. And then alongside that man, they would build a family. The nuclear family would exist. White picket fence, homes, etc. The 1950s, 60s dream, right? That's what it was. The concept of feminism, the concept of entering the workforce, etc., was a distant facade. Then the 1960s hit, and they started to see women enter the workforce, go to school, be educated, etc. Then we expanded the barometer with what women could aspire to be, right? Fine. I'm not even that mad about that. We told women that they could vote, they could be like men, they can go ahead and work and all this other shit, whatever. It is what it is, right? That's kind of where we got to. But over the last 30 or 40 years or so, there's been this gross over-sexualization of women, right? And I would say we've pretty much passed the tipping point now, where now in the 2020s, thanks to COVID and the pandemic, and people having more time and being inside, and people consuming more content in general, we've seen a rise in pornography, in OnlyFans usage, and women becoming influencers. And for women to become influencers, they must be provocative and be whores. And this is where we kind of go into what I'm going to cover. So, since women, right, it used to be pushing the needle would be getting a job and getting a career and getting getting educated, right? Maybe even getting a degree. Now, pushing the needle is being a whore. So if you guys notice, we've expanded, right, what's acceptable for women. You can make the argument that expanding it where they can be educated and go to school and go to work is positive. Fine. I'm not even going to argue that, even though I do think that there's some detriment to that. But what I will say is, just like we viewed feminism, right, and women entering the workforce and women getting educated as a positive, or like now we're expanding what women can do. Now we're expanding it even more where women can now be whores. Okay? So what used to be shunned and shamed is now celebrated, appreciated, and most importantly, endorsed. And a lot of women want to follow in these girls' footsteps. There's a girl that came on this show, if you guys remember, that said that she opened up her OnlyFans on her 18th birthday. And when she walked the stage, she threw money in the air that she made from OnlyFans. She was in high school and she was on OnlyFans. And she walked the stage and threw money in the air on her graduation walk. Some random girl from the Midwest in Ohio somewhere. My friends, I'm here to tell you guys, we are now entering a new frontier. And with this new frontier, what we're entering is we're basically entering the era where women being hoes is going to be normal, socially accepted, and other women are going to aspire to be it. Because we got people like Mia Khalifa, Sophie Rain, all these sex objects, Cardi B, etc., where they're encouraging women and they're telling women that it's okay to be a whore. So what we've done is we've pushed the paradigm further and further and further, where there is no off limits. The off limit used to be not trying to pursue a family. Now the off limit is, fuck the family, we want you to be a full-on whore. That's where we are now. And we're also getting to the point where not only are we pushing it where we're telling women to be whores, we're telling women doing anything for men makes you a pick-me. Now, doing anything for the express benefit of a man is pejoratively insulted. Pick me. Right? So not only are women encouraged to be sluts, now they're being encouraged to not pursue a family, to not do anything for men, to not preserve themselves for a long-term relationship, and instead they're told to be whores in their youth, monetize said youth. And the worst part, they're not warning them of the consequences of this later on. None of these bitches are coming and saying, yeah, by the way, forgot to tell you this, but by being a 304, it's going to be really tough to get guys to take you seriously. Nope, of course not. They're not telling women any of this stuff. So, again, because I really want to make this very clear to you guys, I'm not saying every single girl is going to be a slut. But what I am saying is the most influential women are sluts. And it's only a matter of time until we see the average girl be a slut by the norm.
Nope.
Right? That's what's going to happen. That's what's going to happen. Sorry, I didn't mean to hit that sound effect. Because the women that are the most influential that women look up to, that they want to be like, are 304s. All the top female streamers, what are they? 304s.
Falcon Punch.
Top female influencers, 304s.
Falcon Punch.
Very few women are respected for their brains. This is why I like Candace Owens. Dresses modestly, uses her brain, doesn't use her body. But unfortunately, that's not the norm for women. The most influential women, Kim Kardashian, Cardi B, these fucking sex worker chicks, Sophie Rain, etc. These are the women that a lot of these girls look up to. And what ends up happening is when you have hoes as the most influential women in society, suddenly, sucking 10 dicks isn't that fucking offensive. Suddenly, having a body count of 20 isn't that big a deal. Suddenly, having a boyfriend and a side dude isn't that big a deal. Suddenly, dating multiple men at the same time and having a roster is okay. Suddenly, being a virgin is looked at as, what the fuck is wrong with you, bitch? Suddenly, saying, oh, I want to serve my man and make him food is considered weird and pick-me behavior. You guys see where I'm going with this? We're pushing the fucking Overton window so goddamn left that what's going to happen is the norm is going to be women are promiscuous by default. Because the women that are the most influential are such fucking big whores that being a small whore isn't that big a deal. This girl fucked 1,000 dudes in a day. I just fucked 2. Not that big a deal. As we continue to further and further allow more and more female degeneracy, what's extremely degenerate today will be the norm tomorrow. Guys, the concept of a woman saying, don't cook, don't clean, but still got a ring would be fucking Chinese in the 1950s. Excuse me? Don't cook, don't clean, but you got a ring? Excuse me? Foreign concept. What is she talking about? Is she even speaking English? Fast forward 60, 70 years. Now it's played on the radio, on repeat. Girls are singing along at sorority houses. Women are playing it on the radio when they're driving to work. They're listening to it in their fucking iPods when they're in the gym. Do you guys see where I'm going with this? What was considered a foreign concept 60 to 70 years ago is now the norm. It used to be, how can I get married and keep my man? Now it's about, I don't care about getting married. I'm going to do the least to get fucking married. It's going to get to a point, chat, where if you find a girl that has 10 bodies or less, no, not even against, that's where we are. Let me just be honest. If you find a girl that's under 10 bodies, that's considered a find nowadays. If you find a girl that's under 5 bodies, holy shit, mind blown. Find a girl that's a virgin, damn near impossible. That's where we are. Whereas, like I said before, 50, 60 years ago, finding a girl that was a virgin, that was the standard. It used to be no hymen, no diamond. I don't hear niggas saying that no more. You might hear it on the red pill circles like with us. What do you think? Normie guys are saying no hymen, no diamond? Get the fuck out of here.
Fatality.
Most niggas don't even know what a hymen is. And we're gonna go all the way here. These young niggas don't even know what a hymen is. That concept is foreign to young men. If you're a 21-year-old man right now, you probably have never heard of this shit before. Hymen, what's that? Yeah. Because by the time you get a bitch, there's no way she has a hymen anymore. No way. And that's where we are, chat. That's where we are. It's not that every girl is a whore. It's that the most influential girls are whores. And being even a low-key whore is going to be the norm. That's what I'm telling you guys, and that's what I'm bracing you guys for. The norm is going to be a whore. What we consider a whore today is going to be the norm in 20, 30 years. The average girl at 21 years old in 20, 30 years is going to have 50 bodies. And no one's going to bat an eye. Oh, yeah, okay, cool. Marriage material, under 20 bodies. That's where it's going to be, chat. That's where it's going to be. Every girl will have been fucked by some kind of celebrity at some point because the way that we're interconnected with the social media and dating apps. You might marry a bitch that hooked up with 10 NBA players before you. And it's going to be the norm. That's where we're going. Because women are not independent thinkers. They go off of what other women do. They're influenced by the masses. So if the most influential women are whores, what do you think is going to happen, chat? Brace yourselves, man. Brace yourselves. These are the women that are leading the fucking revolution, my friends, to whoredom. Because girls see how much money they make for being sluts, and they're fucking pursuing this. Look at the dumbass lawyer, Jasmine. Was a lawyer, dropped out to be a slut. Easy way out. All these bitches are millionaires for being sluts. So what do you think the average woman's going to pursue? Oh, I could be a 304 and sell my body and make a lot of money, become a millionaire, or work a fucking secretary job for $30K a year. We know what they're going to do. All right. Anyway, back to high IQ content. Let's go ahead and cover this thing with the Houthis, how they attacked the last cargo ship. Guys, do me a favor, smash the fucking like button. Also, join the OSS. As you guys know, you can jump in right now for only $1. And then it goes to 10 after that. And no, it's not an OnlyFans, unlike these fucking whores, but that's where we're getting to at this point. So jump in there, guys. We got this exclusive community for you guys where we could talk about the stuff that we want to talk about. The O/Squad, aka the OSS, is finally here. But without further ado, guys, you're going to get a bunch of perks from joining. Number one, you're going to be able to call into the show when I have call-in sections on the debrief. I'm going to be talking to the OSS members only on there. Also, you guys are going to get discounts on merch and exclusive drops that only OSS members have access to. On top of that, we're going to do one annual meetup completely free on 420 once a year right here in Miami. And then on top of that, whenever I travel, I'm going to let you guys know with the Telegram chat so you can go ahead and do a meetup there because you're an OSS member. My goal here, guys, is to have you guys be able to support the mission without breaking the bank. We're going to keep membership dues low. You're obviously going to get discounts with annual codes and all types of opportunities to get a better price point. This is basically going to be done so we can continue doing what we're doing, expand the debrief, expand the O/Squad, and be able to have the independence, quite frankly, that is very tough to come by nowadays in a pro-censorship regime. All right, bam. Link is there, guys, pinned at the top. Jump in and let's go ahead and get into this.
Turbulent waters of the Red Sea have become a growing maritime threat, escalating with ruthless precision. In recent months, commercial vessels have increasingly become prime targets in a sophisticated and violent campaign carried out by Houthis forces. These attacks are not random acts of piracy, but rather well-coordinated military-style assaults that combine maritime guerrilla tactics with modern drone warfare. The assaults typically begin under the veil of early dawn or the cover of dusk, times when visibility is low and the crew least expects an ambush. Small, fast-moving boats, often indistinguishable from local fishing vessels at a distance, approach the target ship at high speed. Manned by armed Houthis fighters, these boats circle the larger vessel like wolves stalking their prey. Within moments, they unleash a barrage of rocket-propelled grenades, also called RPGs, and small arms fire, aiming at the bridge, engines, and other critical control points. While the ship is under attack from the sea, the threat escalates from above.
And it's important for you guys to understand the reason why they're attacking these ships is because they're trying to attack Israel economically. They understand that they can't, they understand that they can't really fight the Israelis head on militarily, too powerful. So what they're doing instead is they're trying to hurt them economically by attacking these ships.
Bomb-laden drones controlled remotely from miles away dive toward the ship in a series of one-way unmanned aerial system strikes. These unmanned aerial vehicles are loaded with explosives and guided with deadly precision toward key areas of the vessel. The resulting explosions echo across the sea, disabling communications, igniting fires, and in some cases, blowing holes below the waterline. Under such relentless assault, the crew often has no choice but to issue distress calls and abandon ship. In several chilling incidents, once the crew flees, whether by lifeboat or by jumping into the sea, Houthis fighters board the crippled vessel. The ships are sometimes looted, repurposed, or simply left to drift until they sink beneath the waves. Just a reminder, these modern ships are designed not to sink. While no ship is truly unsinkable, watertight compartments, created by internal bulkheads, play a crucial role in helping vessels survive damage. These compartments isolate flooding and limit the spread of water when the hull is breached. Here's how they work. These are interior walls within the ship's hull that divide it into separate sections. Let's take a look at the watertight compartments. When these bulkheads are sealed watertight, they prevent water from passing freely between compartments if one area of the hull is damaged. Explosives are typically positioned at key points, mainly around the bow and in sections 1, 2, 3, and 4 of the ship. When all of these charges detonate, they can bring down even a modern cargo ship in just a few hours or even minutes. Structural failure caused by repeated explosions and missile strikes eventually compromises the ship's integrity. The vessel sank with bow first, then the stern stood almost 90 degrees as shown in the animation. For instance, the Greek operated...
And I think I showed you guys this on Twitter like a day or two ago when we were talking about the Houthi attacks. Real quick, Musa says, do you think this is a message from U.S. government to the cabal, J lobby, saying this is how far we'll go to protect you by not releasing the Epstein files? I did hear that during the Tucker interview. Could be. Big Alien says, I got married at 20 because of the Army, still together 15 years on July 18th. She's got 3 bodies, I got 8. We hashed that out early and been going smooth on glass ever since. Okay. Well, we know under 5 bodies, bro, high likelihood of her being able to stay faithful. So congratulations to you, bro. Glad that you got something good there. Dancing Israeli, getting to know her dad and the relationship she has with him is probably more important than getting to know her. Interesting point, yeah. She needs the hymen and to hail the man. Okay, Shadow. Nightly Wisdom, it's going to be so normalized that current whores might be running for the country's government in the future. Bro, I'm telling you, bro, that's where we're going. If they're not already. You guys don't think Kamala Harris wasn't a whore? Come on, bro.
Falcon punch!
It's already there, bro. It's already there. Cammy Emperor, a buddy, any girl that drinks wine like that and is an alcoholic like that, slut, dude. Guys, women that are alcoholics, sluts. Always be wary of women that are alcoholics, bro. Alcoholics and drug addicts, cooked, man. Absolutely fucking air fried. A buddy of mine at work mentioned a girl he liked. Wait, hold on. Shit, sorry. Okay, a buddy of mine at work mentioned a girl he liked and that she apparently had 4 bodies. I don't believe it. But my immediate thought was, damn, a virgin in today's standards, which is crazy. I live in rural town and the least I've ever heard. That's where we're getting to, chat. 30 years from now, if she has 20 bodies, niggas are going to think that's low. It's where we're going, man. It's not that the women are sluts now. It's that the most influential women are sluts now. So it's only going to get worse. We're pushing the fucking Overton window further and further left. The fact that most women have a 304 phase is crazy. True. And most women believe they should have a 304 phase before marriage. Diabolical. Agreed. The average woman really does have an inherent disdain for men now because of feminism. Sad. I'm telling you, bro. And you add all these fucking destructive ingredients together, bro, you got a cocktail of doom.
Fatality.
Please come to El Paso and go to university at UTEP and do debates with the college people. Bro, you got to be a college student there and advocate for me to go there. I can't just like show up, nigga. Your rant should be the storm sound effect, not the Don DeMarco. You're highlighting how dark the world is. Don't Don DeMarco that. I don't even know what that storm sound effect is. Need to be like the Taliban and ban women from speaking. Hey, man, they had that part right. Thought-provoking Rubio question from Winchest. He says, if women are no longer conditioned to be wives but still expect men to be husbands, how can a man avoid being used as a sleeping stone in a woman's self-discovery 304 phase? This is why it's so important to figure out her past, bro. The good point. That's why it's so critical to find out. I think girls are actually way more likely to keep having genuine burning desire for you and stay if they feel that there's at least a possibility that you might be smashing other girls, because subconsciously proves to her that you're not her number one hypergamous option by natural. Yeah, bro. Yeah, it's called pre-selection, man. It's called pre-selection. Have you ever seen the Taliban complain about their women? Bro, they got us beat. Man, David Esparza, thanks. Yo, David Esparza, all that money, bro, you're donating on Rumble. Bro, you could have just fucking put that into OSS. Dude, join the OSS, David Esparza. Stop being a fucking cheap beaner. Al Boyce, I'm honestly at the point where I don't even want to talk to or take these 304s out. I'd rather focus on business health, gaining knowledge, shout out to the debrief, and continue to make these fucking stacks of cash. It's not even worth it anymore, man. They're also annoying, and modern women are cooked as it is. Yeah, bro, I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. They are annoying. They are annoying, dude. I genuinely, I think any guy that enjoys the company of women, you should be wary of. You should be wary of any guy that wants to sit there and spend a lot of time with women, bro. That's a problem. Would you smash the off girl on her stream if she paid you $1 million? No. W. Bills, stop the hate on Fresh. He's a genuine good guy. I recommend subbing and checking out his channel. He drops gems for days. Also, if it wasn't for Fresh, FNF wouldn't have gotten the Rumble deal. Absolutely would have been cooked. It was hard watching you struggle to carry those dumb thoughts last night. Holy, hey, bro. OSS Ninja, $18. Appreciate you, my friend. For all those pussies obsessed with Fresh, you assholes don't understand loyalty. Fuck you. You probably don't have any day ones yourselves. Go fuck your mothers. Bro, I'm telling you, man, a lot of these niggas, bro, honestly, it shows, man. A lot of you guys in the chat are some snake niggas, bro. I could tell. Oh, bro, this nigga, bro, I'm not gonna stick by my friend, bro, Niggas are weirdos. Abstract Jonesy subscribed. Appreciate that. And that's why a lot of you guys probably are fucking don't have any real buddies. Thanks, man. Been watching 2021, also CC supporter. Thank you, Trey Flip. Do I try to JQ my normie relatives? I feel like I have nothing else to talk about with these retarded people when I'm around them. Nigga, don't J. What the fuck? Are you stupid, Nav? Nigga, if you don't got nothing to talk about them normally, why the fuck are you going to try to JQ them? They're just going to think you're a weirdo. Don't do that, bro. All these YouTubers like Kyle must watch your incognito mode. They're slowly becoming bolder and bolder with how they feel about Israel. I'm telling you, bro, these niggas be watching, man. A lot of people watch. I'm very excited to call into debrief. I feel like I have a lot of personal experience and can relate nearly to every topic Militant Marsh they speak on. I don't want to miss out. How soon do you plan to start the call-ins? Next week. Next week. Since I got this new mixer, I got to find how to do it without it echoing. And I got to find a phone number for you niggas. How do I get the emotes? I've been trying to figure it out. Emotes are for Kick or Rumble if you're a member. All right. We're caught up on chats. And guys, all these chats that I'm reading are guys from the OSS. So if you want to get your voice heard on chat on stream, man, join the OSS, only $1. Some of these niggas are joining me right now, but it's all good. I love it. You know what I mean? Join the OSS, support the mission. I'd rather you be an OSS member, pay $1, get in, pay the $10 a month, and you give me $100. You know what I mean? I'd rather that. So you guys get the value being in the community.
A cargo ship Eternity Sea was attacked while en route to this canal by Houthis militants based in Yemen.
And you can get in for only $1 for the first month, then $10 after that. Be very transparent. $10 after that, niggas. So, you know what I mean? You might not be able to fucking have your, Fappuccino, maybe. But hey, you get the best entertainment ever. Hey, Fappuccino is not good for you anyway, bro. I'll make you fat.
At least 4 crew members were killed and several others were injured. The attack forced the crew to abandon the vessel, which drifted badly damaged before eventually sinking into the Red Sea. But why are the Houthis so difficult to defeat and destroy, even with U.S. military air superiority? The answer lies in their strategic control and the complex geography of Yemen. The Houthi dominate the northwestern regions, including the capital Sana'a, while the internationally recognized Yemen government holds the southern and eastern areas, with Aden serving as its temporary capital. The territorial division
And Yemen has been destroyed by civil war, by the way, chat. You know, a lot of this is U.S. interventionism, Saudi Arabia as well, bombing the fuck out of them. Saudi Arabia isn't innocent of this. They've killed so many Yemeni people. Also, Store Alive, which... still going to this day. Yemen-Saudi war has resulted in a devastating humanitarian crisis with a high number of casualties. A UN report estimates that over 377,000 people died by the end of 2021, with the majority of deaths, 60%, attributed to indirect causes like starvation and disease. From 2014 till now.
Are stark. The light green areas represent
SXM with the big 10 gifted, man. Thank you so much, brother. 10 gifted on 10 gifted on Kick, man. Thank you so much. So interesting, man. We're streaming on all the different platforms. Every different platform has its thing. We got the OSS, we got YouTube, we got Rumble, we got Kick. You guys got like your own little communities, right? And I appreciate that you guys, you know, fuck with me. And that's why I'm like, again, I know some of you guys say, Myron, you push OSS too hard. The reason why I push OSS so hard, guys, is because that's the only way I can multi-stream like this, if I'm gonna be honest with y'all. If you guys want me to keep multi-streaming on your favorite platform, whether it's YouTube, Rumble, Kick, OSS, the only way I'm able to do that is because the OSS literally funds and allows me to stream everywhere like this, where I'm able to separate the audience. Most streamers don't do this, guys. Most streamers stream on maybe 1 to 2 platforms, absolute max. Streaming on more than 1 to 2 platforms is retarded from a business perspective. I'm one of the few people that does it because I understand that a lot of you guys like to watch on YouTube, a lot of you guys like to watch on Rumble, a lot of you guys like to watch on Kick. Everyone has their own little quirks of where they like to watch. So to pull you guys off that platform, I try not to do that. I really try my best not to do it. So so the OSS allows me to stream everywhere so that you guys, let's say you're an OSS member, but you like to watch on YouTube, you can still watch on YouTube and then be in the OSS chat. It allows you guys the freedom to watch on whichever platform you guys want. Also, I understand that Rumble and Kick might not be in certain countries. Like, for example, I know Rumble is banned in Brazil. It's banned in Russia. It's banned in China, France. So you could go ahead and use YouTube in those countries. Or some places, you know, Kick may be available and others aren't. So whatever it is, man, you guys can watch from whichever platform. So that's what the OSS also allows, is that you guys can watch it wherever it goes.
Forces aligned with the international government, while the dark green regions are controlled by Al-Qaeda-linked groups. Finally, the brown areas mark Houthi-controlled territory, which crucially includes access to the Red Sea, a key factor in their resilience and ability to disrupt global trade routes.
And this is what makes them so dangerous, is because they're able to attack Israel in a way that no one else really does, which is financially, with attacking their ships.
One of their most effective strategies is the use of mobile missile and drone launchers. Instead of relying on fixed launch sites that can be easily targeted, they mount short-range ballistic missiles and drones on trucks, allowing them to fire and relocate quickly before being detected. This approach makes preemptive strikes far more difficult and reduces the effectiveness of traditional air campaigns.
And this is what fucked up with the United States. When we were attacking the Houthis, since they have this ability to be extremely mobile, we couldn't really hit them, chat. This is why Trump had to sign a ceasefire with them. Obviously, that didn't really get reported in the news like that, but that's what happened.
Their weapon stockpiles are also scattered across rugged terrain rather than concentrated in a few locations. By decentralizing their arsenals, they minimize the damage of large-scale bombing raids and ensure they always have access to weapons, even after repeated attacks.
And just so you guys know, this is what the SignalGate stuff happened. For those of you that forgot SignalGate, what happened basically was Mike Waltz, who was the national security advisor back then, who he got fired for that shit. It's now Marco Rubio, who's serving in a dual state where he's a secretary of state and doing the national security stuff. They had this, what happened was, long story short, there was a Signal chat with J.D. Vance, Kristi Noem, a bunch of members of the cabinet, and they were strategizing in how they were going to attack the Houthis. That was one of the first mandates that the Trump administration wanted to do when they came in, because the Houthis were creating a lot of problems for the Israelis because of this mobility that they had with their missile program. Because, you know, unlike other stationary militaries that have things kind of refined, the Houthis, you know, kind of go from place to place because they're a militant group. They're not a fucking real government. They're a fucking military, a militia essentially, right? So when Pete Hegseth, right, the Secretary of Defense, was talking about all these sensitive stuff because he's the Secretary of Defense, so he understands the military's capabilities. His job is to let J.D. Vance and other members of the cabinet know, look, this is what our capabilities are. This is what we can do. How do you want to proceed? And then J.D. Vance would say, well, what do you think is the best solution? And Pete Hegseth would be like, sir, you know, I think this might be the best move. This is what our capabilities are. We can get this done, blah, blah, blah. And J.D. Vance obviously was like, you know what? If that's what you think, that's what's best, fine. You guys want to know how I know this? Because the fucking text messages were leaked. Because what ended up happening was Mike Waltz's dumbass allowed a reporter to get in there, and the reporter screenshotted the fucking conversations. I'm shocked that they didn't put him in jail for this shit, but he was in there and he saw this shit. So we saw detailed behind the scenes stuff of how the U.S. was strategizing to try to be able to attack the Houthis. And it failed. It failed because, like I said before, their mobility makes them very difficult to strike and attack. And though we did a fucking huge campaign, it was costing us billions of dollars to attack them. And we weren't getting much results. So basically, we signed a deal with them like, look, man, just don't attack U.S. ships anymore. And they're like, all right. Didn't really get released in the news, though. And that's how SignalGate happened, chat.
But the U.S. has these $12 billion strike group that are patrolling the seas. So let's take a look at how these work. A typical carrier strike group might comprise of 5 to 7 of these ships. At the center sits the aircraft carrier. These carriers can accommodate a maximum of 130 fighter jets. Flanking each side are 4 destroyers. They could be the Arleigh-Burke class destroyers, predominantly used for anti-air warfare. Leading the battleship at the front is a Ticonderoga class cruiser. These ships are multi-mission, covering air warfare, undersea warfare launching torpedoes, naval surface fire support, and surface warfare. At the back is the frigate class, generally serving as a light escort with a focus on anti-surface and anti-air roles, with a lesser degree of capability than larger ships. Depending on the mission, nuclear-powered Virginia-class submarines animated in our recent videos can also be added to the carrier strike group to seek out and destroy hostile surface ships and submarines. Now let's take a closer look at how the U.S. attack plans works in Yemen and how the Houthis strike back. It all starts with monitoring Houthi activities. U.S. intelligence agencies rely on MQ-9 Reaper drones and satellites to keep a constant watch on rebel movements. Through surveillance and reconnaissance, they pinpoint key targets, including missile launch sites, command and control centers, and weapon storage facilities. Once the targets are identified, military forces begin strategic deployment. Aircraft carriers and warships move into position, creating a formidable presence in the region. For example, the USS Carl Vinson joins the USS Harry S. Truman, strengthening the U.S. naval presence in the Red Sea to deter further aggression and protect vital shipping lanes. Essentially, an entire strike group is assembled, ready for action. When the order is finally given, the first wave of attacks begins. Tomahawk missiles and other precision-guided munitions are launched from naval vessels, striking key Houthi positions on land. These attacks target critical infrastructure, including radars, air defenses, and missile and drone systems, aiming to weaken the Houthi ability to launch further strikes. These aircraft carriers can launch around 60 to 90 fighter jets. Once the targets are identified in Yemen, these F-18s are launched from the aircraft carrier. Before launch, the GPS navigation system is initially transferred from the aircraft, providing position and velocity vectors from the aircraft systems. Once released from the aircraft, the JDAM or JDAM-ER and paved-way bombs autonomously navigate to the designated target coordinates. These weapons pack a punch, traveling around 45 miles, approximately 72 kilometers deep inside enemy territory with this converted kit, all at a fraction of the cost compared to these cruise missiles. These are suitable for stationary bunkers missile launch sites like the Mohit missile or the Soviet-era P-15. Interestingly, these dumb bombs, in its most accurate mode, the JDAM system, will yield a weapon's circular error probable of 5 meters or less during free flight when GPS data is available. It uses both GPS and can be laser guided to the targets, especially effective against mobile assets. This weapon looks for the reflected energy of the laser and is dropped precisely, destroying the vehicle into pieces when hit. This is a nuclear submarine that can be positioned very close to the Yemeni shoreline. The submarine can stay submerged for almost 140 days waiting for targets many miles away and hit these launching pads. The reason for using this submarine is to target enemies that become mobile after firing rockets, typically after 2 hours or more. This strategy allows the slow-moving cruise missiles to reach its target much faster. That's why these submarines are stationed very close to the border. Now let's take a look at how it is fired from inside the submarine. The submarine will ascend to an assigned depth. When ready to launch, it will open the hatch, and the protective seal will break open. High-pressure compressed air is pumped into the tubes, and this is used to eject the Tomahawk missiles. The missile's tip will emerge above the water's surface.
Isn't it crazy how much fucking technology and like how refined weapons are, man? This is crazy.
The rocket boosters fire and propel the missile into its path. Boosters fall off as soon as the missile is out of the water. Step number 6. The main engine of the Tomahawk missile will engage and then it will open its wings, just like the animation shown here. It is at this stage the missile becomes a cruiser and flies towards the designated target and does pack a punch, destroying almost any launcher provided it's stationary. But the final wave are these F-18 multi-role fighter jets to deliver the precision-guided weapons on smaller targets, such as the AGM-88, or one of the most commonly used guided bombs, the Joint Direct Attack Munition. When uprated, it is referred to as a laser-guided JDAM. Breaking it down into smaller pieces, this is essentially a dumb bomb upgraded with a guidance kit, transforming it into a smart flying munition. But this is where the Houthi has the upper hand in what is called the Gate of Tears. Cargo ship must navigate through this narrow canal, a crucial waterway responsible for...
There you go. Suez Canal, which was the crisis that led to a lot of this crap. Why Israel has a nuclear bomb now?
Managing approximately 11% of global trade.
That's huge.
This canal serves as a crucial choke point for international shipping, highlighting its pivotal role
man-made
in international commerce and navigation.
Cuts off months from travel.
Ships from around the world traverse this strategic route, but the Houthis militants have exploited this waterway to attack shipping vessels. Now let's examine different scenarios of how they execute these attacks. If a ship is within 80 kilometers or 40 miles from land, which is the desired range, there's a...
You know what's funny, guys, about this, bro? Like, men created all this. Women haven't created none of this shit, bro. All this trade and human innovation, all created by men.
The possibility of the missile they would use to attack ships. A Soviet-era P-21 with solid booster and liquid fuel anti-ship missile, produced during the Cold War, is employed for the attacking mission. When launched, the first stage booster fires off for 2 to 3 seconds, after which the second stage takes off. It searches for a target using analog radar. When locked and ready, it can destroy a ship using a hollow-shaped charge warhead. This has the potential to either destroy or sink a cargo ship if it hits at the right angle. Scenario 2. This involves the use of a Soviet-era missile that was re-engineered by the Iranians, converting it into an anti-ship missile. The converted SA-2 missile can be launched from within 45 kilometers or 28 miles from the target. Take, for example, the U.S. destroyers sailing through the Red Sea. The Houthis' forces fired 3 anti-ship ballistic missiles capable of traveling at a speed of Mach 3.5, along with 2 land attack cruise missiles in the southern Red Sea over a 10-hour period that commenced at approximately 6:30 in the morning on December 26. These actions create a psychological impact and disrupt trade routes. Fortunately, the U.S. destroyer's defense system kicks in and successfully destroys the incoming threats. As a result, there was no damage to ships in the area and no injuries were reported. For bigger ships or warships like the aircraft carriers or the U.S. destroyer Berkeley class, this is how they would have attacked. The first stage involves launching multiple...
I like this channel a lot, guys. AI Telly.
...drones to overwhelm the warship's defense system. In the second stage, a couple of Soviet-era anti-ship missiles like the P-15 or P-21 are launched. These missiles travel at a speed of Mach 0.95 and can pack a punch when hit. The third stage involves launching converted surface-to-air missiles into an anti-ship missile. These flies at a speed of around Mach 3.5, capable of seriously damaging a warship. We make original 4K 3D animation.
All right. Let's see here. Can't Stop Chris says, based on your experience with building FNF, what percentage of building a lucrative online brand is luck and how much is planning, strategic, and work ethic? Bro, luck is nothing more than preparation meeting good timing. Well, actually, let me rephrase that. Luck is nothing more than preparation meeting opportunity. Busy says, what size is the hoodie that you're wearing right now? Also, the shirts are like a tight fit. This hoodie is a size L, so they run true to size. And I'm 6'3", about 190 to 200 pounds. Hey, Martin, what's your opinion on Forex trading? Do you know any good traders? I don't participate in Forex trading, but I know Q Banks is known for that. Nasty, bruh, just joined W Content. I appreciate you, bro. Welcome to the OSS. Keith says, it's my birthday today and I work hard. We're making $120,000 a year. I'm 6'3" and take care of my 3 children in our household. My wife wished me a rather lackluster happy birthday and nothing more. She then asked her little brother to come over and watch the kids while she went out to party with her friends. This is the second week in a row that she has done this. What should I do about this? Keith, I'll be honest with you, bro. It's, yeah, dude, I'm even worried about even saying this live on air. I hope your wife doesn't watch the show, but I would go ahead and consult with a family attorney in private in your local area and discuss options. If you were to hypothetically leave her, and see what the damage would be like. And then that way you can make a more intelligent assessment of where you stand. But that's a problem, bro. That's a problem. You shouldn't be letting your wife go out and party with her friends. That's an L. You must be new to this content. So yeah, dude, not good at all. Not good at all, my friend. You know what I mean? So meet with a private attorney, meet with a family attorney on the low. Don't tell anybody. Okay? Don't tell anybody. We don't know who you are. So you got this anonymity. See what your options are if you were to leave the divorce now, or sorry, leave her now. Or the other option. Well, you know what? No, go to the family attorney no matter what. Go to the family attorney anyway. So figure out what you can find out. Then once you find that out, then we can move differently. But the other option also, well, not the other option. The next thing you're going to do is you're going to start to tell your wife, hey, look, this isn't acceptable, going out partying with your friends. But I'll be honest with you, bro. The fact that she's already doing this tells me that she's already been doing it for a while. She's going to look at you crazy when you try to tell her you can't do it anymore. Women have a serious problem with you when you start to restrict their ability to do stuff, especially if you've allowed it to fly before. Have a serious problem with that. There are some rare situations where it won't be that big a deal. Let's say you come into a bunch of money, you become a millionaire, then yeah, you can tell her, hey, bitch, this is how it goes now. But in general, women are going to buck at that a lot. So I would say step one, go meet with a family attorney, figure out what leaving would be like, what type of damages it would be like, etc. Hypothetical. Prepare for the worst, right? Obviously, I'm not telling you to do the worst. I'm not telling you to divorce her. I'm just saying go talk to the family attorney and figure out what it would entail and what the damage would be, right? So your eyes are wide open. Then you got to go ahead and sit down and have that tough discussion with her. Tell her, yo, this behavior here is not acceptable, blah, 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 and outline all your fucking grievances. And go from there. But you got to go in, you can't just you got to be very intelligent, bro. Women plan this shit out, you got to as well. There you go, bam. Just got some awesome advice for only $1 being in the OSS, my friend. Handing out that value, baby. You're absolutely right about girls today. It used to be little girls would say, when I grow up, I want to get married and have kids. I'm 66 years old, and I've seen the change. Yeah, bro. Shadow says we're doing ourselves a favor shielding Israel from his truths. Hey, man, it is what it is. Hey, Myron, Israel just wants peace, bro. A piece of every country. You know it, Swansteed. All right, cool. All right, guys. I'm going to get off. It's 11:30. If I am going to go ahead and go to Tampa tomorrow for this event, I got a plan, start booking flights, hotels, all this other shit. I might do an interview with Sean Kelly tomorrow as well in the afternoon. So if I do go, I got to go soon. Floating Door, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Appreciate you. I saw that come through. We had our boy Mordecai in the chat. But before I go, just remember, guys, that we got a sale going on right now. It'll be up for the next 30 minutes. I think the sale's going to end in about midnight. So again, use the code J1month. At this exclusive community for you guys where we could talk about the stuff that we want to talk about. The O/Squad, aka the OSS, is finally here. But without further ado, guys, you're going to get a bunch of perks from joining. Number one, you're going to be able to call into the show when I have call-in sections on the debrief. I'm going to be talking to the OSS members only on there. Also, you guys are going to get discounts on merch and exclusive drops that only OSS members have access to. On top of that, we're going to do one annual meetup completely free on 420 once a year right here in Miami. And then on top of that, whenever I travel, I'm going to let you guys know with the Telegram chat so you can go ahead and do a meetup there because you're an OSS member. My goal here, guys, is to have you guys be able to support the mission without breaking the bank. We're going to keep membership dues low. You're obviously going to get discounts with annual codes and all types of opportunities to get a better price point. This is basically going to be done so we can continue doing what we're doing, expand the debrief, expand the O/Squad, and be able to have the independence, quite frankly, that is very tough to come by nowadays in a pro-censorship regime. All right. Get in, niggas. Get in for only $1. J1 month, because that's what you're doing, is doing for a month. Hey, Marin. CC and OSS member, been with you for 5 years now. Love everything you do for us, men. My question was going to be, do you know specifically what date you'll be in Chicago? I know a lot of us like to prepare for you coming in. I think it would be sometime in August. But I am planning a big collab for you guys as well. So I'm going to figure out what day that... there was like some event there in Chicago that One Chest was telling me about. Like they got a Tough Mudder or something like that going on. So anyway, cool. Guys, I'm going to get off. I got to prepare for Tampa. I'm either going to go tomorrow or Saturday, but I will be, if I do stream tomorrow, I'll let you guys know, but it's looking like I won't be streaming tomorrow. Instead, I'll be traveling. I'll be there for the whole weekend for the Turning Point USA. Try to lock in some stuff, see what happens. But other than that, man, love you, ninjas. I'll be back. If I don't see you guys tomorrow, I'll be back on Monday. All right? Yeah. So, join OSS, man. Code can work. It will work for a little bit longer. Love you guys. See you guys in a little bit. And if I don't see you guys tomorrow, I'll be back on Monday live, and I'll try to release a couple of videos. If I'm not like live tomorrow, I'll try to release some videos, give you guys like any updated news or whatever. I'll release a video on YouTube or in Rumble, upload it for you guys. So, love you, ninjas. Later, guys.